Oh, okay, so number 11 is so top right and don't do so.
I think it's a bit too big for angry. Let's put it that way. I think jumping in the bed wide out. Yeah.
Because the ITA cameraman said he was expecting to so let's move over number 11 now. So let's just leave it like that. And I'll actually nab the shots. Of course they are.
No, because the Prime Minister is going to be here.
Listen,
You're out. Sorry.
the game is on the second spot there. He's coming to 10th. Next to Chris is James.
Oh, yeah.
Holy.
Dramatically bad. Well,
why have you guys moved the second spot there? The game's coming. I've got a spot there. 10th.
wait. Dan's coming here.
I've got a ladder there.
Big
5
Dan.
o'clock on the step where you are. Read my lips. Read my lips.
Seriously.
Thank you.
Right here.
Yes.
Or adjust it, please. I didn't realise it was coming out to it. Turned it on. Sir.
Just as you were walking off, just maybe just walk around the rest of that. Let's see if anyone else can cover it. They broke your arm. Because you ain't going to get anything from that, are you? No, no.
Walk behind, I'm staying here. I'm going to move left, right.
Here we go. It's main man. Okay.
I'm not entirely sure.
That's enough. be a bit more. No, just be a bit more. Well, whatever you're doing, just do it. You do it more. I know what happens in Photoshop. Happy. Rishi. Happy. I won't shout at you. I'll leave that. Yeah, I won't shout. Well, I might shout at that point.
Thank you, young man.
What white line?
I'm staying 5636. It's quite good. Morning. John Jones. All right, sorry. Make sure you get a really good shot on the pitch. There you go. That's the puppy.
Step back. You're a rubbish shot. I promise I won't say that. I'm going the other way. Tom is pretty good. Tom, put your arm out. There you go. Thanks about the same size.
It's going to look like, don't make me hanging, please.
Is everybody good? You're a good shot. Somebody wants it, I'm sure. Well, it's your time. Yeah.
You sent those pictures yet? No, in a minute.
In a minute.
Yeah.
Gallery.
This is our responsibility.
Yeah.
If you haven't waited yet,
See, I shouldn't know what you're talking about.
Press it, see it's on. Yeah, fine.
Can the country afford this budget, Mr Sunak? Which way, please, Johnson? When are we going to start paying for it, sir? Thank you. When does the country start paying?
Looking over! Could have given us notice.
This way, please.
Could have given us notice.
Thank you, linesman. Thank you, ball boys. They did a split screen for us. It was gorgeous. What kind of music is it going to play under it? It's going to be like...
Did you miss it?
Maybe it'll be I'll take it back. Fine. Press record and walk out.
Well, I had the,
What, not budget?
I was to do with one.
Because I've got to put this on the fucking floor, can't you? You know that thing of like, I'm so used to like hiding behind the lines. What? Yeah, don't forget you are actually still green. He's obviously nervous about my interpretation.
Like basically, this is fuck this your entire.
Isn't this his first proper budget?
Is it?
I think it is with a red briefcase.
Is this
isn't it?
Sunak's proper budget?
Sorry?
Is this Sunak's first proper budget?
No, you did not last year.
Yeah, did he? When did you do that? Yeah, I do remember that. With the red case?
Yeah.
I remember him doing the one with the little red folder.
No, yeah, he did one.
Yeah, it's a bit confusing.
They're individually wrapped, so you can take one and put it in this pocket later.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you very much.
Well, thank you. There's going to be a booking gone in just now.
I mean, yeah. Why are we push notifying the contactless payment thing? In what possible universe is that? You can already pay over 50 quid on Apple Pay anyway. The government are announcing it as a kind of thing to say. What? Well, sorry, I just got moved on by Emma. I'll leave it to you guys. That's
all right, thank you.
get out.
You had the first shot. First position. Well, they're right. And then look what happens.
Not a lot to be carried, it's just sort of careful, all right, thanks. So I'll give you this extra line, so that's good. Nice. There.
Reflection in the chair as well. Look what we've done for you.
Ta-da!
It looks gorgeous. So I might move over to where Rob is. I'll just pick up and move. So Rob, can I go just where you are?
You can.
Where you are?
Do you need assistance?
If you move that chair the other way, just take this. I'll move over a fraction more. Lovely view. The pool will be elated. that cross with it? Yeah, it's up there. We're going to check that Interior Cross. She's 15. As is our older white-haired Riddler. He's 15 as well. Exactly. Anyway, on this. The other thing you can do with this one is really cool. Do a little bit of edit as well. The edit's great for you can also change the exposure. If you go to this section, change the films are brilliant results. Lifts the brilliance up and dark engineering areas. It's really cool. My team's to lift that. Drop the shadows a bit. Also, contrast. Light point, change the light level. And vibrance and strong detail. White face a bit dark there. Just go back to go. Then I can do right. The amount of stuff you can do is really technical.
Well done.
Good camera. Well done. Good play.
Well, thanks.
It's quite good.
Yeah. But they did really good for it, don't they? Oh, you're not stuck, right, okay.
But I was... So it's a site called White Parts for White Parts, White Parts, White Go through your options. Then just get Yes, some lovely walks around. Good and men is fantastic. It's great.
Yeah, yeah.
That was so nice.
Church of Clifton.
Yeah, for a while.
Playground by the river, that's nice. With the dogs. Where else do we go? A village called Hedgley near us.
Yeah.
Just next to Jones Cross.
Finding nature's too.
Well, it's not bothering us. The closest it impinges on my life is a drive to Amersham. There's roadworks and stuff. You can see how it's winding people up.
It's ripping through the countryside. I mean, it was going to go through our village, so it was going to go run through our little thing. So thankfully, it changed tack. Decided to go through Tardlow, which is another.
Well, my dad lives in Little Missing, so just below Sharples. And yeah, but, I mean, it's really nice.
You know that lake by Sharples?
Yeah.
Interestingly, we went because we were turned away by a bunch of contractors that put a gate up and fence and they said, oh no, we'd do it. About 3 weeks later, the lake went white. It basically started killing them. And they all started getting red. Yeah, all the birds started disappearing. So there was a bit of a complaint to the Environment Agency called they didn't see anything. Also, which is absurd, it's also a contract organisation. They were told unequivocally by the contractors that they're not drilled really close to the
Yeah, they're funny disgrace. The Environment Agency is shit. Yeah,
cost. Just the link between
that's
here and
fed by,
London.
is that fed by the Misbourne, that lake, or is it different?
Misbourne's
Because the
part
Mis,
of
at the moment,
tributary.
the Thames Water are flushing raw sewage down the Misbourne because they had a big flood in Chalfont St Peter, all the drains went, so they're getting rid of the raw sewage by pumping it down the Misbourne. It flows for about 3 months of the year anyway, the rest of the year it's a ditch.
Yeah, it's just a puddle.
Where's the chalk? Is it? I think all the water just sinks into the chalk and then the water is very high before it flows. Anyway, that's what it's
Yeah, give a great break. It's
where else is nice? We've gone a bit further as well recently. Wendover, there's loads of nice walks around Wendover.
the window was pretty.
Beautiful. And the other one that we're doing a lot recently is Ivanhoe Beacon.
Yes.
Get up there, that's good.
It's crowded.
It does get a bit crowded. If you get there early enough, you're alright. Get there at 10 or something.
My brother.
If you keep those shots running,
That's absolutely nice.
It's kind of good ones.
That's going to go there, Mike. Other good places to go walking. Oh, actually, I'll just message you now.
Okay.
I do like going down to there's some decent food going down to Bell and Dragon down at Cookham.
Yeah, it's nice.
That's good.
It's nice. Always with a break.
I do like going up to Jolly Cricketer.
Seagreen, Jolly Cricketers.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's lovely.
It's
It's a nice pub.
good food. They do some good, what do you call it? Takeaway stuff.
Do they?
Really nice thing. Have you taken the family, or maybe even just a nice romantic off to artichokes?
Well,
That's my favourite.
ages and years ago.
Fabulous.
Yeah.
We've been doing that because we've got a Michelin star now, which
Yeah.
is brilliant. And then Laurie runs food. So for Valentine's Day, I got the delivery meal, 5 stars. So it's a 5-course taste with the wine.
How much was that?
Around about
Great storm.
that's the two of us. It's lovely.
Yeah.
Well, the kids have moved out now, so it's great.
Right, okay, okay. Don't have to
They're
worry
the
about
kids.
that.
But she said, "What? There's loads, lol." And I said, "Well, there's Ivanhoe, where we still have. Oh, we have. I thought we had been to Ivanhoe. Apparently, we haven't."
No, it's good. It's really lovely. And also you've got the actual just state there as well, so you can
Yeah.
maybe walk around that, which is lovely. And the other one, the other nice one, is the parking window, parking the quickest. Parking the quickest drive, you can walk up the back, top of Coombe Hill,
Yep.
which is the...
That's the one I'm thinking of. Yeah.
Right, okay.
nice also that it's living local to chickens as well.
Yeah.
It's nice. There's usually a really nice pub across the road.
Yeah.
Good gin barrel.
You're right.
Just. Still just one. Last time on the white ship. On the white spreads. Also, it's really nice. Tapas Bar and across the road from Market Square.
Yeah.
Really, really good.
Is that nice?
Also, there's Grace's for coffee.
Yeah.
Come to our shop a second. There you go. That's what it says on the tin, doesn't it? You sort of have to be aware of everybody else's bloody straps everywhere as well. Thank you very much. Where they were
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. We hopefully have a response.
Not a one. I did ask him once, something once, John Dorsey, once when he was referring to it. And he couldn't understand my PMQs. And he just said, stop, sorry, what was that? I said, oh, great, ask you again. He went, ah. And Lord Belcher.
Right.
Embarrassed. Prime Minister.
Can the country afford this budget, Prime Minister? When do we start paying it back?
I thank my right honourable friend and the chair of the Select Committee for outlining this issue. Look, I know my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Bays, is very keen to ensure that GB businesses have all the information they need. He's right to highlight the fact that a number of the issues we have found is companies in Great Britain not appreciating what they can do in order to continue their smooth supplies to people in Northern Ireland. We want to ensure that that is the case. I would encourage businesses to engage, particularly with the Trader Support Service that is there to help businesses. And as I say, has these phenomenal response rates and success rates in helping business ensure that they can deliver. And it's something that we as a government will continue to fund to ensure that it's there to support business and the people of Northern Ireland.
We now go to Richard Thompson, the SNP spokesperson. Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's considerable anecdotal evidence from food producers that exports continue to be below pre-Brexit levels. With the retailer's grace period ending this month, export health certificates will be required for imported chilled and processed meats. How does the UK government plan to ease the specific concerns of the agri-food industry over this requirement ahead of the end of that grace period?
Well, I think, Mr. Speaker, in the classic terms of the House of Commons, I would refer to the honourable gentleman to an answer I gave a few moments ago, and he'll see our position in the written ministerial statement later today that deals with that very issue.
Colin Eastwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Secretary of State knows, we didn't want Brexit, but we do have the protocol. And the protocol is here to stay, despite what anybody else might say. It does give us a competitive advantage. Will he work with me to make the most of that competitive advantage by getting rid of the Mazen cap and the historic under-provision of university places for Northern Ireland?
Well, I think the honourable gentleman makes a really important point that's worth highlighting. We've got two great universities in Northern Ireland that are globally leading. In fact, one of them recently winning the award for the most entrepreneurial university, and obviously one of the best nursing provision universities in the UK. And that is something we should be proud of. We should be looking at how we can develop and grow that work for the benefit of the universities, for the wider economy, and their phenomenal input and the huge competitive advantage that, yes, Northern Ireland has, not least of all because of the amazing skill sets it has across Northern Ireland. I'm very happy to work with him to ensure that we are developing that, promoting that, and taking advantage of that for the benefit of people in Northern Ireland.
Graham Stringer.
Number 12, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, with permission, I will answer questions 12, 13, 14 and 15 together. The Government is committed to meeting our obligations in a proportionate way, taking account of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement in all its dimensions, north-south and, of course, east-west. As I stated in my answers a few moments ago, we have heard the concerns raised by people and businesses in Northern Ireland, and we are sensitive to the economic, societal and political realities of Northern Ireland. So whilst we have made good progress in line with this pragmatic approach, we are going to be taking forward a series of further temporary operational steps, as I say, details of which will be in the WMS that I'll lay later today.
Problems. We back to
the EU has approached the protocol with a malign and hostile attitude. Wouldn't it make sense to renegotiate it to an agreement of mutual enforcement or trigger Article 16?
Secretary of State.
Well, my focus is on ensuring, and colleagues across government, ensuring that we're able to deliver for the people of Northern Ireland in the most effective, efficient, flexible and fluid way. I will say I think it was good that Vice President Šefčovič, as I said earlier on, met with businesses and civic society in Northern Ireland and is committed to continue to do that so that he can hear directly on the ground the impact that certain things are having, not least of all the action that they took in terms of their movements towards activating Article 16 from the EU side and the impact that had across communities and in terms of people's confidence around that. And I think it is right that the EU understand the impact that has in terms of people's everyday lives in Northern Ireland.
Let's head to Matt Weston. Matt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many businesses in Warwick and Leamington, as indeed across the country, have already opted out of supplying to Northern Ireland due to the complexities. Does the Secretary of State accept that the government's denial over the reality of an Irish sea border has actually hampered efforts to prepare British businesses for trade with Northern Ireland and led to the disruption that we're actually seeing today?
Secretary of State.
Well, what I would say to businesses is to encourage them to engage with the Trader Support Service that the government has put in place, that we are funding, that works with businesses, and the businesses who have used that have had great success in continuing to be able to move their products with advice smoothly and fluidly. We have worked with businesses continually through the process as we were in the transition period and since we've left the transition period to ensure that businesses across the United Kingdom can trade across the United Kingdom. But I do recognise there has been issues in the way the protocol has been implemented since the end of the transition period, and that's why we're going to be outlining those measures that we will be in the written ministerial statement later today.
Let's head to Alex Cunningham. Alex.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Hardliner backbenchers in the Secretary of State's own party want to tear up the deal they voted for and place a border on the island of Ireland. Will the Secretary of State today publicly reject the demands of the European Research Group with all the damage and the instability those demands could cause?
Well, as I say, I think the Honourable Gentleman may well have voted for the deal as well. I've been very clear with him. My focus is on ensuring we're delivering exactly what the protocol said, which is to ensure it does not disrupt the everyday lives of people in their communities in Northern Ireland. We've got to make sure that that is the case. That is what the protocol set out to achieve. It has got to be we've also got to make sure that it is respecting all of the peace and prosperity that has been found in Northern Ireland as a result of the Good Friday Belfast Agreement, and that does mean respecting but not just North-South but East-West relations as well.
Let's head to Bill Esterson. Bill.
Trade groups say the Trader Support Service is simply not good enough for the 12,000 traders who need its help. Businesses report that the scheme is providing confusing and conflicting advice. Why on earth is the Northern Ireland Secretary saying the disruption was not envisaged? The problem with the Trader Support Service were known about well before the end of transition, including by the then Department for Leaving the European Union, which warned of problems with additional documentation as long ago as October 2019.
Well, at the end of his question, the Honourable Gentleman was talking about a period of time before the transition period had ended and before the Trader Support Service was outlined and in place. What I would say is that Trader Support Service has over 34,000 registered users now. On average, calls to that service are handled in 6 seconds and 98% of declarations are processed within 15 minutes. That sounds like a pretty good record of success to me. If the Honourable Gentleman's got some examples that go different to that, I'll very happily engage with him directly if he wants to let me know. But that is a track record of success I think that the people involved in the Trader Support Service should be proud of, and more businesses can engage with that and benefit from that, again, for the benefit of those businesses and the people of Northern Ireland.
Samuel Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Even with the grace periods in place, which give exemptions from many of the EU checks which will eventually be required in Northern Ireland, there has been massive disruption of trade as a result of the implementation of the protocol. Does the Secretary of State accept that if the Prime Minister's promise and the protocol's assurance that there will be unfettered trade between GB and Northern Ireland are to be delivered, then something more than an extension of the grace periods are required, and that really there needs to be a reset or rethinking of the agreement so that we have an alternative arrangement such as the mutual enforcement of regulations which would exempt Northern Ireland being subject to EU laws and from the EU European Court of Justice making judgments about this part of the United Kingdom?
Well, look, I respect the Honourable Gentleman has been consistent in his views on this for a very substantial period, well, at all times. I have also been very clear. We were always determined to ensure that we were able to deliver unfettered access for Northern Ireland businesses to the rest of the United Kingdom, and we have done that. We've also been very clear we want to ensure that free flow and flexible trade across the United Kingdom so that GB businesses can trade into Northern Ireland properly, whilst accepting and acknowledging the reality of the single epidemiological unit of the island of Ireland as the SPS situation does, as has been there, as I said before, in some some form or another since the 19th century. That's something that was acknowledged long ago. So that does have absolutely accepted, and we've always outlined, an impact. But we have got to ensure, he's absolutely right, that the people of Northern Ireland can continue to enjoy products and their commercial activities as well as their day-to-day lives in the way that they always have done as members of and part of the United Kingdom.
Can I now welcome the new Shadow Minister to the dispatch box, Alice Davies-Jones.
Mr Speaker, if businesses had had their voices listened to over the last year, disruption could have been avoided. The Joint Consultative Working Group is a real opportunity for businesses, civic society and politicians in Northern Ireland to have their voices heard. But at the moment, all we know about it is that it merely exists. This is a real missed opportunity. So will the Minister commit to giving these groups a real formal role and an input into how the protocol works? Because without them, there can be no decision about Northern Ireland.
Well, first of all, I join others in welcoming the Honourable Lady to her new role. I'm sure she will be able to fight the case for people in Northern Ireland with great strength and passion as well. I look forward to working with her, as I know my honourable friend, the member for Worcester, does. Look, I would just say to her, we've been working with businesses, as I said earlier on, all the way through this process, both through the Business Engagement Forum, which we'll be meeting again shortly. We engaged with businesses with Vice President Šefčovič just a week or so ago to have that direct input. But ultimately, I have to say I'm a Democrat, and I believe in the democratic system of the way that Parliament works and the way that the structures that we've got in place work, and I know the businesses have a full voice within that, and we've ensured that at every stage of the process.
A substantive question to the Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The co-chairs of the UK-EU Joint Committee met last Wednesday to discuss the set of issues with the protocol that need to be addressed to protect those vital links between Northern Ireland and the rest of the United Kingdom. These engagements are supported by regular official level contact, including via the Northern Ireland Specialised Committee, which met last Tuesday, to ensure the protocol operates as intended, with minimum impact on the everyday lives of people in Northern Ireland. And we will continue to discuss all of our implementation efforts through the withdrawal agreement structures, including giving effect to the commitments made at December's Joint Committee. And indeed, there will be an informal meeting with the EU and Vice President Šefčovič later today.
I said to Alan Brown. Alan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Some Northern Irish companies have been boasting about their dual access to both the British and the EU marketplaces for trade purposes. Will the Minister confirm that going forward, companies in Northern Ireland do indeed have great opportunities? And this also creates a relative disadvantage for businesses in Scotland.
Well, as I outlined earlier on in response to an earlier question, I do think Northern Ireland businesses have a huge opportunity and a huge competitive advantage, not least of all because of the amazing skill sets that we see across Northern Ireland in technology, hydrogen, advanced engineering, skill sets, a wide range of things that businesses in Northern Ireland have to promote the advantage that they have in promoting around the world to develop business and more jobs for Northern Ireland.
A substantive question, Secretary of State from Stephen Farrar.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In my engagements with businesses, I've heard directly about the importance of ensuring that processes are streamlined to the maximum extent, and we are working with businesses to ensure that we are delivering on this. Over £200 million has been put into the Trader Support Service, the Movement Assistance Scheme and the UK Trader Scheme to support those businesses. The newly established Digital Assistance Scheme, when fully operational, will also provide a simplified digital process for the certification and verification of goods moving from Great Britain to Northern Ireland. We have and we will continue to address issues that arise, and this will be part of the subject of my written ministerial statement laid later today.
Mr Speaker, businesses also need stability and legal certainty. In the past few days, we have seen the Northern Ireland Agriculture Minister stressing that he may unilaterally breach commitments under the protocol. So can the Secretary of State give an assurance that the UK Government, as the sovereign party to the withdrawal agreement, will ultimately, in the last resort, if necessary, ensure ongoing legal compliance and that any changes to the protocol are agreed with the European Union?
Well, 2 points I make. As I outlined earlier on, I can confirm that our intention is that no charging regime is required for agri-foods, and my written ministerial statement will confirm that later today. But yes, at all times we will be focused on ensuring we are acting in a fully legal manner and delivering for people in Northern Ireland.
Substantive to the Minister.
This government will always do what it can to champion Northern Ireland tourism, which in normal times includes major sporting events. And I know the Northern Ireland Economy Minister was giving consideration to hosting the World Rally Championship. The Honourable Gentleman for North Antrim has been a strong champion for this in this House. The government will happily support the Executive should it decide to proceed with funding the event, but ultimately this is a matter for the Executive.
Greg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for that answer. The United Kingdom proudly sits at the heart of global motorsport, including having hosted a round of the World Rally Championship virtually every year since its inception in 1973. So will my honourable friend agree with me that it is important that the UK continues to host a round of this championship, and will he do everything possible to work with the Northern Ireland Executive and all parties involved to see a round of the WRC hosted in Northern Ireland in the coming years?
In wishing my honourable friend a happy birthday, I welcome his points he makes about the UK's leadership in the space of motorsports, and I think Northern Ireland would produce an excellent backdrop for hosting an event of this sort. I would be very happy to continue to work to support the Executive in this regard in terms of any future bids.
Final question, John Speller.
Number 21, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State and I have regular conversations with ministerial colleagues regarding transport connections, which are particularly important for Northern Ireland given its unique position. Connectivity across the UK is vital to fuel Northern Ireland's economic recovery and strengthen the Union. The Prime Minister commissioned a Union connectivity review to consider these important connections, including the feasibility of a fixed link between Northern Ireland and Great Britain.
Well, in those discussions, couldn't the Minister get together with the Transport Department and point out the huge cost, the geological problems and the inconvenient reality that Britain and Ireland operate on a different rail gauge? Isn't it time to dump this project at an early stage, along with the Garden Bridge, into the bin and save a lot of money and effort and probably a few column inches in articles?
Well, I have to say, I'm not impressed with the honourable gentleman's lack of ambition. I want to make sure that we look at all options to support connectivity to Northern Ireland. I'm grateful that we have a Prime Minister who is willing to do that.
Right, that ends Northern Ireland questions. We're now coming to questions to the Prime Minister. I will first call the Prime Minister to answer the engagements question, and then we'll call Kim Johnson. So, Prime Minister, your engagement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It will be 3 years tomorrow since a chemical weapon was deployed by Russian military intelligence on the streets of Salisbury. All our thoughts remain with those affected, their families and loved ones, and we will continue to seek justice for them. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure this House will want to pay tribute to the people of Salisbury and Amesbury and wish them well for the future. Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Let's head to Kim Johnson. Kim.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Liverpool is a welcoming city, the oldest Chinese community in Europe, but in 1946, the British government ordered the forced repatriation of thousands of Chinese seamen living in Liverpool with their British families back to China, causing lasting emotional trauma. Many of those descendants still live in my Liverpool Riverside constituency. Will the Prime Minister take steps to acknowledge these events and provide the descendants with a formal apology and for the justice they deserve? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, I have happy memories of my own visits to Liverpool, and I can tell her that we are certainly very grateful across the country to the Chinese community for their amazing contribution, and her message has been heard loud and clear.
Right, let's head to John Stevenson. John.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Pereri factory in Carlisle employs around 800 people, contributes hundreds of millions of pounds to the local economy, and is an exporter. Its location is a consequence of regional economic policy from 50 years ago. Would the Prime Minister agree that if we are to rebalance the economy, level up the country, we need a modern-day proactive regional economic policy? And if he does agree, will he come to Carlisle to see the old and new in action?
Of course, Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for what he says, and he will hear more in just half an hour or so. Let's try and keep it to half an hour, Mr. Speaker, from the Chancellor about how exactly we intend to make sure we build back better across the whole of this country and unleash the tremendous potential of the whole of the United Kingdom, including, of course, Carlisle, which he so well represents.
The Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I join the Prime Minister in his comments about the Salisbury atrocity? Does the Prime Minister agree with President Biden that the sale of arms that could be used in the war in Yemen should be suspended?
Mr. Speaker, ever since the tragic conflict in Yemen broke out, this country has scrupulously followed the consolidated guidance of which he will be well aware.
Kirsten.
The trouble is that whilst President Biden has suspended arms sales that could be used in Yemen, the UK hasn't. In fact, we sold £1.4 billion of arms to Saudi Arabia in 3 months last year, including bombs and missiles that could be used in Yemen. Given everything we know about the appalling humanitarian cost of this war, with innocent civilians caught between the Saudi coalition and the Houthi rebels, why does the Prime Minister think it's right to be selling these weapons?
Mr. Speaker, the UK is part of an international coalition following the UN resolutions, which he will know well, which are very clear that the legitimate government of Yemen was removed illegally. Those are the resolutions that we follow, and we continue scrupulously to follow the humanitarian guidance, which are amongst the toughest measures anywhere in the world in respect of all arms sales. He talks about humanitarian relief, Mr. Speaker, and actually I think the people of this country can be hugely proud of what we are doing to support the people of Yemen. Almost £1 billion of aid contributed in the last 5 years, Mr. Speaker.
Keir Starmer.
Mr. Speaker, he says the system's very robust in relation to arms sales. It can't be that robust. The government lost a court case just 2 years ago in relation to arms sales. The truth is the UK is increasingly isolated in selling arms to Saudi Arabia. Despite what's happening in Yemen, despite Saudi Arabia's human rights record, and the brutal murder of journalist Jamal Khashoggi, a murder the US has concluded was approved by the Saudi Crown Prince. So I have to ask, what will it take for the Prime Minister to suspend arms sales to Saudi Arabia?
Mr. Speaker, we could condemn the murder of Jamal Khashoggi. We continue to call for a full investigation into the causes of his death, and indeed we have already sanctioned 20 people, Mr. Speaker, in Saudi Arabia. And I repeat the point that I have made, that the UK government continues to follow the consolidated guidance, which, by the way, Mr. Speaker, was set up by the Labour Party.
Mr. Speaker, to make matters worse, the government decided this week to halve international aid to Yemen. Halve it. The UN has said that Yemen faces the worst famine the world has seen for decades. And the Secretary-General said on Monday that cutting aid would be, in his words, a death sentence for the people of Yemen. How on earth can the Prime Minister justify selling arms to Saudi Arabia and cutting aid to people starving in Yemen?
Mr. Speaker, it is under this government that we have increased aid spending to the highest proportion in the history of our country. And yes, it is true that current straitened circumstances, which I'm sure the people of this country understand, mean that temporarily we must reduce aid spending. But that does not obscure the fact, Mr. Speaker, that when it comes to our duty to the people of Yemen, we continue to step up to the plate. A contribution of £214 million for this financial year. There are very few other countries in the world, Mr. Speaker, that have such a record, that is setting such an example in spending and supporting the people of Yemen.
Keir Starmer.
This week, the government halved our international aid to Yemen. If this is what the Prime Minister thinks global Britain should look like, he should think again. And if he doesn't believe me, doesn't like it from me, or the UN Secretary-General, he should listen to his own MPs. Just this morning, the Conservative MP for Bournemouth East said, cutting support to starving children is not what global Britain should be about. It undermines the very idea of the UK as a nation to be respected on the global stage. And the Honourable Member for Sutton Coldfield said this was unconscionable. Will the Prime Minister now do the right thing and reconsider this urgently?
Mr. Speaker, I repeat, we've given £1 billion since the conflict began. We're in support of UN resolutions. This year, we're contributing another £214 million to support the people of Yemen. There are very few other countries in the world, Mr. Speaker, that have that kind of record. I think in these tough, straitened circumstances, bearing in mind the immense cost of the COVID epidemic that has affected our country, I think the people of this country should be very, very proud of what we are doing.
Keir Starmer.
Mr. Speaker, Britain should be a moral force for good in the world. But just as the US is stepping up, the UK is stepping back. If the Prime Minister and Chancellor are so determined to press ahead with their manifesto-breaking cuts to international aid, cutting the budget to 0.5%, they should at least put that to a vote in this House. Will he have the courage to do so?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are going to get on with our agenda of delivering for the people of this country and spending more than virtually any other country in the world. By the way, spending more still than virtually any other country in the G7 on aid. It's a record, I think, of which this country can be proud. Given the difficulties that this country faces, Mr. Speaker, I think that the people of this country will think that we've got our priorities right. He can't work out, Mr. Speaker, what his priorities are. 1 minute he's backing us on the roadmap. The next week he's turning his back on us. 1 week, well, he can't even address a question on the issues of the hour. He's going to have he could have asked anything about the coronavirus pandemic, Mr. Speaker. Instead, he's consecrated his questions. Entirely to the interests of the people of Yemen, Mr. Speaker. We are doing everything we can to support the people of Yemen, given the constraints that we face. We're getting on, Mr. Speaker, with a cautious but irreversible roadmap to freedom, which I hope that he will support. And very shortly, Mr. Speaker, you will be hearing a budget for recovery.
I think I already know most of it. Dr. Liam Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My right honourable friend will be aware that when devolution was established in Scotland, there was no separate Scottish civil service created. We have a UK civil service with UK ministerial oversight. Given the turmoil in Scottish politics, will he then confirm that any civil servants who feel pressurised to behave inappropriately have a mechanism to seek redress beyond the ministers to whom they are immediately answerable?
Of course, thank my right honourable friend. Of course, we will support all civil servants. By the way, I thank them for their work up and down the country that they've done throughout the pandemic. And I think everybody in this House would agree that now is the time, really, for our civil service to focus on working together to build back together, rather than build back better together, rather than on measures that might divide our country, Mr. Speaker.
Now come to the Leader of the SNP, Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I associate myself with the remarks of the Prime Minister on the terrible atrocity 3 years ago in the town of Salisbury? Mr. Speaker, the situation in Yemen has been called the world's worst humanitarian crisis. 100,000 people have been killed. 16.2 million are at risk of starvation. 2.3 million children, Prime Minister, are at death's door, facing acute malnutrition. The UK government's response isn't one of compassion. Instead, it is to impose cuts. That's what you're doing, Prime Minister. A 50% cut to international aid to Yemen, a move that the UN chief Antonio Guterres has described as a death sentence. Since the start of the war, the Tories have shamefully backed the Saudi regime through billions of pounds of arms sales and support, despite evidence of war crimes and of the targeting of civilians. Will the Prime Minister confirm that today's budget will force through the devastating cuts to international aid?
Mr. Speaker, I think anybody listening to this debate will have heard me say that this country, this government, in the last 5 years has given £1 billion to support the people of Yemen. I can tell him that on Monday, Mr. Speaker, in case he thinks there's any diminution of our efforts, on Monday we're going to provide cash support to 1.5 million of the most vulnerable Yemeni households, support 400 health clinics and treat 75,000 cases of severe malnutrition, Mr. Speaker. That is the continuing effort of the British people and the British government to help the people of Yemen.
In Blackford.
The reality, Mr. Speaker, is a 50% cut to Yemen aid at a time of a global pandemic. The coronavirus has hit poor and vulnerable countries the hardest, threatening decades of hard-won gains whilst exacerbating existing inequalities. During his leadership race, the Prime Minister made a commitment to stand by 0.7% for aid spending, a position he reaffirmed in June last year at that very dispatch box. What followed was yet another U-turn, another broken promise. Why is the Prime Minister breaking his own manifesto commitment? And why are his government breaking the promises they made to the world's poorest?
Hear, hear.
Mr. Speaker, I think most people in this country will know that the government has given £280 billion to support the people, the economy, the livelihoods, the businesses, up and down the whole of the United Kingdom. And that has, as you will hear from the Chancellor, Mr. Speaker, placed strains on our public finances. Meantime, we continue to do everything we possibly can to support the people of Yemen, including, by the way, through a massive vaccination programme to which the people of this country have contributed £548 million, the second biggest contributor in the world, Mr. Speaker.
Well,
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister will know from his time working in the Black Country how important our green spaces and green belt are. Will he make sure that Dudley Council and our Mayor Andy Street have the powers and the resources they need to ensure development is on brownfield rather than valuable green spaces, and make sure that local people's voices are clearly heard and taken into account, including where the proposed development is across local authority borders, like in the surrounding Greenbelt to Dudley South?
Indeed, Mr. Speaker, we will protect our green belt, our vital green belt, and which constitutes, I think, 12.4% of our land. But we can build our homes, as my honourable friend rightly suggests, 300,000 of them on brownfield sites across the country.
Let's head to Sir Geoffrey Donaldson. Sir Geoffrey.
Mr. Speaker, we are now in the third month of the Northern Ireland Protocol, and we're fast approaching the end of the 3-month grace period. And the Prime Minister will be aware of the disruption that the protocol is causing to trade between Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and the damage it's doing to the stability of the political institutions established under the Belfast Agreement. What action does the Prime Minister intend to take to deliver on his promise that he would protect Northern Ireland's position within the UK internal market and provide us with unfettered access to goods from Great Britain?
Mr. Speaker, the position of Northern Ireland within the UK internal market is rock solid and guaranteed. We are making sure that we underscore that with some temporary operational easings in order to protect the market in some areas, such as food supplies, pending further discussions with the EU. And as I've said, I think to the right honourable gentleman and his colleagues, we leave nothing off the table in order to ensure that we get this right.
Sarah Alberton.
Mr. Speaker, our British vaccine finished in Wockhardt in Wrexham has shown the globe exactly what the UK can achieve. In Wrexham, we have the Myler Hospital, Coleg Cambria, Glendower University and an industrial estate bristling with SMEs. We're close to the Midlands and the North West. Would the Prime Minister agree with me that now is the time for our young people to look at careers and aspire to careers in STEM and healthcare, and Wrexham is the hub that can take us forward?
My honourable friend is completely right. I thank her, by the way, again for her amazing service in the NHS in Wrexham and her returning to the front line. And actually, it was in Wrexham at Wockhardt that I met young female scientists, Mr. Speaker, who are helping to make the vaccine that is not only going to free our country, we hope, from the captivity of COVID, but help to liberate the entire world. It was wonderful to see it happening in Wrexham. We want to see many more young female scientists growing up in that part of the world.
Let's head to Graham Morris. Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask about an important domestic issue. The system of the property tax in England is broken. Council tax places an unfair burden on people living in the poorest communities without generating the revenues needed to fund local services. So does the Prime Minister agree that a proportional property tax, as proposed by the Fairer Share campaign, would create a transparent property taxation system, generate revenues local government needs, and ease the tax burden on hard-pressed families across the country, including in my constituency of Easington.
Mr. Speaker, with great respect to the honourable member, what the country needs are councillors that charge you less whilst delivering better services. And if you look across the country, you can see that it's overwhelmingly Conservative-run councils that do that, Mr. Speaker. The right honourable gentleman opposite laughs, and Mr. Speaker, Westminster, they kept council taxes low. In Camden, where he lives, it's 3 times as high. That's the difference, Mr. Speaker.
Sir David Evans.
Last Friday, my constituent, Mr. Luke Belfield, who was aged just 18, was stabbed to death just a few miles from his family home. This has been horrendous for his family and his friends who've been left behind, and my heart goes out to them all. What more does my right honourable friend think that the police, society and Parliament can do to make sure that there never will in the future be such senseless murders again?
Mr. Speaker, I sympathise very much with Luke's family and his friends, and there's nothing I can say to alleviate their loss. But what we are doing, Mr. Speaker, is recruiting many more police officers to fight crime, rolling up the county lines, drugs, gangs, wherever we can, and setting out plans to keep serious sexual and violent offenders behind bars for longer. And I can tell the House that we've now got 6,620 of our target extra 20,000 police already recruited.
Patrick Grady.
Mr. Speaker, we know that the Prime Minister is the proud leader of a British nationalist party, and he says that his no to another independence referendum in Scotland is final. So why are his colleagues in Scotland distributing leaflets that say a vote for the Tories is a vote to stop an independence referendum? If a vote for the British nationalist Tories in Scotland must be accepted as a legitimate vote against a referendum, surely a vote for the SNP in May must be respected as a mandate for putting Scotland's future in Scotland's hands.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to hear a sort of acceptance there that he's running a nationalist party. If that's what he was saying, because I'm afraid I agree with that. They're not in respect of the whole of this country. But I think most people will think it extraordinary that they're talking about another referendum. The Labour Chief Whip is nodding quite rightly when actually what the people of this country want to see is us working together as one united kingdom without further constitutional upheaval to get through the pandemic and build back better.
Sarah Brittle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I firstly just say how great it was to welcome my right honourable friend to Accrington last week, and I'm sure the Prime Minister will join me in thanking both the staff and pupils at Accrington Academy for making our visit such a welcoming one. As you'll know, Mr. Speaker, my constituency was at the heart of the first industrial revolution, and we're ready to lead in the new green industrial revolution and level up once and for all. So on that note, will my right honourable friend commit to supporting my campaign to rejuvenate our high streets and town centres across Hindburn and Haslingden?
Mr. Speaker, I congratulate my honourable friend on her campaign. It was great to be in Accrington, and I hope that she'll be hearing even more shortly from my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, about what we can do to support the Towns Fund and other measures to help Accrington and places across the whole country, Mr. Speaker.
We're now heading up to Amy Callaghan. Oh no, I do welcome back again. Good to see you. Amy Callaghan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank you and members across the House, including the Prime Minister, for your well wishes during my illness. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister had previously guaranteed there was no threat to the Erasmus scheme as a result of Brexit. We now know that charities such as Stand International in my constituency, who participate in the programme, are set to lose 96% of their funding as a result of the UK Government's decision to pull the plug on Erasmus+. Can the Prime Minister guarantee that charities will receive match funding under the new Turing scheme? And will he agree to meet with me and representatives from Stand International to ensure no young person in East Bartonshire gets left behind as a result of Brexit?
I'm sure I speak for everybody when I say how much I welcome the Honourable Lady back to PMQs. It's great to see her back, Mr. Speaker. And I do give her this assurance that I think the Turing scheme will be better and it will deliver exactly what she wants, because I think if there was a criticism of the Erasmus schemes, it tended to favour higher income households. We will do everything that we can with the Turing scheme to reach out to give opportunity to people from disadvantaged backgrounds. That is what we intend to do.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My right honourable friend has taken a strong personal interest in the tragic story of my constituent Harry Dunn. So can I ask him, will he please continue to do everything in his power to reassure Tim and Charlotte, Harry's parents, and all their family, that he will try to persuade President Biden to deliver justice for Harry?
I thank my right honourable friend, and she's completely right to continue to raise the case of Harry Dunn, and we sympathise deeply with his family. It's a case that we continue to raise at the highest level, and I know that my right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary, has only just raised it now with Tony Blinken, US Secretary of State.
Let's head to Beth Winter. Beth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rhondda Cynon-Taf, where my constituency of Cynarfalli is located, has the third highest COVID death rate in the UK, due mainly to inequality, poverty and chronic underfunding. This UK government has an appalling record on providing Wales with even a fair share of UK spending, let alone the funding needed to level up. 11 years of Tory austerity cuts destroyed the capacity of our public services to withstand the pandemic, and now he plans to bypass the democratic structures in Wales. My constituent Lyndon has a question for the Prime Minister. What will it take for him to stop ignoring the South Wales valleys?
Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid I disagree profoundly with the implication of what she is saying, and indeed with what her constituent Linda is by implication asking, because this government continues to give massive support through the Barnett formula and elsewhere. I think through Barnett alone it's £2.4 billion, and there is now more coming, Mr. Speaker, through the Levelling Up Fund and other means. And it's thanks to the UK government that the furlough scheme has supported 3,400 jobs in her constituency alone, Mr. Speaker, and that is one of the advantages of the United Kingdom.
Let's go to Andrew Bowie. Andrew.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Only this week, the government once again demonstrated its commitment to the energy industry, jobs in the northeast of Scotland as a whole, with over £30 million committed to creating a green energy transition zone and a global underwater hub. But would my right honourable friend therefore go further and support this most vital industry, vital to developing the energy technologies of the future, based, he will agree, in the greatest part of the country, transitioning to net zero with a long-awaited energy transition deal, which will help transform the oil capital of Europe into the green energy centre of the world?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I really congratulate my honourable friend on his last-minute lobbying. He's only got a few minutes to wait before he may hear something to his advantage.
Let's go to Carla Lockhart. Carla.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Prime Minister, in an interview with Sophie Ridge broadcast on the 8th of December 2019, you pledged there would be no checks on goods going from NI to GB or from GB to NI. While this has proven more challenging to deliver in practice, would you wish to take this opportunity to encourage ministers in Northern Ireland to do all they can?
Order. Unfortunately, I'm not responsible, and you is not something that we should be using.
My humble apologies. Can you make this an aspiration to reality and to ensure they act in accordance with Section 46 of the United Kingdom Internal Market Act 2020, which stresses the importance of facilitating the free flow of goods between Great Britain and Northern Ireland?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I certainly can do that. And as I said in answer to another right honourable gentleman from her party, we leave nothing off the table in order to make sure that we get that done. And there is unfettered access, NIGB and GBNI.
Let's head to Andrew Percy. Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has been a good friend of East Yorkshire and Northern Lincolnshire, and he will be aware that the Humber is the biggest trading estuary in the country and contains the UK's biggest port. So can I encourage him, therefore, to look at the Humber Freeport bid closely and also favourably, as it contains sites in Hull, Goole, Grimsby and the Scunthorpe Steelworks, which are really important for this region's future.
He's absolutely right, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend has mounted an excellent campaign, and the Chancellor, my honourable friend, the Chancellor, will be saying more about that a little shortly.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HS2 reduces journey times from Manchester Airport to London from 2 hours 24 minutes to 59 minutes. With the carbon capture that we would generate and the increased capacity to the West Coast Main Line, can I ask the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, what prevents governments from putting shovels in the ground in the north now?
Mr. Speaker, the answer to that is, as anybody knows who gets a project done on their home or wherever, if you start again midway through, I'm afraid you greatly multiply the cost, but we're going to go as fast as we possibly can.
Final question, Danny Kruger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The last time the UK hosted the G7 in 2013, the then Prime Minister launched the Social Impact Investment Task Force to catalyse a market for private capital seeking social outcomes as well as financial returns. And this country now leads the world in the development of financial innovations for public good. So will my right honourable friend confirm that the social investment tax relief, which was launched after that summit, will continue beyond April? And will he use this year's G7 to trumpet to the world the benefit of social investment, social enterprise and the social economy in general?
My honourable friend has long been a campaigner for the wonderful benefits of social enterprise. I visited some of his own, and if he just waits a little bit longer, he'll receive an update on social investment tax relief, Mr. Speaker.
I'm suspending the House for 3 minutes to enable the necessary arrangements for the next business to be made. Order.
Order! Order! Before I call the Chancellor of the Exchequer, I remind honourable members that copies of the budget resolutions will be available from the Vote Office in Members' Lobby upon the Chancellor's statement being finished, and of course, online. I also remind honourable members that interventions are not taken during the Chancellor's statement, nor during the replies of either the Leader of the Opposition or the Leader of the Scottish National Party. I also just mentioned that British Sign Language interpretation will continue until the end of the speech of the Leader of the Scottish National Party, and it's available to watch, quick advert here, on parliamentlive.tv. Mr. Chancellor of the Exchequer.
Madam Deputy Speaker, a year ago, in my first budget, I announced our initial response to coronavirus. What was originally thought to be a temporary disruption to our way of life has fundamentally altered it. People are still being told to stay in their homes. Businesses have been ordered to close. Thousands of people are in hospital. Much has changed, but one thing has stayed the same. I said I would do whatever it takes. I have done, and I will do so. We have announced over £280 billion of support, protecting jobs, keeping businesses afloat, helping families get by. Despite this unprecedented response, the damage coronavirus has done to our economy has been acute. Since March, over 700,000 people have lost their jobs. Our economy has shrunk by 10%, the largest fall in over 300 years. Our borrowing is the highest it has been outside of wartime. It's going to take this country and the whole world a long time to recover from this extraordinary economic situation. But we will recover. This budget meets the moment with a three-part plan to protect the jobs and livelihoods of the British people. First, we will continue doing whatever it takes to support the British people and businesses through this moment of crisis. Second, once we are on the way to recovery, we will need to begin fixing the public finances, and I want to be honest today about our plans to do that. And third, in today's budget, we begin the work of building our future economy. Madam Deputy Speaker, today's forecasts show that our response to coronavirus is working. The Prime Minister last week set out our cautious but irreversible roadmap to ease restrictions whilst protecting the British people. The NHS, deserving of immense praise, has had extraordinary success in vaccinating more than 20 million people across the United Kingdom. And combined with our economic response, one of the most comprehensive and generous in the world, this means the Office for Budget Responsibility are now forecasting, in their words, a swifter and more sustained recovery than they expected in November. The OBR now expect the economy to return to its pre-COVID level by the middle of next year, 6 months earlier than previously thought. That means growth is faster, unemployment lower, wages higher, investment higher, household incomes higher. But while our prospects are now stronger, coronavirus has done and is still doing profound damage. And today's forecasts make clear repairing the long-term damage will take time. The OBR still expect that in 5 years' time, because of coronavirus, our economy will be 3% smaller than it would have been. Before I share the detail of the OBR's forecast, let me thank Richard Hughes and his team for their work. The OBR forecast that our economy will grow this year by 4%, by 7.3% in 2022, then 1.7%, 1.6% and 1.7% in the last 3 years of the forecast. And the OBR have said that our interventions to support jobs have worked. In July last year, they expected unemployment to peak at 11.9%. Today, because of our interventions, they forecast a much lower peak, 6.5%. That means 1.8 million fewer people are expected to be out of work than previously thought. But every job lost is a tragedy, which is why protecting, creating, and supporting jobs remains my highest priority. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me turn straight away to the first part of this budget's plan to protect the jobs and livelihoods of the British people through the remaining phase of this crisis. First, the furlough scheme will be extended until the end of September. For employees, there will be no change to the terms. They will continue to receive 80% of their salary for hours not worked until the scheme ends. As businesses reopen, we will ask them to contribute alongside the taxpayer to the cost of paying their employees. Nothing will change until July, when we will ask for a small contribution of just 10% and 20% in August and September. The government is proud of the furlough, one of the most generous schemes in the world, effectively protecting millions of people's jobs and incomes. Second, support for the self-employed will also continue until September, with a fourth grant covering the period February to April and a fifth and final grant from May onwards. The fourth grant will provide 3 months of support at 80% of average trading profits. For the fifth grant, people will continue to receive grants worth 3 months of average profits, with the system open for claims from late July. But as the economy reopens over the summer, it is fair to target our support towards those most affected by the pandemic. So people whose turnover has fallen by 30% or more will continue to receive the full 80% grant. People whose turnover has fallen by less than 30% will therefore have less need of taxpayer support and will receive a 30% grant. And I can also announce a major improvement in access to the self-employed scheme. When the scheme was launched, the newly self-employed couldn't qualify because they hadn't all filed the 1920 tax return. But as the tax return deadline has now passed, I can announce today that provided they filed a tax return by midnight last night, over 600,000 more people, many of whom became self-employed last year, can now claim the fourth and fifth grants. Over the course of this crisis, we will have spent £33 billion supporting the self-employed, one of the most generous programmes for self-employed people anywhere in the world. Third, we're also extending our support for the lowest paid and most vulnerable. To support low-income households, the universal credit uplift of £20 a week will continue for a further 6 months, well beyond the end of this national lockdown. We'll provide working tax credit claimants with equivalent support for the next 6 months. And because of the way that system works operationally, we will need to do so with a one-off payment of £500. And over the course of this year, as the economy begins to recover, we are shifting our resources and focus towards getting people into decent, well-paid jobs. We reaffirm our commitment to end low pay, increasing the national living wage to £8.91 from April, an annual pay rise of almost £350 for someone working full-time on the national living wage. And my right honourable friends, the Education Secretary and the Work and Pension Secretary are taking action to give people the skills they need to get jobs or get better jobs. The Restart programme, supporting over 1 million long-term unemployed people. The number of work coaches doubled. The Kickstart scheme, funding high-quality jobs for over 250,000 young people. The Prime Minister's Lifetime Skills Guarantee, giving every adult the opportunity for a fully funded Level 3 qualification. And we want businesses to hire new apprentices, so we're paying them more to do it. Today, I am doubling the incentive payments we give businesses to £3,000. That's for all new apprentice hires of any age. Alongside investing £126 million of new money to triple the number of traineeships, we're taking what works to get people into jobs and making it better. Madam Deputy Speaker, one of the hidden tragedies of lockdown has been the increase in domestic abuse. So I'm announcing today an extra £19 million on top of the £125 million we announced at the spending review for domestic violence programmes to reduce the risk of reoffending and to pilot a network of respite rooms to provide specialist support for vulnerable homeless women. To recognise the sacrifices made by so many women and men in the armed forces community, I'm providing an additional £10 million to support veterans with mental health needs. And on current plans, the funding to support survivors of the thalidomide scandal runs out in 2023. They deserve better than to have constant uncertainty about the future costs of their care. So not only will I extend this funding with an initial down payment of around £40 million, I am today announcing a lifetime commitment guaranteeing funding forever. And let me thank the Thalidomide Trust and the Honourable Member for North Dorset for their leadership on this important issue. As well as supporting people's jobs, incomes, the lowest paid and most vulnerable, this budget also protects businesses. We've been providing businesses with direct cash grants through the recent restrictions. These grants come to an end in March. I can announce today that we will provide a new Restart grant in April to help businesses reopen and get going again. Non-essential retail businesses will open first, so they will receive grants of up to £6,000 per premises. Hospitality and leisure businesses, including personal care and gyms, will open later or be more impacted by restrictions when they do, so we'll give them grants of up to £18,000. That's £5 billion of new grants, on top of the £20 billion we've already provided, taking our direct total cash support to business to £25 billion. And I pay tribute to my right honourable friend, the member for Romsey and Southampton North, for highlighting the particular needs of the personal care sector. And with my right honourable friend, the Culture Secretary, we're making available £700 million to support our incredible arts, culture and sporting institutions as they reopen. Backing the UK and Ireland's joint 2030 World Cup bid, launching a new approach to apprenticeships in the creative industries, and extending our £500 million film and TV production restart scheme. Even with the new restart grants, some businesses will also need loans to see them through. As the Bounce Back Loan and CBILS programmes come to an end, we're introducing a new recovery loan scheme to take their place. Businesses of any size can apply for loans from £25,000 up to £10 million through to the end of this year. And the government will provide a guarantee to lenders of 80%. Last year, we provided an unprecedented 100% business rates holiday in England for all eligible businesses in the retail, hospitality and leisure sectors. A tax cut worth £10 billion. This year, we'll continue with the 100% business rates holiday for the first 3 months of the year, in other words, through to the end of June. For the remaining 9 months of the year, business rates will still be discounted by 2/3, up to a value of £2 million for closed businesses, with a lower cap for those who have been able to stay open. A £6 billion tax cut for business. One of the hardest hit sectors has been hospitality and tourism. 150,000 businesses that employ over 2.4 million people need our support. To protect those jobs, I can confirm that the 5% reduced rate of VAT will be extended for 6 months to the 30th of September. And even then, we won't go straight back to the 20% rate. We'll have an interim rate of 12.5% for another 6 months, not returning to the standard rate until April of next year. In total, we're cutting VAT next year by almost £5 billion. Madam Deputy Speaker, the housing sector supports over 500,000 jobs. The cut in stamp duty I announced last summer has helped hundreds of thousands of people buy a home and supported the economy at a critical time. But due to the sheer volume of transactions we're seeing, many new purchases won't complete in time for the end of March. So I can announce today the £500,000 nil rate band will not end on the 31st of March, it will end on the 30th of June. Then, to smooth the transition back to normal, the nil rate band will be £250,000, double its standard level, until the end of September, and we will only return to the usual level of £125,000 from October the 1st. Even with the stamp duty cut, there is still a significant barrier to people getting on the housing ladder, the cost of a deposit. So I'm announcing today a new policy to stand behind home buyers, a mortgage guarantee. Lenders who provide mortgages to home buyers who can only afford a 5% deposit will benefit from a government guarantee on those mortgages. And I'm pleased to say that several of the country's largest lenders, including Lloyds, NatWest, Santander, Barclays and HSBC, will be offering these 95% mortgages from next month. And I know more, including Virgin Money, will follow shortly after. A policy that gives people who can't afford a big deposit the chance to buy their own home. As the Prime Minister has said, we want to turn generation rent into generation buy. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, the furlough extended to September. Self-employed grants extended to September. Universal credit uplift extended to September. More money to tackle domestic violence. Bigger incentives to hire apprentices. Higher grants to struggling businesses. Extra funds for culture, arts and sport. New loan schemes to finance businesses. Kickstart, restart, a lifetime skills guarantee. Business rates cut. VAT cut, stamp duty cut, and a new mortgage guarantee, the first part of a budget that protects the jobs and livelihoods of the British people. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, as you can see, we're going long, extending our support well beyond the end of the roadmap to accommodate even the most cautious view about the time it might take to exit the restrictions. Let me summarise for the House the scale of our total fiscal response to coronavirus. At this budget, we are announcing an additional £65 billion of measures over this year and next to support the economy in response to coronavirus. Taking into account the significant support announced at the spending review, this means our total COVID support package this year and next is £352 billion. And once you include the measures announced at spring budget last year, including the step change in capital investment, total fiscal support from this government over this year and next amounts to £407 billion. Coronavirus has caused one of the largest, most comprehensive and sustained economic shocks this country has ever faced. And by any objective analysis, this government has delivered one of the largest, most comprehensive and sustained responses this country has ever seen. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, we're using the full measure of our fiscal firepower to protect the jobs and livelihoods of the British people. But the damage done by coronavirus, combined with a level of support unimaginable only 12 months ago, has created huge challenges for our public finances. The OBR's fiscal forecasts show that this year we have borrowed a record amount, £355 billion. That's 17% of our national income, the highest level of borrowing since World War II. Next year, as we continue our unprecedented response to this crisis, borrowing is forecast to be £234 billion, 10.3% of GDP, an amount so large it has only one rival in recent history, this year. Without corrective action, borrowing would continue at very high levels, leaving underlying debt rising indefinitely. Instead, because of the steps I am taking today, borrowing falls to 4.5% of GDP in 22-23, 3.5% in 23-24, then 2.9% and 2.8% in the following 2 years. And while underlying debt rises from 88.8% of GDP this year to 93.8% next year, it then peaks at 97.1% in 23-24 before stabilising and falling slightly to 97% and 96.8% in the final 2 years of the forecast. Let me explain why this matters. The amount we've borrowed is comparable only with the amount we borrowed during the 2 world wars. It's going to be the work of many governments over many decades to pay it back. Just as it would be irresponsible to withdraw support too soon, it would also be irresponsible to allow our future borrowing and debt to rise unchecked. When crises come, we need to be able to act, and we need the fiscal freedom to act. A freedom that you only have if you start with public finances in a good and strong place. The only reason we have been able to respond as boldly as we have to COVID is because 10 years of Conservative governments painstakingly rebuilt our fiscal resilience. When the next crisis comes, we need to be able to act again. And while our borrowing costs are affordable right now, interest rates and inflation may not stay low forever, and just a 1 percentage point increase in both would now cost us over £25 billion. And as we have seen in the markets over the last few weeks, sovereign bond yields can rise sharply. This budget is not the time to set detailed fiscal rules with precise targets and dates to achieve them by. I don't believe that would be sensible. But I do want to be honest about what I mean by sustainable public finances and how I plan to achieve them. Our fiscal decisions are guided by 3 principles. First, while it is right to help people and businesses through an acute crisis like this one, in normal times, the state should not be borrowing to pay for everyday public spending. Second, over the medium term, we cannot allow our debt to keep rising. And given how high our debt now is, we need to pay close attention to its affordability. And third, it is sensible to take advantage of lower interest rates to invest in capital projects that can drive our future growth. So the question is, how we achieve that, how we balance the extraordinary support we are providing to the economy right now with the need to begin the work of fixing our public finances. I have and always will be honest with the country about the challenges we face. So I'm announcing today 2 measures to begin that work. Let me take each in turn. Madam Deputy Speaker, our response to coronavirus has been fair, with the poorest households benefiting the most from our interventions. And our approach to fixing the public finances will be fair too, asking more of those people and businesses who can afford to contribute and protecting those who cannot. So this government is not going to raise the rates of income tax, national insurance or VAT. Instead, our first step is to freeze personal tax thresholds. We've nearly doubled the income tax personal allowance over the last decade, making it the most generous of any G20 country. We will, of course, deliver our promise to increase it again next year to £12,570, but we will then keep it at this more generous level until April 2026. The higher rate threshold will similarly be increased next year to £50,270 and will then also remain at that level for the same period. Nobody's take-home pay will be less than it is now as a result of this policy. But I want to be clear with all members that this policy does remove the incremental benefit created had thresholds continued to increase with inflation. We are not hiding it. I am here explaining it to the House, and it is in the budget document in black and white. It is a tax policy that is progressive and fair. And I will also maintain at their current levels until April 2026 the inheritance tax thresholds, the pensions lifetime allowance, the annual exempt amount in capital gains tax, and for 2 years from April 2022 the VAT registration threshold, which at £85,000 will remain more than twice as generous as the EU and OECD averages. We'll also tackle fraud in our COVID schemes with £100 million to set up a new HMRC task force of around 1,000 investigators, as well as new measures and new investment in HMRC to clamp down on tax avoidance and evasion. The full details are set out in the Red Book. Madam Deputy Speaker, the government is providing businesses with over £100 billion of support to get through this pandemic. So it is fair and necessary to ask them to contribute to our recovery. So the second step I am taking today is that in 2023, the rate of corporation tax paid on company profits will increase to 25%. Even after this change, the United Kingdom will still have the lowest corporation tax rate in the G7, lower than the United States, Canada, Italy, Japan, Germany, and France. We're also introducing some crucial protections. First, this new higher rate won't take effect until April 2023, well after the point when the OBR expect the economy to have recovered. And even then, because corporation tax is only charged on company profits, any struggling business will, by definition, be unaffected. Second, I'm protecting small businesses with profits of £50,000 or less by creating a small profits rate, maintained at the current rate of 19%. This means around 70% of companies, 1.4 million businesses, will be completely unaffected. And third, we will introduce a taper above 50,000 so that only businesses with profits of £250,000 or greater will be taxed at the full 25% rate. That means only 10% of companies will pay the full higher rate. So yes, it's a tax rise on company profits, but only on the larger, more profitable companies, and only in 2 years' time. And I wanted to announce this now because I think for business, certainty matters. For the next 2 years, I'm also making the tax treatment of losses significantly more generous by allowing businesses to carry back losses of up to £2 million for 3 years, providing a significant cash flow benefit. This means companies can now claim additional tax refunds of up to £760,000. And because of the current 8% bank surcharge, the implied overall tax rate for banks would be too high. So we will review the surcharge to make sure the combined rate of tax on the UK banking sector doesn't increase significantly from its current level, and to make sure this important industry remains internationally competitive. Madam Deputy Speaker, these are significant decisions to have taken. Decisions no Chancellor wants to make. I recognise they might not be popular, but they are honest. And let's consider the alternatives. The first is to do nothing, to leave our deficit problem untreated, our debt problem for someone else in the future to deal with. That has never been the way of a Conservative government, and nor do I believe it can be the way of a responsible Chancellor. Another alternative would be to try and find all the savings we need from public spending. But when we said at the last election that we were the party of public services, people believed us, and they were right to believe us. And when we said we'd be the party that invests in new infrastructure, they were right to believe that too. The only other alternative would be to increase the rates of tax on working people. But I don't believe that would be right either. So I believe our approach, while bold, is compatible with our duty as a fiscally responsible and business-friendly government. This is the right choice, and I am confident it will command public assent. I have one final announcement on business tax. With the lowest corporation tax in the G7 and a new small profits rate, the UK will have a pro-business tax regime. But we need to do even more to encourage businesses to invest right now. Business investment creates jobs, lifts growth, spurs innovation and drives productivity. For decades, we've lagged behind our international peers. Right now, while many businesses are struggling, others have been able to build up significant cash reserves. We need to unlock that investment. We need an investment-led recovery. So today, I can announce the super deduction. For the next 2 years, when companies invest, they can reduce their tax bill, not just by a proportion of the cost of that investment as they do now, or even by 100% of their cost, the so-called full expensing that some have called for. With the super deduction, they can now reduce their tax bill by 130% of the cost. Let me give the House an example. Under the existing rules, a construction firm buying £10 million of new equipment could reduce their taxable income in the year they invest by just £2.6 million. With the super deduction, they can now reduce it by £13 million. We've never tried this before in our country. The OBR have said it will boost business investment by 10%, around £20 billion more per year. It makes our tax regime for business investment truly world-leading, lifting us from 30th in the OECD to 1st. And worth £25 billion during the 2 years it is in place, this will be the biggest business tax cut in modern British history. Bold, unprecedented action to get companies investing, creating jobs and driving our economic recovery. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me now turn to duties. This is a tough time for hospitality, so I can confirm that the planned increases in duties for spirits like Scotch whisky, wine, cider and beer will all be cancelled. All alcohol duties frozen for the second year in a row, only the third time in 2 decades. And right now, to keep the cost of living low, I'm not prepared to increase the cost of a tank of fuel. So the planned increase in fuel duty is also cancelled. Madam Deputy Speaker, this budget protects the jobs and livelihoods of the British people. This budget is honest about the challenges facing our public finances and how we will begin to fix them. And this budget does one other thing. It lays the foundations of our future economy, the third part of our plan. If we want a better future economy, we have to make it happen. We have to do things that have never been done before. The world is not going to be any less competitive after coronavirus. So it's not enough to have some general desire to grow the economy. We need a real commitment to green growth. It's not enough to have some general desire to increase productivity. We need a real commitment to give every business, large or small, the opportunity to grow, innovate and succeed. It's not enough to have a general desire to create jobs. We need a real commitment to create jobs where people are and change the economic geography of this country. And we can't strengthen our domestic economy without remaining a global, outward-looking nation. This future economy won't be created in any one budget, but today we lay the foundations. Madam Deputy Speaker, our future economy needs investment in green industries across the United Kingdom. So I can announce today the first ever UK infrastructure bank. Located in Leeds, the bank will invest across the UK in public and private projects to finance the green industrial revolution. Beginning this spring, it will have an initial capitalisation of £12 billion, and we expect it to support at least £40 billion of total investment in infrastructure. And I know my right honourable friend, the member for Pudsey, will particularly welcome the location of this new institution. Offshore wind is an innovative industry where the UK already has a global competitive advantage. So we're funding new port infrastructure to build the next generation of offshore wind projects in Teesside and Humberside. And in November, I announced we would launch a world-leading sovereign green bond. Today, we're going further, announcing a new retail savings product to give all UK savers the chance to support green projects, as my right honourable friend, the member for North East Bedfordshire, has campaigned for. We've also asked Dame Clara First to establish a new group to position the city as the global leader for voluntary, high-quality carbon offset markets, and underpinning all of this will be an updated monetary policy remit for the Bank of England. It reaffirms their 2% target, but now it will also reflect the importance of environmental sustainability and the transition to net zero. Madam Deputy Speaker, our future economy will also address our productivity problem and support small business. Too often, smaller firms don't have the time or resources to acquire the extra skills and training they need to be more efficient, more digital and more productive. Thanks to Be the Business, we have made a good start at supporting these firms. Today, the Business Secretary and I are going further with a new set of UK-wide schemes, Help to Grow. First, Help to Grow management will help tens of thousands of small and medium-sized businesses get world-class management training. Dozens of business schools across the UK will offer a new executive development programme with mentoring and peer learning, and government will contribute 90% of the cost. A real commitment to learn more, make more, and earn more. Second, Help to Grow digital. With the pandemic, many businesses have moved online. This has been a challenge, but we want to turn it into an opportunity. We're going to help small businesses develop digital skills by giving them free expert training and a 50% discount on new productivity-enhancing software worth up to £5,000 each. Both programmes will commence by the autumn, and I'd urge interested businesses to register today on gov.uk/help to grow. A real commitment to help over 100,000 businesses become more innovative, more competitive, and more profitable. Madam Deputy Speaker, a future economy requires us to be at the forefront of the next scientific and technological revolutions. Becoming a scientific superpower is something we can be. I don't think that's hubristic or unrealistic. Our incredible vaccination programme has shown the world what this country is capable of. So I'm providing an extra £1.6 billion today to continue the rollout and improve our future preparedness. And I want to make the UK the best place in the world for high-growth, innovative companies. So I'm launching 2 wide-ranging consultations today to make sure our research and development tax reliefs and our enterprise management incentives are internationally competitive. And my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, knows that a scientific superpower needs scientific superstars. So together we're announcing ambitious visa reforms aimed at highly skilled migrants, including a new unsponsored points-based visa to attract the best and most promising international talent in science, research and tech, new improved visa processes for scale-ups and entrepreneurs, and radically simplified bureaucracy for high-skill visa applications. Now, as well as support for innovation and access to talent, high-growth firms need access to capital. To do that, we're taking steps to give the pensions industry more flexibility to unlock billions of pounds from pension funds into innovative new ventures, launching a new future fund breakthrough to help fill the scale-up funding gap, and changing the rules to encourage more companies to list here. Let me thank Lord Hill for leading this landmark review. The FCA will be consulting on his proposals very shortly. Madam Deputy Speaker, our future economy depends on remaining a united kingdom. Millions of families and businesses in Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland have contributed to and benefited from our coronavirus response. And central to that has been a Treasury that acts for the whole United Kingdom. That's not a political point, it's an undeniable truth. The majority of today's budget measures will apply directly to people in all 4 nations of the United Kingdom. And I'm taking further specific steps with 3 accelerated Scottish city and growth deals in Ayrshire, Argyll and Bute and Falkirk, 3 more in North Wales, Mid Wales and Swansea Bay, and funding for the Holyhead Hydrogen Hub, the Global Centre of Rail Excellence in Neath-Port Talbot, the Aberdeen Energy Transition Zone, as well as the Global Underwater Hub and North Sea Transition Deal, along with the first allocations of the £400 million new deal for Northern Ireland. And through the Barnett formula, the decisions I'm taking in this budget also increase the funding for the devolved administrations by £1.2 billion in Scotland, £740 million in Wales, and £410 million for the Northern Ireland Executive. And Madam Deputy Speaker, our future economy demands a different economic geography. If we are serious about wanting to level up, that starts with the institutions of economic power. Few institutions are more powerful than the one I am enormously privileged to lead, the Treasury. Along with the other critical economic departments, including BEIS, DIT and MHCLG, we will establish a new economic campus in Darlington. And I know my honourable friend, the member for Darlington, will particularly welcome this announcement. Redrawing our economic map means rebalancing our economic investment. I have already revised the Treasury's Green Book and set out the highest sustained levels of public investment across the UK since the 1970s. But we can go further. I am announcing today over £1 billion for 45 new towns deals, from Castleford to Clay Cross, Rochdale to Rowley Regis, and Whitby to Wolverhampton. And let me pay tribute to local leaders like the brilliant Mayor for the West Midlands, Andy Street, who are making the case for investment in their area. We're also creating a £150 million fund to help communities across the UK take ownership of pubs, theatres, shops, or local sports clubs at risk of loss, putting more power in the hands of local people. And I'm launching the first round of the Levelling Up Fund today, inviting applications from local areas across the United Kingdom. And I'm grateful to my right honourable friends, the Transport Secretary and the Community Secretary, for their support on this crucial initiative. Madam Deputy Speaker, I have one final announcement that exemplifies the future economy. A policy on a scale we've never done before, a policy to bring investment, trade, and most importantly, jobs right across this country, to replace the industries of the past with green, innovative, fast-growing new businesses, to encourage free trade and reinforce our position as an outward-looking trading nation open to the world, a policy we can now only pursue now that we are out of the European Union. Free ports. Free ports are special economic zones with different rules to make it easier and cheaper to do business. They're well established internationally, but we're taking a unique approach. Our free ports will have simpler planning to allow businesses to build, infrastructure funding to improve transport links, cheaper customs with favourable tariffs, VAT or duties, and lower taxes with tax breaks to encourage construction, private investment and job creation. An unprecedented economic boost across the United Kingdom. Free ports will be a truly UK-wide policy, and we will work constructively with the Scottish, Welsh and Northern Irish administrations. Today, I can announce the 8 free port locations in England. East Midlands Airport, Felixstowe and Harwich, Humber, Liverpool City Region, Plymouth, Solent, Thames and Teesside. 8 new free ports in 8 English regions, unlocking billions of pounds of private sector investment, generating trade and jobs up and down the country. I commend members from across the House for their campaigning, but in particular the honourable members for Redcar, Cleethorpes and Great Grimsby, as well as inspiring local leaders like Ben Houchin, the Mayor for Tees Valley. Madam Deputy Speaker, let's take just one of those places, Teesside. In the past, it was known for its success in industries like steel. Now, when I look to the future of Teesside, I see old industrial sites being used to capture and store carbon, vaccines being manufactured, offshore wind turbines creating clean energy for the rest of the country, all located within a free port with a treasury just down the road and the UK Infrastructure Bank only an hour away. I see innovative, fast-growing businesses hiring local people into decent, well-paid green jobs. I see people designing, manufacturing and exporting incredible new products and services. I see people putting down roots in places they are proud to call home. I see a people optimistic and ambitious for their future. That, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the future economy of this country. And so, whilst this last year has been a test unlike any other, that which we are, we are. The fundamentals of our character as a people have not changed. Still determined, still generous, still fair. That's what got us through the last year. It's what will guide us through the next decade and beyond. This time last year, we set out to deliver on the promises we made to the British people. But the most important promise was implicit and in truth is made by every government, irrespective of their politics. And that is to do what must be done when the danger is imminent and when no one else can. Today, we set out a plan to protect the jobs and livelihoods of the British people. But the promises that underpin that plan remain unchanged from those we pledged ourselves to 12 long months ago. To unite and lead, to level up, to create a world-class education system, to keep our streets safe, to keep our NHS strong, to support the most vulnerable, to reform and improve public services, to grow the economy, to spread prosperity, to extend the awesome power of opportunity to all corners of the United Kingdom, and yes, to be honest and fair in all that we do. Madam Deputy Speaker, an important moment is upon us. A moment of challenge and of change. Of difficulties, yes, but of possibilities too. This is a budget that meets that moment, and I commend it to the House.
I thank the Chancellor of the Exchequer for his budget statement, and just before I call the Leader of the Opposition, there are a few immediate items to be dealt with. Under Standing Order number 51, the first motion, entitled Provisional Collection of Taxes, must be decided without debate. Will the Chancellor of the Exchequer please move it formally?
Beg to move.
The question is that, pursuant to Section 5 of the Provisional Collection of Taxes Act 1968, provisional statutory effect shall be given to the following motions. Repeal of provisions relating to the Interest and Royalties Directive, motion number 31. Stamp duty, land tax, housing cooperatives, etc., motion number 44. Annual tax on enveloped dwellings, housing cooperatives, motion number 45. Customs duty, removal of steel to Northern Ireland, motion number 52. As matters that opinion, say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. So we now come to the motion entitled Income Tax Charge. It's on this motion that the debate will take place today and on the succeeding days. The questions on this motion and on the remaining motions will be put at the end of the budget debate on Tuesday, the 9th of March. I call the Chancellor of the Exchequer to move the motion formally.
I beg to move.
The question is that income tax is charged for the tax year 2021 to 22, and it is declared that it is expedient in the public interest that this resolution should have statutory effect under the provisions of the Provisional Collection of Taxes Act 1968. I call the Leader of the Opposition, Sir Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. After 11 months in this job, it's nice finally to be standing opposite the person actually making decisions in this government. The trouble is, it's those decisions that have left us with the mess we find today. The worst economic crisis of any major economy in the last 12 months. Unemployment at 5%, and as the Chancellor said, forecast to rise to 6.5%. debt at over £2 trillion. I'm sure this budget will look better on Instagram. In fact, this week's PR video cost the taxpayer so much I was half expecting to see a line in the OBR forecast for it. But even the Chancellor's film crew will struggle to put a positive spin on this. After the decisions of the last year and the decade of neglect, we needed a budget to fix the foundations of our economy, to reward our key workers, to protect the NHS and to build a more secure and prosperous economy for the future. Instead, what we got was a budget that papered over the cracks rather than rebuilding the foundations. A budget that shows the government doesn't understand what went wrong in the last decade or what's needed in the next. The Chancellor may think that this is time for a victory lap, but I'm afraid this budget won't feel so good for the millions of key workers who are having their pay frozen, for the businesses swamped by debt, and the families paying more in council tax, and the millions of people who are out of work or worried about losing their job. And although the Chancellor spoke for almost an hour, we heard nothing about a long-term plan to fix social care. The Chancellor may have forgotten about it, but the Labour Party never will. The British people will rightly ask, why has Britain suffered a worse economic crisis than any major economy? The answer is staring us in the face. First, the Chancellor's decisions in the last year. This is the Chancellor who blocked a circuit break in September. Ignoring the science, he told the British people to live with coronavirus and live without fear. A few weeks later, we were forced into an even longer and more painful lockdown. Whatever spin the Chancellor tries to put on the figures today, as a result of his decisions, we've suffered deeper economic damage and much worse outcomes. And Madam Deputy Speaker, that is nothing compared with the decade of political choices that meant that Britain went into this crisis with an economy built on insecurity and inequality. The Chancellor referred to the last 10 years. We've got an economy as a result of those 10 years with 3.6 million people in insecure work, where wages stagnated for a decade, over 4 million children living in poverty. And critically, we went into this crisis with 100,000 unfilled posts in the NHS and where social care was ignored and underfunded for a decade. Members opposite voted for all of that. Today's budget doesn't even recognise that, let alone rectify it. It's clear the Chancellor is now betting on a recovery fuelled by a consumer spending blitz. In fairness, if my next-door neighbour was spending tens of thousands of pounds redecorating their flat, I'd probably do the same. But the central problem in our economy is a deep-rooted insecurity and inequality. And this budget isn't the answer to that. The Chancellor barely mentioned inequality, let alone tried to address it. So rather than the big transformative budget we needed, this budget simply papers over the cracks. If this had been a budget for the long term, it would have had a plan to protect our NHS, a plan to fix social care. And I can tell you this, a Labour budget would have had the NHS and care homes front and centre. But this budget is almost silent on those questions. If this had been a budget to rebuild the foundations, it would have fixed our broken social security system. Instead, the Chancellor has been dragged, kicking and screaming, to extend the £20 uplift in universal credit, but only for a few months, once again deferring the problem. As a result, insecurity and the threat of losing £1,000 a year still hang over 6 million families. They ask what we'd do. What we would do, we would keep the uplift until a new, fairer system can be put in place. If this budget was serious about rebuilding our shattered economy, it would have included a credible plan to tackle unemployment. The Chancellor said very little about the Kickstart scheme. No doubt because the Prime Minister says rubbish. That's no doubt because the Kickstart scheme is only helping 1 in 100 eligible young people. Rubbish is the right word, Prime Minister. In 6 months, it supported just 2,000 young people. Yet youth unemployment is set to reach 1 million. Like so much of this budget, the Chancellor's offer is nowhere near the scale of the task. And of course, the biggest challenge this country is the climate emergency. The Chancellor just talked up his green credentials, but his budget stops way short of what was needed or what's happening in other countries. This budget should have included a major green stimulus, bringing forward billions of pounds of investment to create new jobs and new green infrastructure. Instead, the government is trying to build a new coal mine, which we now learn might not even work for British Steel. If anything sums up this government's commitment to a green recovery and jobs for the future, it's building a coal mine we can't even use. If the government was serious about tackling insecurity and those most at risk from COVID, this budget would have fixed the broken system of statutory sick pay and, at the very least, filled the glaring holes in isolation payments. This isn't difficult to fix. The government should just make the £500 isolation payment available to everyone who needs it. That would be money well spent, and a year into the pandemic, it's a disgrace that it's not. If the government was serious about fixing the broken housing market, it would have announced plans for a new generation of genuinely affordable council houses. Instead, 230,000 council homes have been lost since 2010. Yet the Chancellor focused today on returning to subsidising 95% of mortgages. Now, I know what you're thinking. I've heard that somewhere before. Maybe it was because the Prime Minister announced it 5 months ago in his conference speech. No, I don't think anybody heard that. I remember now, it's what Osborne and Cameron came up with in 2013. And what did that do? It fuelled a housing bubble, it pushed up prices, and made owning a home more difficult. So much for Generation Buy. I've been saying for weeks that this budget will go back. I didn't expect the Chancellor to lift a failed policy from 8 years ago. This budget fell far short of the transformative change we needed to turbocharge our recovery for the decades to come. There was no credible plan to ease the burden of debt hanging over so many businesses. This is estimated at £70 billion. This budget asks businesses to start paying that money back, whether they're profitable or not. That affects millions of businesses. It will hold back growth because businesses will have to pay back money they never wanted to borrow instead of being able to invest in their futures and create jobs in their local areas. It's both unfair and economically illiterate. This budget also fell far short of what was needed to support the self-employed and freelancers, unless, of course, you're one of the Chancellor's photographers. After a year of inaction, we'll look at the details of what the Chancellor announced. But it certainly looks like, from the figure of 600,000 that he mentioned, that millions will still be left out in the cold. The Chancellor's one nominally long-term policy was his references to levelling up. But what does that actually look like? It's not the transformative shift in power, wealth and resources we need to rebalance our economy. It's not the bold, long-term plan we need to upskill our economy, to tackle educational attainment or to raise life expectancy. It certainly isn't a plan to focus government resources on preventative services and early years. For the Chancellor, levelling up seems to mean moving some parts of the Treasury to Darlington, creating a few free ports, and re-announcing funding. That isn't levelling up, it's giving up. And instead of putting blind faith in free ports, the Chancellor would be better served making sure that government's Brexit deal actually works for Britain's manufacturers, who now face more red tape when they were promised less, for our financial services, still waiting for the Chancellor to make good on his promises, for the small businesses and fishing communities whose goods and produce are now left unsold in warehouses, and for our artists and performers who just want to be able to tour. Turning to other parts of the statement, we'll wait for the detail about the so-called super deduction, but it's unlikely to make up for the 10 years when the levels of private investment growth have trailed so many other countries. Of course, we welcome the creation of the National Infrastructure Bank, something we've called for years, although it would have been better if the government hadn't sold off the Green Investment Bank in the first place. We also welcome the introduction of green saving bonds. I have to say, what a good idea it is to introduce a new set of recovery bonds. The trouble is that the scale of what the Chancellor announced today is nowhere near ambitious enough. And the long overdue commitments to extend furlough, business rate relief, and the VAT cut on hospitality are welcome. But there is no excuse for holding the announcement of this support back until today. And of course, we'll look at the detail. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, there are very few silver linings in this budget. The IMF and the OECD have said now isn't the time for tax rises. We're in the middle of a once-in-300-year crisis. Our economy is still shut. Our businesses are on life support. So it's right that corporation tax isn't rising this year or next. Of course, in the long run, corporation tax should go up. The decade-long corporation tax experiment by this government has failed. But no taxes should have been raised in the teeth of this economic crisis. So it's extraordinary that the Chancellor is ploughing ahead with a £2 billion council tax rise affecting households across the country. So why is he doing that? Why is he doing that when every economist would tell him not to do it? Perhaps we find the answer in this week's Sunday Times. Rishi's argument, let's do all this now, far away from the election as possible. Or the Telegraph on the 27th of January. Raising taxes now means that they can be reduced ahead of the next election, Sunak tells MPs. Or the Mail in September. Sunak to hike taxes and lower them before the election. Let me be crystal clear. The proper basis for making tax decisions is the economic cycle, not the electoral cycle. Madam Deputy Speaker, behind the spin, the videos and the photo ops, we all know the Chancellor doesn't believe in an active and enterprising government. We know he's itching to get back to his free market principles and to pull away support as quickly as he can. One day these restrictions will end. One day we'll all be able to take our masks off, and so will the Chancellor. And then you'll see who he really is. And this budget sets it up perfectly, because this is a budget that didn't even attempt to rebuild the foundations of our economy or to secure the country's long-term prosperity. Instead, it did the job the Chancellor always intended, a quick fix, papering over the cracks. The party opposite spent a decade weakening the foundations of our economy. Now they pretend they can rebuild it. But the truth is, they won't confront what went wrong in the past, and they have no plan for the future. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. We now go by video link to the Chairman of the Treasury Select Committee, Mel Stride.
Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you. And I broadly welcome this budget. I say that also aware that the devil is always in the detail of budgets, and we very much look forward to welcoming my right honourable friend to the Treasury Select Committee on Thursday of next week to look at that detail in more detail. I totally applaud the measures that the Chancellor has taken in extending the bridge of support, the bridge between the crisis to the recovery. I think the measures he has taken around furlough, around support for the self-employed, the extension of the VAT reduction, business rates relief, etc. All of that is most welcome. I also very much welcome, as I and the Treasury Select Committee have been pressing for some time, the targeting elements that my right honourable friend has introduced as we come through this recovery. There's no doubt that certain parts of the economy will pick up quicker than others. Some businesses will do better than others. And so I welcome the 30% turnover threshold that my right honourable friend has introduced so that he can more accurately target the relief where it is needed. And that goes also for what I understand of his announcements around grants and of course the VAT reduction extension that will help particularly hard-pressed sectors. I also welcome the investment that he has announced in areas of the country, many of which will have suffered particularly during the crisis. And I think that is also welcome targeting. If I could turn briefly to the so-called excluded, those who have fallen through the gaps of support hitherto. I am a little disappointed not to have heard something by way of support for those directors working through their own limited companies, paying themselves by way of dividend, and yet not having those dividends counted towards their entitlement for furlough. There have been new ideas explored by the committee, and I would hope, even at this late stage, that the Chancellor would consider some of those ideas with the committee next week. I was, however, extremely pleased to see that the new self-assessment tax information that has been taken on board right up until, in fact, I think the Chancellor said last night, will be taken into account in helping many of those who would otherwise have fallen through the gaps of support, some 600,000 in total. I wanted to focus, Madam Deputy Speaker, just on three important areas for business and jobs and comment on what the Chancellor had to say in that respect. The first is corporate debt. The situation is that the data shows that larger businesses have a great deal of cash in the bank, and that's perhaps not surprising that they've been cautious, that they've received quite a lot of support from government, and of course, a lot of them have not been investing. However, amongst small and medium-sized enterprises, the picture is less clear, and there is a concern that I have that many of those businesses will struggle with the level of the debt that they have and will not be growing when we want them to be creating the jobs of the future, but actually will be focusing on deleveraging their balance sheets. And I would like to see something from the Chancellor as to how that particular problem might be addressed. If it is not, the risk here is that many of these SMEs will go out of business and markets will become more concentrated and less competitive as a consequence. On investment, I was hugely encouraged by what my right honourable friend said about the super deduction. My own view was that there should be an increase in the annual investment allowance. It seems to me that this goes significantly beyond that. The devil will be in the detail, but certainly if the kind of projections for investment that my right honourable friend has just outlined by way of the OBR's figures are correct as I understood them, that this will be a huge shot in the arm for corporate UK and very welcome. I welcome the 3-year loss carryback arrangements, also something the committee has pressed for. My third point would be around skills. I've been very impressed with all the announcements that have been made around encouraging apprenticeships, and there was more in the budget statement just now, the Kickstart scheme. It is imperative that we get this right and that we maximise the efficiency of the transfer of parts of the labour force from those parts of the economy and businesses that are contracting into those that are expanding. And I think the Treasury needs to play a very proactive role in making sure that those schemes are successful. One of the big tests I set in my mind for my right honourable friend's budget was to what degree he navigated successfully the requirement not to put up taxes too early and choke off growth, but at the same time making it very clear to the markets that he and the government are serious about dealing with the deficit and debt in the more medium term. And I have to say, once again, I've been pretty impressed with what I have heard. I want to see the detail, but it seems to me that the tax increases and the threshold freezes that my right honourable friend has announced do not kick in straight away, but he has charted a clear roadmap for how those taxes and thresholds will be dealt with between now and the end of this Parliament. If I could just say, Madam Deputy Speaker, on the issue of corporation tax, that is quite a hike from 19% to 25%. However, we still will remain internationally competitive, and I believe that President Biden, during his campaign for the presidency, suggested that US rates might rise from 21 to 28%. So I think on balance, it seems to me that this is a reasonable move, given that none of the possibilities are particularly palatable, and I welcome the carve-out for the small businesses through the small profit rate. It was pleasing to hear from my right honourable friend that the OBR's current projections have improved, and that we're hopefully going to get back to pre-pandemic levels of economic output 6 months earlier than previously was thought back in November. But of course, we still, as he has identified, face a huge challenge going forward, not just around COVID, Madam Deputy Speaker, but also the issue that we will have a smaller economy going forward, less taxes that will be able to be raised. And of course, we have demographic pressures going way out into the future with an increasingly elderly population and the pressures on our finances that will bring. And what my right honourable friend knows is that it is critical that we deal in a timely manner with these pressures, or interest rates will rise. And as he has stated, a 1% rise means an eye-watering £25 billion increase in the cost of servicing our debt. And that brings me to the principles that he has set out today, the principle of not borrowing to fund day-to-day expenditure at some point in the future, and also having an eye to seeing the level of debt as a percentage of GDP decreasing through time. I think those are welcome signals from my right honourable friend. I wanted to turn briefly now to, Madam Deputy Speaker, an issue that I think is an underestimated threat and has not been discussed enough in an economic context, and that is of a return of inflation. We know that inflation, if it increases and spikes up, and Andy Haldane, the chief economist at the Bank of England, has been pointing to this risk recently, that the Bank of England would need to tighten monetary policy to try and keep inflation under control. You would have bond markets in which the government and the Bank of England potentially were both sellers in that market, with increased upward pressure on interest rates and all that would follow. Inflation may come through increased friction in global trade, and we've seen increases in friction in trade with the EU 27 as a consequence of Brexit. It could come through the exchange rate, although the movements recently have been in a positive direction as the virus is being clamped down on, and our prospects have improved relative to other economies. But it could come through increases in energy costs, price of oil, and indeed the unwinding of some of the tax cuts, for example, those relating to VAT. But it could also come between the interplay between the supply and demand side of the economy as we recover. On the supply side, it remains uncertain how quickly companies will bounce back. We know that many of them being severely damaged. And on the demand side, it is also the case that we won't know at this stage the extent to which consumers will re-engage with the economy in a way that they did pre the pandemic, even though the virus is diminishing. And we also don't know what's going to happen to the huge amount of effectively enforced savings that has occurred in the economy, as people have not been able to engage with the economy in the usual fashion, perhaps up to, I believe the Bank of England has suggested 200 or 300 billion by the summer. If a lot of that goes back into the economy quickly, it will have a huge stimulus effect. If very little does, then clearly the opposite will be the case. And so I think it's absolutely right that my right honourable friend is ready and prepared to use the fiscal levers as appropriate over the coming months. And if he comes back to the House of Commons many, many times to do so, I think that should be seen as a position of strength, not weakness. So I wish my right honourable friend well. The committee will continue to be critical of him where I think it's appropriate, but also supportive of him in our common endeavour of putting the economy back on track. So could I conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, by broadly welcoming this budget? It comes against a backdrop of one of the worst economic crises outside of wartime. And yet there is hope that springs Madam Deputy Speaker, from the past, from the strengths that we held going into this crisis of strong and stable financial institutions, of record levels of employment, of the hard-won improvements to our public finances. But now it springs also, it seems to me, from the future, from the thousands of men and women, our scientists, our health workers, our volunteers, who appear to be on the brink of little short of a miracle, the wholesale turnaround in our country's fortunes due to vaccination. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, in broad terms, can I welcome my right honourable friend's budget today, but may I conclude by saluting each and every one of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I call the leader of the Scottish National Party, I should give a slight warning that there will be a time limit initially on backbench speeches of 7 minutes, but that will quite soon reduce to 5 minutes, and then quite soon after that to 3 minutes if we're going to have a chance to give everybody the chance to speak. But for the moment, it will be 7 minutes. Mr. Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I should thank the Chancellor for advance sight of his statement, but of course much of it against the usual protocol has already been leaked to the media, and it perhaps is worth stating that what's contained in the budget should be announced in this House and shouldn't be pre-announced in the media. Madam Deputy Speaker, the budget comes at a critical moment, a moment when people right across these islands can have faith that the end of the pandemic is finally in sight. Just as millions of people are now being injected with the hope of the vaccine, this budget should have injected the economy with the stimulus package that it desperately needs. The IPPR advised the government to boost like Biden, to generate an investment-led recovery. Instead, the Chancellor has produced a budget that offers people the bare minimum, a budget that completely fails to take responsibility for the bollocks that they've made of Brexit. Indeed, when we look at the OBR forecasts and we look at the years 2023, 2024 and 25, we see a forecast of 1.7, 1.6 and 1.7% growth. Where is the ambition? No. This is a budget that has a poverty of ambition. And when we contrast the response of the US administration and that fiscal stimulus of President Biden, and we put that in a historic context, and what we see over the course of the last decade, that US GDP growth has been 10% greater than that of the UK. And it's that failure to deliver growth which is imperiling our national finances. It is that lack of ability to deliver growth that holds back tax receipts. And it's that lack of ability to deliver growth that constrains the opportunities for people, that hold back the growth in productivity, that hold back the growth in wages, that leaves so many of our people living in poverty. Between the lines of the statement today, there were also the surest of signals. The conversion of this Prime Minister and Chancellor to increase public spending was only ever temporary. Today we have a Tory Chancellor returning to type. He is clearly itching to turn off the state spending taps. This budget is carefully laying the ground for more Tory austerity, a decade more of Conservative cuts. Because the Tories don't regret, well, I can see the Chancellor shaking his head. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Chancellor today had the opportunity, if he chose it, to continue the £20 uplift to universal credit and make it permanent. And not just make that permanent, to give some hope for those that depend on universal credit, but to extend it to legacy benefits. But what did we get instead? We got a commitment to contain it, to leave it in place for a further 6 months. In other words, when the restrictions on lockdown have come off, then the £20 uplift to universal credit comes off as well. Where is the compassion and the dignity for those that need that support? They will continue to need that support right after we come out of this crisis. That's the Tory party, Madam Deputy Speaker, that's reverted to type. And of course, the Tories don't regret austerity that they've inflicted over the last decade. They're nostalgic for it. We are told by the Chancellor that there has to be cuts to spending. We're told that there have to be tax increases. But we know that he's deliberately setting out a false choice. Because we heard nothing today about that need, not just here, but right around the world, to create the circumstances for investment-led growth. Where's the agenda that the UK is going to take to the G7 to make sure that we work collectively to deliver a better future for everybody out of this pandemic? Every credible economist knows that to protect and secure the public finances, we must create the circumstances for recovery, for growth, and that this has to be investment-led. Madam Deputy Speaker, as we look forward to the months ahead, we need to deliver a vision of a better future, and we need leadership to do this. So, for the people of Scotland, this budget comes at a critical moment of choice. Post-Brexit and post-pandemic, Scotland now has a choice of two futures. The long-term damage of Brexit and more Tory austerity cuts are the opportunity to protect our place in Europe and to build a strong, fair and green recovery with independence. This May, every citizen will cast their democratic decision on who they trust to rebuild our society and our economy in the wake of this pandemic. It will be a clear choice. Scotland's future in Scotland's hands, or in the hands of the Tories and this Prime Minister and Chancellor. And let's just say, we're looking forward to the verdict of the Scottish people. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me turn to the immediate priorities this budget should have dealt with. Because I'm sorry to say that the Chancellor stood up today and doubled down on exactly the same mistake that he's been making through this pandemic. Temporary extensions and temporary support could only ever mean a temporary reprieve for those millions who've been crippled by uncertainty for months. The Chancellor's temporary timelines for pandemic financial support completely contradicts his own government's policy. On the one hand, the UK government rightly tells people that they will follow data, not dates, when it comes to public health. But when it comes to financial support, the Tory policy is defined by dates, deadlines and cliff edges. Businesses and workers on furlough need certainty last March, last autumn, and they need it now. And frankly, Chancellor, for businesses that have been closed, to expect them to make increasing contributions to furlough simply isn't acceptable when they don't have the cash flow to pay for it. More temporary extensions and tapering furlough off falls well short of what businesses need. The Chancellor should make the commitment that full furlough support, at 80% wage support, will remain available to businesses as long as restrictions remain in place. No deadlines, no dates, no ifs, and no buts. This one clear commitment would immediately stabilise support for every struggling sector. The cut-off date for entry into job retention scheme should also be revised, ensuring support is available to the growing numbers who have started new jobs since the end of last October. Now, we welcome the VAT cut, but it should have been retained at 5% for much longer. And it should also be extended to those businesses, such as hair and beauty businesses, that also need this support. And whilst we welcome the ongoing support for rates relief, it doesn't go as far as our government has done in Scotland, with 100% rates relief for the calendar year across the retail, the hospitality, the leisure and aviation sectors. Madam Deputy Speaker, one of my biggest criticisms of this budget is it completely fails to recognise the sheer scale of the other pandemic our communities are suffering, the poverty pandemic. After a decade of underinvestment and Tory cuts, the last year has deepened the UK's poverty crisis and widened gaps in inequality. Yes, many have been in a position to save and build up financial deposits during these lockdowns. But, Chancellor, millions more are literally struggling to survive. Madam Deputy Speaker, 14.2 million UK adults are now categorised as having low financial resilience. That's an increase of 3.5 million since the beginning of the pandemic. And let me take an example from my own constituency. In January 2020, the Community Food Bank in South Skye and Lochalsh delivered 25 food parcels in 1 month. In December 2020, that same food bank was delivering 200 bags of food per week. 200 bags of food per week. Last year, this government was forced into providing that £20 uplift for universal credit. It literally was a lifeline for millions. It was needed then, and it's needed now. 6 million people are now claiming universal credit, a 98% increase since the pandemic began. Today, this Tory Chancellor is telling these 6 million people not to get too comfortable with that white lifeline, that in a matter of months it will be gone. Where's the compassion, Chancellor? Where's the support for people? Does he really think that this is good enough? That it's acceptable that so many people, so many families, so many children are being left in poverty? And he can avert his eyes and look away because he doesn't want to know the harsh reality. The Chancellor doesn't understand what it's like to be poor in Boris Johnson's Brexit Britain. Chancellor, do the right thing. This should never be temporary. It should be permanent. And let's make sure out of this budget that that policy is changed. Making the £20 universal credit uplift permanent has also got to extend to legacy benefits. And Chancellor, while you're at it, finally abolish the cruel benefit cap and end the 2-child limit. The Chancellor should also be using this budget to specifically support those most impacted throughout the pandemic. The Women's Budget Group found that women were twice as likely to be key workers as men, but are far less likely to be eligible for statutory sick pay. They also found that young women were disproportionately likely to work in the sectors that were the hardest hit by previous lockdowns. The Chancellor could support these women by finally introducing a real living wage and a livable sick pay for all. We know that after a decade of Tory decisions, child poverty has risen to alarming levels. The Joseph Rowntree Foundation and baby bank charity Little Village found that 4.2 million children living in poverty, including 1.3 million babies and children under the age of 5. This is supposed to be a civilised society. It's supposed to be a caring society. The Chancellor's just congratulated himself on his budget. Chancellor, where's the plan to get these 4.2 million children and their families out of poverty? Where's the plan to get these young children and babies out of poverty? Where's the sense of responsibility from a government? You know, what you can see is the Chancellor that's not even prepared to engage is looking away, and no wonder, because this Chancellor should be embarrassed by what he's done. This government needs to wake up to the scale of the child poverty crisis, and it could start by matching the Scottish Government's game-changing £10 child payment. And Madam Deputy Speaker, whilst we're on the subject of fighting poverty, let me say how disappointed I was by the failure of the Labour Shadow Chancellor at the weekend to state her party's clear support for making the universal credit uplift permanent. In the space of a week, Labour told us that their position on wasting billions on Trident nuclear weapons on the Clydes is non-negotiable, but can't even say what their position is on keeping this lifeline for struggling families. You know, you're living in strange times when George Galloway pledges his support for the Tories and the Labour Party sit on the fence when it comes to Tory cuts. And you would nearly feel sorry for the new Scottish Labour leader, severed at the knees by his Westminster bosses before he even gets started. Madam Deputy Speaker, not only does this budget signal the return of Conservative cuts, it also confirms that the Chancellor continues to snub the excluded. In time, when people reflect back on this period, it will be a damning indictment of this Tory government that they were prepared to coolly ignore 3 million of their own citizens during a pandemic. Talk such utter rubbish. Well, Prime Minister, there we are. Try telling that to the 3 million people that have had no financial support, Prime Minister, from your government over the course of the last year. You should be utterly ashamed at the degradation of responsibility from a government that's supposed to provide leadership to all its people. So much, Madam Deputy Speaker, for putting your arms around all of the people of the United Kingdom. 3 million people ignored, abandoned by a Prime Minister and a Chancellor that couldn't care less. All nonsense. But you should listen to those that haven't had financial support. On the BBC on Sunday, the Chancellor said his government had reacted, and I quote, generously and comprehensively. Well, Chancellor, tell that to the 3 million freelancers and self-employed that have been left behind without a penny, not a penny, Prime Minister, of support. A quick search of Hansard shows that the 3 million excluded have been raised in this House around 1,000 times since last March. Their plight has been ignored by ministers on 1,000 occasions in this House, and it's a disgrace that the Chancellor has chosen to ignore them today. Now, I do acknowledge and welcome that the newly self-employed are now finally being covered under the scheme. But there remains a whole community of people who remain ignored and forgotten by this Chancellor. Yes, there are 600,000 that are now to be included. But what about the other 2.4 million? Discarded, written off, ignored by the Chancellor and his Prime Minister. Madam Deputy Speaker, the failure of this budget to stand by and support those who have suffered most during this crisis goes to the very heart of the economic choices ahead. This should have been the budget that kick-started a strong, fair and green recovery. That is precisely why the SNP have been calling for a substantial stimulus package, 5% of GDP, at least a £98 billion package of investment. That would give us the opportunity to emerge from the pandemic with investment-led growth. This would follow the lead of President Biden and provide a fiscal stimulus that boosts business, protect jobs and stimulated sustained economic growth. Instead, this budget falls painfully short of this level of ambition. Instead, the Chancellor wants to drag us back to business as usual, back to the same old failed economics of a decade ago. And there is plenty of evidence that Tory austerity cuts are already making a comeback. In November, the UK Spending Review set out plans to reduce non-COVID related spending by up to £13 billion a year. There is already a public sector pay freeze, including for those key workers who have protected us through the crisis. That's the thanks from this government. And there's already been a reduction by Westminster in Scotland's capital budget. The Tory choice to impose austerity is also holding back the opportunity to truly build back better beyond this pandemic. A huge amount of these opportunities are in the green economy, whether in energy, in housing, transport and waste. Now, I acknowledge the £27 million announced towards the energy transition zone in Aberdeen, which matches financial commitment from the Scottish Government made in June 2020. But it still falls well short of the wider £62 million energy transition package from Holyrood. And let's not forget, the North Sea oil industry has contributed a massive £350 billion to the Exchequer over the course of the last few decades. The Tories have reneged on promises to support carbon capture schemes in the past, so the Chancellor will surely forgive oil and gas sector workers in the north east of Scotland who've developed a healthy scepticism for Tory promises. Chancellor, to really stimulate the green economy, you need to finally reform Contract for Difference to deliver support for wave and tidal generation and guarantee that Scottish suppliers will be used. The Chancellor and the Government also need to give Ofgem a strategy objective to support the delivery of net zero, because transitioning to net zero is an economic imperative, but it's also a moral imperative. Last week, the UN Secretary-General warned that 2021 is make or break year to confront the global climate emergency. And I would generally say to all members that COP26 in Glasgow this November offers the chance to unite around an ambitious agenda to tackle the climate crisis. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is only possible for us to look forward to those opportunities because of the actions of those who have protected us through the last 12 months. Our NHS has been on the front line in the fight against COVID-19, and our workers have been nothing short of heroes with their efforts to save people's lives and provide care. If we are truly grateful for those efforts, then we must secure the financial future of the NHS by introducing long-term investment and rewarding those who work for it. Chancellor, a good start would be matching the Scottish Government's £500 thank you payments and making it free from tax and benefit deductions. It also means matching Scotland's current per head funding for the NHS, which would deliver an extra £35 billion for the NHS in England and £4 billion for NHS Scotland and Barnett consequentials. That, Chancellor, would be a fitting tribute to the institutions and the people who have bravely led us through the worst days of this pandemic. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is the second budget delivered by the Chancellor, and it's also very noticeable her little reference that he gave to Brexit compared to the first. No. Brexit is now the mess that the Tories and the Labour Party dare not speak of, and it's little wonder why. The bad Brexit deal the Prime Minister forced through the House in the final days of December is already proving more disastrous than predicted. Scottish businesses, from fishing to farming, are losing millions of pounds every day as a direct result of red tape. This threatens to get worse, with grace periods in some food exports ending in April. Instead of taking responsibility for the Brexit mess they have made, the Tories have washed their hands and walked away. The same is true for this budget. It fails to even recognise that the very survival of thousands of food and drinks exporters is now at stake. In December, the EU put in place a compensation package for those countries most affected by Brexit. Ireland alone got €1 billion. Chancellor, where in this budget is a similar compensation package for Scottish businesses who are losing out every single day? Where in this budget is a guarantee that the so-called Shared Prosperity Fund will match the loss of EU structural funds? Today's budget gives no commitment, no clarity and no compensation. It only adds to the ever-growing list of broken Brexit promises. And of course, the real agenda behind the Brexit betrayal is now emerging. For a year now, the Tories have been in panic, privately planning for an independence referendum that they publicly say won't happen. The purpose of the Internal Market Bill, of the Union Unit and the now so-called Levelling Up Fund is crystal clear. They are all, Madam Deputy Speaker, an attack on devolution. The Chancellor is undermining our Parliament and centralising resources and decision-making at Westminster. It is a naked power grab to bypass the devolved parliaments and take control of funding over devolved areas. Oh, the irony. Take back control. They're taking back control from our Scottish Parliament. That's not only the opinion of the SNP, it's the verdict of a former First Minister of Wales. And you know, when you hear Tory MPs representing Scotland chuntering away that they're supporting this power grab against the people of Scotland, then frankly they should be ashamed of themselves. Showing themselves up for what they've always been, the anti-Scottish Tory party. Carwyn Jones said the failure to apply Barnett to the new Levelling Up Fund would, and I quote, divert money away from Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland and give a greater proportion to England. Of course, the Prime Minister has form because the Prime Minister has talked about doing that in days gone by. Madam Deputy Speaker, these attacks and devolution show what is now fundamentally at stake. Because, as I said at the beginning of this speech, post-Brexit and post-pandemic, Scotland has a choice of two futures. At the heart of that choice is a simple question. Who is best placed to lead Scotland's recovery and build a better future? Westminster governments we didn't vote for, or independent Scottish governments of whatever party chosen by us and with Scotland's best interests at heart. As we look ahead, we have every confidence in what is possible if we take our future into our own hands. We have the resources, we have the wealth, we have the talent. As an independent country, we can decide best how to use all these resources, all that wealth and all that talent. We will be the decision makers. We will be able to chart our own course and build our own future. The Tories can try and deny democracy all they like, but that inalienable right to self-determination cannot and will not be subject to a Westminster veto. There is no Boris veto on Scottish independence. We keep faith in the right and the power of the people to bring about democratic change. That choice is in the hands of Scotland's people. It is they, and they alone, who will now decide that future.
We now proceed with a maximum time limit of 7 minutes. That doesn't mean that members have to take 7 minutes. They can take fewer than 7 minutes, but no more than 7 minutes. I call the Father of the House, Sir Peter Bottomley.
It's tempting to say I won't waste time on the right honourable gentleman, but I think I will. He excited us all by the way he put down his beaker of water. We weren't sure whether it was going to survive its time during his speech as he got overexcited. And we enjoyed what he read, but he didn't have time to look at the OBR, Officer of Budget Responsibility, whose headline I may read: Budget extends rescue measures, stokes economic recovery and begins fiscal repair job. The economy is set to rebound thanks to rapid vaccine rollout, getting back to its pre-pandemic peak by the end of next year. Extending rescue measures takes support for households, businesses and public services to $344 billion. Generous tax incentives for business investment stoke the recovery over the next 2 years. Then medium-term tax rises and cuts to spending plans all but balance day-to-day spending with revenues and see underlying debt fall relative to national income. But risks remain upon the virus, legacy costs of public services and future interest rates. I think that balances what the leader of the SNP in this House said. I haven't had time to read all the budget documents, but I think I'm right in saying there's no mention of leasehold, common hold, cladding loans, or ways of coping with the excess property insurance premiums being faced by leaseholders. There's no attention yet to the Association of Residential Management Agents, who asked for a scheme which will cover the excess costs. With premiums going up by 400 to 600%, action is needed. Can I, so to speak, interrupt myself to take an opportunity to pay tribute to Jane Sinclair, Canon Jane Sinclair, who was rector, the first woman rector of St Margaret's in Parliament Square, who died in January. She was greatly loved in this House. She worked to re-establish the parliamentary links with the Speaker's chaplain, and she also had a reputation for liveliness, humour and effectiveness. But I understand she was once nominated to be the Rotherham Businesswoman of the Year. We miss her and we send our sympathy to Julian Cooper, her partner. Returning to the budget, I'm glad that the chairman of the Select Committee spoke about the dangers of inflation. The Chancellor will be aware of this. There are two groups who I think matter a great deal when considering this, besides the question of who can get jobs. And by the way, I think it would have been kind if the SNP, even the Leader of the Opposition, had welcomed the news from the Chancellor that the number of people who were out of work did not rise to the levels predicted at the height of the pandemic. That was in part a reflection of government measures, but in large part because of the way people buckled down, got on with life as much as they could, and by the government's courage in keeping things like the construction industry open, which made a great deal of difference to the supply side of the products as well. While thinking of those affected by potential inflation, mortgage holders are one group, and the second are the elderly, many of whom are on fixed incomes. Although their incomes during the pandemic may have kept up, in real terms they drop if inflation returns. So I hope that we don't get to the 2% inflation, which is the government's, part of the government's instructions to the Bank of England. While on leaseholders, I believe that under the coronavirus powers, government should put a temporary stop to forfeiture of residential leaseholds. During that time, they ought to make sure that any substitute arrangements do not let
the landlord, or freeholder it may be, take the whole of the equity in a forfeited lease. That is scandalous. It's going back to William I in the worst possible feudal way. If a home has to, or a leasehold has to be repossessed, any excess equity should and must, in justice, go to the person who's losing their home. I hope that officials will take note of that and discuss it among government and take action. I hope that we all recognise that, as the Honourable Gentleman from the SNP said, government has done more to bring some of the self-employed into the support schemes. There aren't enough. I don't want to use all my time by reading out all the points made in the website of Excluded UK, but I do recommend that website to people. In the same way, in the hospitality sector, I commend the website of CAMRA, the Campaign for Real Ale, who asked for a number of the things which the Chancellor has given in whole or in part. We're grateful to him for that. I know that motorists will be grateful for the fact that with the cost of petrol and diesel going up, the Chancellor is not adding to that by extra taxation at the moment. My prediction, as someone who drinks and try not to do it when I'm driving, is that in fact the revenues from spirits, from wine and from beer are likely to go up. And I believe that having duty rates which are frozen is a better way of getting extra revenue in. We ought to pay attention to what a tax rate is as well as what a tax take is. One of the curiosities about our national economic discussion is that those people, like my former supervisor, although I was his worst pupil, Professor Sir James Mirrlees, did a calculation of what he thought the appropriate tax rate was. When he was young, he thought it was about 27%. By the time he got older, he'd become a bit more socialist and thought it was about 33%. We're running at 38%. And I believe that both the level of taxation and the rates of taxation deserve to have better public discussion. I hope the Chancellor can have forums which will do that. One of my constituents suggested the Chancellor should consider having separate tax codes for different key workers as a way of recognising their contribution. I said you'll always have a boundary problem, but then I said you always have a boundary problem in whatever you do in any form of life. One particular area where my constituents have been eyes and ears for me are a couple who ran a hospitality business on a river. They had to pay high fees to the Environment Agency for the ability to run their business. They don't have business rates, but the Environment Agency and DEFRA haven't yet managed to discover who it is who could say that they have a rebate on these licence fees they have not been able to use for most of the last 12 months. Just because you don't have a shop front doesn't mean to say there aren't costs which could be waived by government or by government agencies. I know that many people want to speak in this debate. I wanted to make the point that if we can recognise the contributions that people are making in their enterprises, we're more likely to have a hospitality sector in particular where people who've put landladies and landlords who put their hearts into and broken their hearts by throwing away stocks and gallons of beer twice in the last 12 months, will be able to come back into operation. And I'd ask all my constituents not to have a drink on me, but go out and have a drink, whether alcoholic or not, with their friends when they can, and put this country back on its feet in our social lives as well as in our business lives.
Hear, hear.
Meg Hillier. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And in parts, I welcome this budget because it props up the system for a bit longer if it works. But I am worried that we've seen announcements about, for example, the extension of furlough at a point where many workers will have already been hit by decisions by their employers, worried that this announcement would not be made today. But the country is crying out for change. The country is in debt. There is an uncertain future for many individuals and businesses. Brexit, I didn't think I heard it mentioned in the Chancellor's speech, is hitting businesses and individual consumers very hard and proving costly to the economy, certainly in this short term. And the bit that was missing is the vision for a country that should be supporting people into decent, affordable homes, that should be properly tackling net zero, which I'll touch on in more detail, which should have a plan for social care, the sector that was abandoned at the early stages of COVID, and should be tackling the challenging issues around different employment status that has caused so much difficulty for so many. Everything in my constituency represented, actually, from 0 hours contracts, IR35, self-employment, employed for tax purposes only, people on short-term contracts. Different people have had different impacts as a result of COVID. The Chancellor said he'll do whatever it takes, but structurally the inequalities remain. The poorest had a welcome prop-up on the universal credit being the uplift being extended, but only to September. I'm not sure, Madam Deputy Speaker, I can see, and I'm not sure that the Chancellor would, I'm sure he'd agree, he doesn't have a crystal ball about what will suddenly change in September that means that you can don't need the extra £20 a week. And structurally, there are real issues here. There are a few figures announced today. I haven't had a chance to go through the detail in the Red Book on green initiatives. But there's not a clear plan. We've got targets on net zero, on environmental targets, including things like electric cars or net zero cars. And yet, there are not enough milestones along the way to these targets which are coming upon us really fast. So little bits of money announced today I will be looking at in detail as my committee, the Public Accounts Committee, is examining in a series of inquiries issues around the green economy. But I do welcome, finally, a bit more support for some of the self-employed people in my constituency. We need to see the detail, but it is late. It is a whole year late. And I, like many, have constituents who have lived for a year without a penny of income, and they didn't qualify for universal credit. And sometimes we're in exactly the same position as somebody else who lost their job only a day later. Lives have been put on hold, future plans shredded, and there's no prospect of work for many of these people in many sectors for many months. I welcome investment in HMRC and DWP looking at fraud and error. These are small amounts, but it was this very government that pushed the bounce back loans through, as the National Audit Officer said, with very little regard to risk. A slight delay of 24 or 48 hours would have put less risk on the taxpayer for the guarantee on those loans. And some of the furlough schemes, at the early stages, it was right to get it out the door, as my committee has acknowledged, but later, more safety mechanisms could have been put in place. So that money is good money chasing bad in many respects. The risk appetite was high. I'll give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
I thank the Honourable Lady, the Chairman of the Public Accounts Committee, for giving way. She mentions the risk in bounce back loans. Her committee has done sterling service over the years. Our committee has done sterling service over the years on the whole question of tax evasion and the investigation of that. Does she have anything to say about that to the Chancellor? Because that seems to me a very, very large, lucrative area for the government to pay attention.
Well, I would hope that some of that 100 million that HMRC have been given, and there's other, I have quickly scanned the Red Book, there's other money added to HMRC. As a committee, as the Right Honourable Gentleman, as a former chair of the committee, will know, we are very keen to see HMRC get money, because every pound they get for compliance, they bring back a lot more to the Exchequer. So we need to look closely at this, because there is a challenge about the tax system, for example, for high street businesses versus online businesses. It's a complex matter, and no one should imagine there's a simple solution, as I know the Right Honourable Gentleman doesn't think it's simple, but I think it's something we need to continue to engage with. And on housing, Madam Deputy Speaker, once again, we've seen a focus on fuelling demand, not increasing supply. And the Chancellor seems to have got off the hook on the leasehold issues for those constituents of mine who have dangerous cladding and those around the country by taking the announcement from MHCLG the other week as though that is the matter closed. I give way to him.
I thank the Honourable Friend for giving way, and she makes a powerful point about leaseholders, as the father of the House did as well, and she knows many are affected in my own constituency. Would she agree with me it's absolutely crucial that we get clarity from the Chancellor as soon as possible about the consequentials for Wales? He talked about funding across the Union of those announcements, and that there needs to be work with the Welsh Housing Minister to sort out the issues around the levy and the tax that have been proposed that are supposed to go and fund the dealing with some of those fire and building safety issues. It's absolutely urgent that's done as soon as possible.
I completely agree with my own friend. It's absolutely urgent for those people living in those homes whose lives are on hold, but it's also important for the Exchequer. If the Chancellor's announcements do fuel a demand for buying housing, it's stymied by the fact that so many people are stuck in homes that are unsaleable, worth nothing, and are mortgage prisoners. So the whole supply system isn't working, and the demand system is being fuelled in the wrong direction. So, we've seen homes in my constituency which were being sold at just below the last threshold for this. And my committee has looked at the government's housing policies over many years now. 1 million new homes in England were promised between 2015 and 2020, and another 500,000 more by the end of 2022. Even taking into account the pandemic, we see, for example, the Starter Homes project fail completely after nearly £200 million was spent on land remediation alone, and £2.3 billion in total was set aside for that in the 2015 spending review. And yet the government, this didn't happen, Madam Deputy Speaker, because the government didn't even manage to enact the secondary legislation necessary to get it off the ground. And 5 years later, it finally announced that it was the end of starter homes and introduced first homes, a discount for first-time buyers. Now we're seeing a loan guarantee on 95% mortgages. So it's a very muddled policy. I can't see yet who will benefit, and we'll be looking at this in detail. And on the issue I touched on earlier, on net zero and environmental targets, there are big targets the government is setting, but our detailed work on the Public Accounts Committee raises many concerns. This is on top of failures of the Green Deal, the privatisation of the Green Investment Bank, 3 competitions for carbon capture and storage, and 1 more recently announced that so far the first 3 have failed, and real inertia on developing proper long-term commitments to really tackling climate change. It's easy to make an announcement. I won't give away, I've already taken 2 interventions, but it's easy to make announcements. It's much harder to get the system to deliver on these. And there is a will in this House, I think, Madam Deputy Speaker, to deliver on this. But the government has got to stop making cheap headlines. And on jobs, we're seeing only 1 in 100 young people aged 16 to 24 benefiting from Kickstart. Again, a nice headline, but unless it delivers for our constituents, it is not working. And we need to act now on making sure that FE is properly funded so it can plan ahead as we come, hopefully, out of lockdown and into a more normal life, and make sure that people are able to be reskilled. And finally, I welcome the movement, as far as I've read the detail, which isn't in full detail yet, of visas for tech entrepreneurs. This has been a break on progress in Shoreditch, in my constituency. However, we have young people in this country who have been brought up in the UK, for whom it is their home, the only country they know. They are struggling to buy citizenship at over £1,000 apiece because families just can't afford it. They may pay for citizenship for the main householder, but not for the family. This is something that I feel is viscerally unjust, and we have this talent in our communities, in our constituencies, in our country, who are essentially British but priced out of citizenship. So if we're going to have visas for tech entrepreneurs at an easy rate, why don't we do this for the young people already in our country, willing, able and capable of contributing?
Sajid Javid.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Over the course of the past year, in countries not too dissimilar to our own, people have been asked to choose between protecting their livelihoods or protecting their lives. That has not been the case in our country, and for that we have my right honourable friend to thank. He said right at the very start of this pandemic that he would do whatever it takes to protect jobs, to protect businesses, to protect public health, and he has delivered on every count, and this nation has rightly given him its gratitude. Now, despite his success, the Chancellor will be in no mood for a victory lap. Comprehensive support, as he has said today, has come at unprecedented pressure to our public finances. To date, as we heard, the government has already spent more than £300 billion, every penny of that borrowed. And now, whilst low interest rates have certainly helped, we cannot expect such a benign lending environment to last forever. With national debt already close to national output, as we heard, just a 1% rise in gilt would mean an additional yearly cost of debt servicing of £25 billion by 2024. That's more than half of the annual defence budget. And indeed, we're already seeing rising pressure, especially because of rising global inflation expectations. So we cannot allow the inflation tiger to prowl unchecked. Madam Deputy Speaker, the faster our economy can bounce back, the easier it will be to manage our debt in the future. Thankfully, I believe that our prospects for a sharp, strong recovery look very promising. Thanks to government support, the vast majority of businesses are ready for the shutters of the economy to be lifted. The Bank of England has shored up confidence with monetary easing. Households are sitting on some £100 billion of excess savings, and unlike wartime recessions, there has been no physical destruction of capital. And above all, the government is delivering on its vaccination programme, a programme that is the envy of Europe, and it will lead this continent out of the lockdown. And so for these reasons, I'm very optimistic about the recovery, and I think it will happen rapidly.
My right honourable friend give way.
I
thank my right honourable friend for Bromsgrove giving way, and he of course was part of the legacy that's put us in a strong position to make the support packages that my friend the Chancellor has. Would he agree with me that small businesses are the absolute lifeblood of our recovery, and that my right honourable friend the Chancellor has brought forward in the Helping Businesses Grow package today two really insightful schemes that will support the nation's smallest businesses?
I thank my honourable friend for his comments, and I very much agree with that. And I think actually more than two schemes, if we're honest, a number of schemes that will help businesses, not least the speed and the scale of the recovery that I've talked of. And I especially welcome those measures, but also the super deduction and the support through grants for businesses as well. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the medium term, we will put our country back onto a more firmer financial footing by tackling some of the systemic issues that were around long before this pandemic hit us, such as low productivity and regional inequality. That's why I'd like to welcome also the Chancellor's emphasis on infrastructure investment. Not only will this provide an immediate increase in economic activity, but it will also drive long-term productivity improvements, and it will make sure that growth is even better distributed across the entire United Kingdom. But I would urge him not to take his eye off delivery. Successive governments have had a poor history of the delivery of infrastructure projects, both on time and on budget. So I hope that my right honourable friend will consider complementing his very welcome changes to the Green Book, the new National Infrastructure Investment Bank, with a comprehensive cross-government delivery strategy. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, while grants and support schemes have been consumed by our generation, they will be paid for by the next. And that's why the Chancellor was absolutely right to level with the British people and to set out so candidly the pressure on the nation's finances. While slamming the brakes on spending now would be self-defeating, the government should be drawing up plans for medium to long-term plans to manage debt. And that's why I welcome many of the initiatives the Chancellor set out today, including his commitment to try to avoid borrowing for day-to-day spending. But this commitment, I think, starts with new fiscal rules. The Chancellor should ensure that these rules are in place by year-end, ideally alongside the next budget and the comprehensive spending review. Having run 4 spending departments and the Treasury, I'm left in no doubt that a fiscal anchor is essential to control spending and to control debt. And lastly, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the long term, putting the country back on a firm financial footing means that we need to build resilience against future disasters, as the Chancellor recognised in his budget speech. Now, of course, not every disaster is a black swan, and it would be foolish to prepare for crises that we cannot foresee whilst we are ignoring those that we can. So in terms of their potential impact on the future economy, few crises are more existential than climate change and declining biodiversity. That's why, as Chancellor, I set Professor Dasgupta very ambitious terms for the independent review that he did on the economics of biodiversity. It makes clear that biodiversity is declining faster than at any other time in human history. If we continue to undermine the resilience of the natural world, we will introduce new sources of serious financial uncertainty, not least of which the increased spread of infectious diseases. Now, whilst of course it will take time for the Treasury to digest Professor Dasgupta's review, the Treasury should make a start on one of his most central recommendations, the need to recognise the value of the natural world in our national accounts. I would urge the Chancellor to formally ask the UK Statistics Authority to review how this might be done. The ONS is one of the most widely respected economic institutions in the world. If it can lead by example, it can make such a difference in trying to persuade other countries and financial institutions to do the same. We can lead on this, not least because of our chairmanship of the G7 and the COP26 conference this year. Madam Deputy Speaker, this has been a long, hard winter, and we have all been hibernating for many months. But as case rates fall and the vaccination programme continues at pace, the frost has begun to thaw, and we are beginning to see the first signs of spring. The government has been given a precious opportunity, not just to resurrect our economy, but to reinvigorate our entire country. I am in no doubt that the Chancellor will rise to the occasion with the energy that this moment requires and the sense of purpose that history demands. And I'm pleased to say that his budget is the first step to doing just that.
Thank you. We now go by video link to Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm delighted to be able to speak in this budget debate, but sadly, this budget does not reflect the reality of people's lives. I've just come this morning from a local food bank. People queuing up to try to get enough food to get by. People that thought they would always be okay, they would have enough money to live on, but they don't, and therefore they rely on food banks. To the tens of thousands of people that have volunteered in mutual aid groups all over this country, I think we should say a huge thank you. They have contributed in a way that the government has not to the lives of so many people that would be in such a great difficulty if those food banks were not there. And when the Chancellor talks about extending the furlough scheme and protecting people on those wages, I point out to him that the scheme includes no floor within it. Therefore, 80% of minimum wage is a lot less than the money people need to live on. It was my friend, the member for Hayes and Harlington, who a year ago proposed that we have a furlough scheme, and he sent substantial papers to the Treasury in order to bring that about. Sadly, I don't believe the Chancellor read the whole of them, because the scheme proposed by my friend would have guaranteed everybody's income and jobs, and would have had a floor to it, and would have gone on to protect people's conditions and wages, as well as those in all aspects of self-employment, including in the artistic sector. Yet, there are many people in work at the moment who are being threatened with fire and rehire, where companies are trying to dismiss the whole workforce and rehire them on lower wages and worse working conditions. British Gas, for example, British Airways tried it on, and so many other companies are trying to do the same thing. Where is the protection for people's living standards and jobs in this budget? Sadly, it is desperately missing from it. On public sector pay, many are going to be hit by the pay freeze, by a stealth income tax rise, by the freezing of the tax allowance, which I remind the Chancellor, a previous government, a Labour government in the 1970s, came a cropper on that one when the Rooker-Wise amendment was passed to prevent the Chancellor from freezing the tax-free allowance. Millions of public sector workers who contributed so much to dealing with the COVID pandemic. Those working in our National Health Service, in our care services, and our local government have made inhuman efforts to try to help people get through a desperate time, helping people through the mental health crisis and so much else. And their reward is going to be frozen pay. And for those working in local government, a continued underfunding of local government services, and for pretty well everyone across the country, a 5% rise in council tax as local councils desperately try to balance the books and deal with the increased demands on their services because of the COVID pandemic. And so I hope that the Chancellor will recognise that we do need a proper funding formula for local services all across the country, and not just claps for the NHS and the care service and the delivery workers, but actual pay increases for them to recognise the massive contribution that they are making to our society. The budget said a great deal about corporation tax and other business taxes, but it didn't say very much about tax evasion or tax avoidance. From the government statements, they propose to raise somewhere around 2.2 billion between now and 2025, in the next 4 years, from tax avoidance and tax evasion. Yet the real figure is somewhere over £30 billion per year that's lost to our public services by tax avoidance and tax evasion. If this government was serious, it would have included measures within this budget to deal with tax avoidance and tax evasion. And so I hope, by contrast, the government will recognise that not increasing statutory sick pay, whilst at the same time doing nothing about tax evasion and tax avoidance, says it all about Tory priorities. Statutory sick pay, £95 per week. The Secretary of State for Health himself said he couldn't live on that. I don't think any member of the House of Commons would want to try and live on that. So why are we expecting anybody else to within our society? It has to be increased, as does a guarantee of the at least £20 rise in universal credit, which is at the moment still there as a temporary measure. The Chancellor had obviously read quite a lot of my friend, the member for Hayes and Harlington's proposals before the last election, in which he pointed out that he wanted to move jobs to the north and he wanted to ensure that the increase in public spending that we were proposing would help people all across the north. And so he's made a big deal about 750 jobs going to Darlington. Sadly, all that is cancelled out by the huge number of job losses on transport authorities all across the north of England, particularly in Greater Manchester and Merseyside City region, where the government has not provided the funding packages to support their transport systems that they have provided for London and other places. And so this degree of unfairness between the north and south will continue. The degree of unfairness between the richest and the poorest with our society will increase under this budget. Towards the end of his speech, the Chancellor managed to give us a great deal of greenwash of his proposals. Of course, we all support a green industrial revolution. It was central to Labour's manifesto at the last election. But where's the commitment on net zero emissions by 2030? Where's the commitment on protection of biodiversity to protect us all for the future? Mr. Speaker, this budget is such a lost opportunity. At the end of it, our society will be more divided than it is at the present time. There'll be greater stress and uncertainty amongst so many people's lives because of this budget. Mr. Speaker, we can, should and must do much better than this.
Thank you. A point of order, Sajid Javid.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think at the start of my contribution, I should have reminded the House of my entries in the members' register of interest, and I hope I can put that on the record now.
Okay, I thank the Honourable Gentleman for his point of order. It is essential that he should have drawn the House's attention to that, and he has done so in an almost timely fashion. I thank him for it. We now go by video link to Catherine Fletcher.
Thank you so much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Back last year, I asked the Prime Minister on behalf of the good people of South Ribble to throw the kitchen sink at supporting the British people to get through this awful pandemic. And today, this Conservative Chancellor has continued to do just that. Kitchen sinks are being thrown. The scale of the financial support we're offering is massive. We're extending our spending to help people and businesses much further than many expected, right through to September and beyond. Helping businesses to survive with furlough and VAT cuts, supporting them to get back on their feet with restart grants. 407 billion quid. It's a lot of money to help this country in its time of need. It was the Conservatives, remember, who spoke a decade ago of getting the nation's finances sorted. We were fixing the roof when the sun was shining. Well, this once-in-a-century global pandemic is the weather equivalent of it raining stair rods. Cats and dogs have fallen from loaded dark grey clouds on the British people during this pandemic. Businesses have been forced to close or work in different ways to save our lives. Our existential British right to talk a load of nonsense down a pub on a Friday night with friends and strangers has been curtailed, not to mention the brilliant people that run these businesses. This Chancellor and government know what they're doing. We get that we couldn't have a situation where people lost their jobs or their hard work for businesses just because some bat in China got a nasty cough a couple of years ago. That's not their fault. It's not your fault. And this government has done eye-wateringly massive things quickly to protect you and your family and your work from the consequences of bats and biology. So it's also honest to say that this help has cost us a fortune. This Conservative government has been fair in protecting people when the awful things happen, but the money sums, ooh, wow, massive. So it's our money, and costing us a fortune, I do mean us. It's not government money, it's not some nebulous concept, it's our money raised by our taxes on our hard work and our business innovation. And at some point, we're going to have to pay this massive support back. Not all in one go and not at any price, but I commend the Chancellor's honesty today in setting out two broad themes on how to keep us on an even keel with our money and the nation's finances. As individuals, we're going to have to push back some potential gains to future years, like with freezing the points in salaries where we pay a bit more tax, like asking the bigger businesses to contribute a bit more without making us as a country too different from our international peers in the G7. As government, we'll have to continue to be careful in how we spend our money. But when we do spend money, spend it to invest. And this statement shows that we'll focus on areas that will help us grow as businesses, grow as communities. We're putting in place the foundations for a future economy to boing back, never mind bounce. Today's announcements of investment, super deductions and capital investment plans are huge, boosting business investment by enormous sums with world-leading measures. This government supporting you to invest to grow your business, creating good jobs across the country. Measures today, such as the UK Infrastructure Bank in Leeds, wrong side of the Pennines, but still amazing, or on the Levelling Up Fund. It will make the UK and Lancashire the best place in the world for innovative businesses to set up and grow. Free ports will help us get our goods to the world, and Help to Grow is brilliant. It will give everyone access to new skills and technologies and boost their businesses, no matter how small they are. You know, I would have absolutely run with open arms to these measures when I was running my business, Madam Deputy Speaker. And on a personal note, the people of Leyland want me to thank hugely the Chancellor for the investment of £25 million announced today in our town. For too long, Leyland's not seen its fair share of investment. And recently, local businesses, local officials, elected people like me, and experts from government have been working really hard together in the town board to put a bid together to transform our town centre. I'm so chuffed it was successful. Thank you. I can't wait to get spades in the ground and get started. And in today's debate, it's also important to note I have the honour of following the Right Honourable Gentleman for somewhere in London, Islington. If only to point out where his crazy spending plans would have put us in the middle of this crisis. In short, a mess. These plans, which the front bench opposite supported in their manifesto, would have done a black hole bigger than this pandemic has in our nation's finances, with the pandemic then deepening it. The Labour Party just aren't being honest or straight with the public when they suggest we can just borrow our way out of this. When they're a bit vague about what they'd actually do to fix this problem, that's because they aren't being honest about the consequences of having too much debt and the safety and security of our country. Not committing to anything and being a bit vague is fine as a political strategy, but it's not a way to do the right thing by the great British people. This Chancellor and this government are doing the right thing to support us. Responsible, grown-up, practical and fair. They're being honest about what we've been facing and are still to face. And they're looking to the future, investing for growth in Leyland's town centre, in Lancashire's businesses and across the nation. It's what we need to build back better, and I support this budget wholeheartedly today.
Video link to Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's an honour to follow the honourable member. I think we all appreciate that the Chancellor's statement today comes at a time when the COVID-19 virus has had far-reaching, in some cases life-changing, even life-ending consequences for far too many of our constituents. People who have seen the well-planned, well-financed future they had built for their families swept away by this virus. Businesses now on the brink because they responsibly followed the rules laid down by the government. And while there are some steps in this budget which I'm sure will be welcomed, it does not, for me, go far enough for the many who have suffered the most. Those, for example, on lower incomes, for whom the freeze on the tax threshold will mean a real terms loss in their income. Madam Deputy Speaker, today, 1 million small business owners who have been fighting desperately to stay afloat and protect jobs and livelihoods were looking to the Chancellor to extend to them a lifeline. Today, something to get them through the next few months and out of the other side of this pandemic. And while there will be changes to corporation tax in 2 years' time, that is 2 years' time, what about tomorrow, next week, next month? And I'm sorry, but I believe that what we've heard today falls far short of what those small businesses needed. Shops, tradesmen, hairdressers, florists, who are the backbone of our economy, the heart of our communities, we need to get them through the next few months, and they needed changes now. They have lost income, revenue to pay the rent costs which are building up, the debt which they are accruing through this. £5 billion for small businesses is not enough. What the Chancellor has announced doesn't even touch the sides of the problem. What we needed, and what Liberal Democrats have been calling for, is a £50 billion recovery fund, which would help small businesses meet their costs, replace their lost revenue until they are able to trade properly again, until the economy is opened. £25 billion over 3 months, £50 billion. We've seen it can succeed in Germany. We also called on the Chancellor to implement a zero business rates policy for all small businesses in 2021 to 22. And while maintaining the VAT cut for hospitality is essential, we would have liked to see that stay in place until the end of the financial year, not just September, and not just for hospitality, but for all businesses. VAT deferral would allow them to free up capital to invest in their business. The extensions to furlough, to self-employed support and to universal credit all needed to go much further. Furlough should be extended for as long as we need it, and all self-employed and excluded should be brought into it. Too many people who've been left out will remain so after this budget. There are 3 million people who have had no financial support at all in this crisis, and only 600,000 of them, by the Chancellor's own figures, will be helped. APPG on gaps in support in this Parliament gave the Chancellor a plan which would have helped those left out. Why did he not take it? And as for the universal credit uplift, even with it, the UK still has one of the least generous social welfare systems in the OECD, and one we all know is seriously flawed. And the uplift is due to end when the unemployment could rise again as the furlough scheme that has kept it down comes to an end. So when will this government listen to the voices across the country from all political parties who are calling for pilots, trial schemes of a universal basic income, which would have meant that nobody would have fallen through the cracks in this crisis? So now we all look to September and wait for the Chancellor's next batch of patches. I am left, Madam Deputy Speaker, today with far too few answers and too many questions. Why is our economic performance so much worse than others? Why is support for small businesses and self-employed so little, especially for those so hard hit by Brexit? There's no long-term reform of business rates. Why nothing on social care and carers? Why so unambitious on our future green industries? There's no tax incentives for transitioning away from a carbon economy. And there's nothing to replace the Green Homes Grant. But there is, as I said, a tax hike on the lowest paid by freezing the threshold next year. And to simply mitigate the problems caused by COVID does not repair the economy or provide the investment for the growth that we need for recovery. Madam Deputy Speaker, small businesses, families, self-employed people up and down this country today were watching, hoping for something to repay their commitment, their sacrifice in fighting this pandemic. A fair response from their government, not self-congratulations on having done so well. The Chancellor, at the beginning of his statement, promised us a budget to meet the moment. I'm afraid I don't feel he has fulfilled that pledge.
David Davis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I start by associating myself with the comments of the Leader of the House on the excluded UK issue, helping them, and on the leaseholder issue, which is also requires help. And can I also say, associate myself with those on both sides of the House who have called for rendering permanent of the uplift to universal credit. I think in due course that will prove sensible. When I applied for this debate a few days ago, given the headlines in the press, Madam Deputy Speaker, I thought I might be challenging head-on the Chancellor's strategy in view of my concerns that a sudden increases in taxes would crush any recovery. So it's a pleasure today to find that's not the case and that I can be much more supportive of my right honourable friend. Obviously, COVID-19 has led to incredibly difficult economic circumstances. The country has suffered the worst peacetime economic shock ever. Indeed, we have, I think, the worst outcome in the G7 too. And the deficit is the worst since 1944, which of itself is extraordinary, a date which I'll come back to. So the Chancellor faces quite remarkable economic problems, worse than any previous Chancellor, as I say, in peacetime history. And I may say he has handled it with remarkable sensitivity in the way he has put his policies together. I'll have a question about one or two, but broadly speaking, he's met this economic challenge of enormous magnitude with great skill. But enormous magnitude, what do these numbers mean? These billions and trillions that are casually thrown about by supposedly expert commentators are incredibly difficult for ordinary people to understand. And in my view, they're best understood by looking at them against the impact, as it were, by household or by wage earner, because that gives you a better idea of what they mean. So, for example, the latest deficit figures published before today were £394 billion a year. That's £14,000 per household. £14,000 per household. That's the size of the black hole we have to fill. Well, just looking at the size of the number tells you that no tax policy can solve it. The idea of imposing £14,000 per household of taxes is a nonsense. It would be designed to destroy any economic recovery. Only a recovery policy designed to restore the tax base and remove the need for subsidies will close that gap. Restore the tax base is the only way to do it. And I'm pleased to see that the Chancellor has essentially adopted that strategy. Similarly with debt. We've got the most recent estimates of well over 2 trillion, maybe 3 trillion. 2 trillion or thereabouts amounts to £77,000 per household. I remember only a few days ago the BBC commentator talking about paying off the overdraft. Well, I don't have an overdraft of 77,000. This is a big mortgage that you don't pay off in 1 year. So to pay off such a debt rapidly would be crippling. And again, the size says it all. It has to be paid off in the very long term, the Chancellor himself said, over decades. Now, since it's the worst debt and deficit combination since 1944, we should treat it the same way as they did then, with a 50-year time horizon on the loan, if you like, a war loan. Both of the World War I and World War II debts were paid off this century, within the last 20 years. So that gives us an indication of what needs to be done. And frankly, just as an aside here, I've had a number of people say, oh, well, the interest rates might go up. To a very large extent, two things are happening here. One, every single country in the world's got this issue, and therefore every single government in the world has an incentive to hold the interest rates down, and they now have the mechanisms to do it. With quantitative easing, they do it time and time again, even before today. And to close that 14,000 household deficit, we need to do what? We need to increase growth, we need to increase employment, and we need to increase wages. All of those things will increase the tax base. And the Chancellor said, I'm glad to hear him say it, that his first priority was employment. That's the centre of those aims, and that is exactly right. That requires, of course, higher domestic investment to achieve it. It requires higher foreign inward investment to achieve it. It requires higher new company formation, higher research and development, and it will then in turn generate higher aggregate demand. Tax increases help none of these. So this issue about tax increases is not a Tory ideological issue, it's an issue about what delivers the recovery. Now, income taxes increases, obviously, whether they're direct or whether they're stealthy, reduce aggregate demand. They reduce the amount of money people can spend. Corporation tax increases suppress investment. Capital gains tax increases deter both domestic investment and foreign investment. And the one thing I worried about in this budget was the proposal to go to a 25% corporation tax in a couple of years. That will have precisely the deterrent effect I worry about with respect to inward investment. I'm looking at the honourable member, my Northern Irish friend, I want to call him Sammy, I can't, who is nodding at me because, of course, in the province, this is absolutely a central issue for us all. So we have to worry about tax increases from that point of view. I was very pleased to hear from the Chancellor that his emphasis on what he called the science superpower strategy. And as he said, it's not hubristic. We are the country with the highest number of Nobel Prizes per capita in the world, and therefore we should be able to marshal something out of that. He talked about, we've had already an announcement on setting up of our equivalent of DARPA, ARIA, new strategies, new funding for science, and new tech visas. All of these things will help us all, the whole kingdom, in terms of improving our growth rate. But what is a growth strategy worth? It's very difficult sometimes, particularly dealing with the Treasury, who's very difficult about dynamic taxation. It really doesn't seem to understand it, despite the fact the British Treasury under Nigel Lawson created the best dynamic tax demonstrator in history.
Order, I'm afraid the honourable gentleman has come to the end of his time. Sammy Wilson.
Speaker, can I first of all welcome this budget and welcome the reminder which the Chancellor made at the very end of his speech that this budget and indeed the actions which have been taken by the government over the last year give an indication of the value of the Union. And I look at the details which have been given in the budget paper itself, where in Northern Ireland over 250,000 people are having their wages paid through the furlough scheme. 200,000 self-employed people are having their income supported as a result of the scheme. That £1.5 billion worth of loans have been made available to businesses in Northern Ireland, and the Northern Ireland Executive has benefited by over £3 billion in Barnett consequentials, which has enabled them to put in place bespoke schemes in Northern Ireland. So I think that for anyone listening to this, it is a good reminder that being part of the 5th largest economy in the world has economic benefits, and economic benefits which can't be replaced through any other arrangement. The second thing I want to say is that I welcome many of the measures in the budget. It's a difficult time for the Chancellor to make the budget, and I'm glad to see that many of the things which we as a party had written to the Chancellor and spoken to the Chancellor about have been reflected in the budget. The hospitality industry, which is very important in Northern Ireland, lobbied heavily for the VAT, 5% VAT to be maintained, and I'm glad to see that that is being maintained, albeit not for the whole year. I represent a rural constituency, and many of my constituents were concerned about the increase in fuel duty and the impact that would have on their cost of living. And I'm glad to see that again that has still been frozen. Many businesses looking at their overheads wanted to ensure that they weren't going to be subject to rates again, and the business rates relief has been important there. However, there are many challenges, and the Chancellor was up front about this. Many challenges as to how we pay off the debt. And he made it quite clear there were going to be some painful choices to be made. And I think that the budget papers themselves just illustrate how painful some of those choices are going to be. For example, when it comes to the freezing of the thresholds for income tax. Over the next 5 years, the amount of money taken from people across the United Kingdom in income tax is going to go up by 25%. Now, some of that will be as a result of the 3% increase in employment, but much of it will be through a stealth increase as thresholds are not moved up, inflationary increases in wages happen, and people pay more. Like the last speaker, I am worried about the impact on the corporation tax increases. While the Chancellor has indicated that they'll not come in immediately, nevertheless, over the period that we have the figures for, corporation tax is going to increase, according to the figures, by 100%, 112%, the corporation tax take. Now that will, I believe, have an impact on investment, though the allowances which have been granted hopefully will ensure that some of that corporation or some of the profits will be ploughed back. I'll give way, yes.
Of course, the fact that when you put up corporation tax like that, it doesn't deliver the arithmetic outcome. You actually get less back, and it suppresses your business as well at the same time.
You know, we have had promises made that we will become the Singapore of Europe. If we're going to become the Singapore of Europe, then it is important that we become a most attractive place for investment. And I believe that low corporation taxes are one of the ways of doing that. I also am concerned aviation is an important industry for Northern Ireland because of our limited links with the rest of the UK, and also the importance of international links for a place like Northern Ireland, which is an exporting area. And yet there was no specific mention of the aviation industry, but I note that even in the midst of this crisis which the aviation industry is facing, air passenger duty is going to go up by 50%. The take from air passenger duty is going to go up by 50% over the next year, and over the period of the budget figures by 300%. Now again, I think that if the Chancellor is really aware of the difficulties being faced by the aviation industry, he does need to look again at the whole area of air passenger duty and how we improve connectivity and how we improve and sustain and support that industry, which has been one of the hardest hit after hospitality by the coronavirus restrictions. The other point that I want to make in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that there are opportunities for tax increases, and indeed with opportunities for tax increases which will not actually hurt businesses and hurt individuals in the United Kingdom. As a result of Brexit, we do now have the opportunity to tackle those people who have been avoiding taxes wholesale. And I'm thinking of the Amazons and the Googles who use the Irish Republic as a place where they can locate, take all their profits to, load all their costs into the GB and to the United Kingdom, and then avoid our taxes. And I believe that there are important opportunities that the Chancellor needs to take And I'm disappointed that even with the announcement of additional inspections for tax fraud, that the amount is so small. And I believe that one of the reasons is that you don't just need new inspectors, you need new policies. And we should be getting on with that. But all in all, I think that for many people in Northern Ireland, they will recognise as a good budget for the Union, a good budget for individuals, and a good budget for recovery.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I want to welcome this budget on behalf of my constituents in Murray and people across Scotland. There was a lot of good news in what the Chancellor had to say today. But I want to pick up on a few remarks, first of all, on the speech made by the leader of the Scottish National Party. First of all, he accused members of this government of not understanding what it's like to be poor. Quite an incredible statement from someone who earned his fortune as an investment banker in the City of London before he rediscovered himself as a humble crofter. Yes, he also went on to say that this budget lacked ambition. Well, I felt there was ambition weaved throughout the Chancellor's statement. Ambition for individuals and families and businesses in the weeks and months ahead, and ambition for our country in the years ahead. And if the leader of the SNP at Westminster wanted to see a statement that lacked ambition, he should have looked at Nicola Sturgeon's statement of her partial route map out of lockdown restrictions for Scotland last week. That was a document that lacked ambition, a statement that lacked ambition, hope and clarity, and one that we are seeing unravel at the moment as people in Scotland expect more from their government. And the final point I want to focus on from the Right Honourable Gentleman's speech was his comments about business rates and how in Scotland there has been an extension to the freeze in business rates for a further year. And that is true. But that further freeze for another 12 months was only made possible, accepted by the SNP Finance Minister, because of an additional £1.1 billion of support from the UK Government to the Scottish Government. Kate Forbes stood up in Holyrood and said she was only able to do this because of additional support coming from the UK Government to Holyrood, to the Scottish Government. So that is why we had the extension for a full year of business rates in Scotland. And the Right Honourable Gentleman mentioned newspapers were also covered. Of course, the SNP had to be forced to include newspapers in that business rates relief. A vote by the Scottish Conservatives in Holyrood, which they were against to begin with, forced a U-turn, and I will leave it to others to speculate why the SNP at this time would not be wanting to support the newspaper industry in Scotland. But throughout the last year, dealing with this pandemic, the UK Government has delivered unprecedented support for Scottish families and businesses. The furlough scheme and the self-employed income support, protecting 930,000 Scottish jobs, loans to over 90,000 Scottish businesses, and an extension of the reduced rate of VAT for hospitality, leisure and tourism. The £20 per week uplift for universal credit to help those in our society who need it most, something I've been calling for since October of last year. And £9.7 billion of additional funding for Scottish public services. And with this budget, the Chancellor is continuing those vital lifelines, extending furlough and the self-employed income support until September. Just as this pandemic has gone on longer than any of us could have imagined back in March last year, so too has the broad support delivered by the UK Treasury to the people of Scotland. Yet this wasn't just a budget for helping the Scottish economy to survive the pandemic. It was also a budget for our recovery as well, with investments to support the economy in the North East and its transition towards green energy, accelerating the transformative funding for Scottish growth deals to bolster the local economies in Ayrshire, Argyll and Bute and Falkirk, and a freeze on the fuel duty to back Scottish drivers, something crucially important to our remote and rural areas. And just look at how that contrasts with the SNP Scottish Government lobbying for an increase in fuel duty. That's gone widely unreported, but the SNP are calling for an increase when we look at the options for fuel duty. How will that go down with voters in rural Scotland in a few weeks' time? And of course, as the MP for Murray, representing more Scotch whisky distilleries than any other MP in this place, I warmly welcome the freeze on spirits duty. Hugely important to the distilleries in my constituency and indeed the wider alcohol producers in Scotland and across the UK. This budget shows that the UK Government has a plan to rebuild Scotland's economy after the immediate health crisis is over, to create jobs and opportunity in every part of our country as we pull together to deliver our recovery. The Chancellor said the majority of these measures are applying across the United Kingdom. We have a further £1.2 billion of spending going to the Scottish Government. We need to see the Scottish Government ensuring that gets to the services and the businesses who need it most. And the stamp duty freeze. We now see that holiday continuing in England until September, but in Scotland it's now ended. We need to see action on that in Scotland as well. Yet members on the SNP benches cannot welcome this plan. They could not support the budget because they would rather focus on another divisive independence referendum than our recovery from coronavirus. They've said they want to bring this referendum forward at the earliest opportunity, just when people are renewing their ties with friends and families and businesses are beginning to reopen. Madam Deputy Speaker, their plan would not only damage our Scottish recovery, but that of the whole of the United Kingdom. That is the last thing we need right now. What families and businesses across Scotland want to hear from the Scottish Government is a full route map for ending restrictions, not a route map for separation. As I said earlier, they are looking for certainty and for hope. This budget has delivered that by extending the vital lifelines that Scottish families and businesses are relying on. It's now time for the Scottish Government to do the same. The Chancellor has set out an ambitious programme that will not only secure the survival of many jobs and businesses in Scotland, but also provide that basis for our economic recovery in the future. There was just one point that I agreed with the leader of the SNP on. He said Scotland has a choice of two futures. We do. In the coming Scottish Parliament election, voters will decide whether they want to focus of all the politicians and all the parties within the Scottish Parliament to be on another independence referendum or on rebuilding Scotland from coronavirus. Let's not choose more damaging division. Let's instead rebuild Scotland and the whole of the UK together. Today's budget will help us do that. Thank you.
We now go via video link to Seema Malhotra, after which the time limit will go down to 5 minutes. Seema Malhotra.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The extension of furlough and the maintaining of the universal credit uplift are a relief. Cutting universal credit at this time would have been unthinkable, and I thank everyone who joined with Labour in making this point. The Chancellor should have announced this sooner. Last-minute changes and U-turns have become the hallmark of this government, with us now facing the worst economic crisis of any major economy. The government U-turned last week on the £500 test and trace support payment so that parents who stay at home because their children have to self-isolate aren't forced to go without pay or to take annual or unpaid leave. But today he's failed to extend the uplift to those on legacy benefits, including many with disabilities, without explanation. Madam Deputy Speaker, the pandemic has exposed a lack of resilience in our economy, in family finances and in our institutions. We've witnessed the struggle of a weakened and poorly equipped NHS and the social care system after 10 years of the Conservatives. Even before the pandemic, a quarter of households had less than £100 in savings. Madam Deputy Speaker, Step Change has said that 1.2 million people now face severe problem debt, a figure which has doubled since the beginning of the pandemic. My local food banks are struggling, with stories of children turning up without clothes, clean clothes to wear. We need to plan now so that we don't emerge less equal as a society. We saw nothing today that will help that. No pay rise for social care workers. Instead, a forced rise in council tax. The increase in the national minimum wage seems to be a U-turn on the 49p an hour promised last March. The increase in apprenticeship incentives comes on the back of widespread criticism of the apprenticeship levy, with millions unspent. There's a gender impact too. Before the coronavirus pandemic, women, especially low-paid, disabled and minority ethnic women, were more likely than men to be in debt. 61% of those getting into debt to purchase everyday necessities are women. And his speech failed to mention children. 4.2 million children were living in poverty before the pandemic, 9 in a classroom of 30. Removing the 2-child limit and the benefit cap would lift hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty, but he chose not to. 500,000 people are behind on their rent due to the pandemic. Mortgage prisoners, those trapped with their existing lender on high interest rates, are paying hundreds of thousands a year extra in mortgage payments to vulture funds and inactive lenders. Forbearance measures are still urgently needed, and a plan to tackle child poverty. Madam Deputy Speaker, the jobs crisis is hitting the youngest as well as the oldest hardest. Around 600,000 young people are without work, risking a lost generation. Even before the pandemic, and there were around 800,000 people aged 50 to 64 not in work who wanted to be. We need a plan for employment to match the scale of the crisis. That's why it's inexplicable that at the height of the pandemic, work coach hiring almost stopped, with less than 15 work coaches hired from April to June as caseloads more than doubled to over 280 per work coach last summer. His Kickstart scheme has been more of a false start, with only 2,000 placements to date, and Restart hasn't started at all. That's why we need Labour's new jobs promise to guarantee young people aged 16 to 24 unemployed for over 6 months, a training or jobs placement, and to extend the same guarantee to those aged over 24 unemployed for over 12 months. And thirdly, investment and green growth across every region and nation of the UK. Madam Deputy Speaker, as we recover from the pandemic, we must invest at speed for growth. A jobs recovery needs a green recovery. Labour's Green Economic Recovery Report would have been a good read for the Chancellor, with plans to spur job creation across the country, including 400,000 green jobs, with many for young people. Just as Britain led the world into the first industrial revolution, swift and targeted government investment and coordination with the private and voluntary sectors is needed to stimulate the economy and jobs. And on good jobs, the Mayor of London's new Good Work standard is the kind of thinking we need to tackle the scourge of low-paid, insecure work, along with flexible recruitment and workplace well-being plans. We should be investing in community-led co-ops. We should see the employment bill come before Parliament. And on aviation, we urgently need a better sector-specific deal to support jobs, to help airports, airlines, and those in the wider supply chain, the ground handlers, caterers, and other businesses critical for aviation and for our economy and trade. Employment in aviation communities like Feltham and Heston has been hit very hard and needs much stronger leadership from the government right now. We should lead the way in the world on zero carbon aviation, but this means accelerating R&D investment to support innovation in the future of green transportation and logistics, and for new technologies to be contributing to greater productivity for businesses in our supply chains. Madam Deputy Speaker, today's budget needed to put in place the strong foundations to support businesses and to give security to all our families, building the base for resilience, for a competitive future, and for shared prosperity for all. Sadly, it fell far short.
Video link to Simon Fell. Are we having some trouble getting to Simon Fell? Okay, what I'm going to do is go to Colm Eastwood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Thank you to Simon. I have to say, I was interested listening to the member for East Antrim talking about the value of the union as if no other country in the world was investing in businesses and people at this very difficult time. Of course, they're doing it in the Republic of Ireland in a very generous way as well. And I know he's left his place, but I've heard a proposal for after a new Ireland comes into place that there will be a statue erected to the member of East Antrim for all of the work that he's doing to encourage the people of Northern Ireland to vote for a very different constitutional future. So I look forward to cutting the ribbon on that. Maybe Sammy will join us. I find it interesting to hear the Chancellor earlier speaking about whatever it takes and taking lots of credit for the necessary and essential furlough scheme. I mean, I can remember, I don't know if anybody else can, I can remember him being dragged, kicking and screaming almost, to extending the furlough scheme at Halloween. And that left businesses confused and not knowing what they were going to do, and people lost their jobs as a result of it. So it is good, of course, that it's being extended. There should never have been a doubt about that in my view. I also note, Madam Deputy Speaker, very little mention of the B word. Brexit was hardly talked about in the Chancellor's speech. I wonder, is that because the OBR have said today that there will be a reduction of 0.5% in GDPR in the first quarter alone because of Brexit? You know, many people, myself included, warned of the impact of Brexit. It wasn't heard, and pretending that this is going to be the sunny uplands are coming as a result of Brexit is just beginning to be proven wrong every passing week. That plus the millions of pounds of funding from the European Union that is being stripped of the people from the people of Northern Ireland and not replaced at all, not one penny replaced by this government. It just shows you, I think, where this government's priorities lie when they relax the rules for the City of London and strip the people of Northern Ireland with unreplaced funds. I mean, we've heard, and I think these will be proven to be fairly empty, a lot of talk about levelling up for the north of England. Well, where's the levelling up for the north of Ireland? I mean, we know that the protocol, despite what some people want to allege, the protocol is a benefit to us as a result of a very hard Brexit, because it allows our businesses to trade into the British market and also into the European market unencumbered. That is a competitive advantage that nowhere else on these islands has. Where's the effort to maximise that competitive advantage? Where are the investment hubs with incentives in places like Derry that has been stripped and starved of funding from governments and is at the worst end of all of the economic league tables? Where is the support to maximise that benefit and to sell the benefits of the protocol around the world, instead of listening to some of the nonsense that we've heard from some of my colleagues about how damaging the protocol is? It's just not the case. I also note there's nothing to do in this budget around the skills gap in Northern Ireland. We send thousands upon thousands of people away from our shores to study elsewhere. They don't come back, and that strips our communities, our families and our economy of very highly skilled people. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm not somebody who would ever or normally support low corporation tax, but the very fact of the matter is, in Donegal today, just across the border, corporation tax is 12.5%. In Derry, a mile away, very soon it'll be 25%. That will be, so you take an advantage that you have of the protocol and then you harm it by having a double the corporation tax just across the border. And we know that small retailers are on their knees. Not a mention of a windfall tax for Amazon, who are making an absolute fortune at the expense of those retailers. And I know I'm running out of time, Madam Deputy Speaker, but in terms of health, the Chancellor says that the NHS is deserving of immense praise. They don't want your praise. They want more money. They want more money in their pockets, and they want more money in the system. In Northern Ireland, we are 30 times smaller in terms of population to England. Our waiting lists are 100 times longer. Where's the investment in our health service to get us out and through COVID, and to begin to allow people to get proper access to the health service that they deserve? The Northern Ireland Executive have announced a £500 million thank you payment for those workers, waive the taxes on it and allow them to keep the money for themselves.
We now turn to Simon Fell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thanks for coming back to me. I hope my internet holds up now. It's incredible to think that the budget last year didn't even contain the word furlough. 12 months on, the focus was on levelling up. Now it's quite rightly on recovery, and on how that recovery can drive growth in communities like mine and up and down the country. The scale of the support from the government is simply staggering. 65 billion in this budget alone, and closer to 407 billion in total. All of us in this place have perhaps become too used to the idea that if we make the right case, financial support will flow from the Treasury. Of course, in these challenging times, it's not difficult to find people and organisations who are worthy of support. And that's why I believe that this is a truly bold budget, where my right honourable friend has been honest with the British people on the difficult decisions that lay ahead, while maintaining a clear focus on supporting people through COVID and on jobs and growth as we move to recovery. I hold my hand up and I acknowledge that I've been one of those asking Oliver Light for a little bit more, please, sir. This has no doubt been wearing at times, so I'd like to thank my right honourable friend and his fantastic Treasury team for being open to colleagues with ideas and listening to those of us with our bowls out in good grace. And it's that spirit of generosity that I think rings through this budget. Extending furlough through to the end of September, ensuring a further 600,000 self-employed people get support as access to grants is widened. This is the response of a Chancellor and a Treasury team that understand what lifeline these schemes are, and how crucial they'll be to recovery and retaining jobs as we emerge from this pandemic. Similarly, the extension to the universal credit uplift is so very welcome. The uplift has brought so many people help through the extreme challenges of this pandemic. Its continuation is not cheap, but for the many people who've been pushed into the category of just about managing in this crisis, it is a lifeline to them. This hand up to those who need it is yet another policy compassionately delivered in the face of incredibly challenging circumstances. Taken together, these measures will protect livelihoods across the UK and provide peace of mind and the ability for firms and families to catch their breath as we leave lockdown. Walking down Dalton Road in Barrow, Madam Deputy Speaker, you can't get away from the very visible signs that our high street is struggling. My local business owners campaigned hard to gain support. They so very much want to be part of that recovery, and I'm delighted that my right honourable friends recognise the important role they've got to play. The combination of generous restart grants for retail businesses and greater support still for hospitality and leisure, who've been particularly hard hit by coronavirus restrictions, is very welcome indeed. If we in Cumbria want to boost tourism, we need our pubs, bars and restaurants to weather this storm. Restart grants, extending the VAT cut and a freeze in alcohol duty will make all the difference. The 100% business rates holiday last year provided a safety net for so many. Seeing that continue with the vast majority of businesses receiving a 75% cut next year will help our high streets play the part they want to in this recovery. I was elected, Madam Deputy Speaker, to a community that felt left behind and that it hadn't seen investment for decades. In the last year alone, we've seen that corner turned, with 25 million awarded in the town deal, a bypass funded at Grisbeck, and I'm incredibly grateful to colleagues from the Treasury and across government for enabling that to happen. And I'm delighted that there's even more for Barrow and Furness and for communities like mine in this budget. The £150,000 in levelling up capacity funding for Barrow will enable my council to put forward a good bid for the Levelling Up Fund. Winning that will make a tangible difference to our town. Similarly, the £20,000 Community Renewal Fund, which has been granted to Barrow, will help us pilot new approaches to tackle some of the most difficult issues we're facing now, supporting new approaches to tackling poverty and reinforcing our community as a place where people want to live, work and visit. The huge capital allowance bonus for manufacturing is also an incredible boon for the North and will allow us to unlock some of the latent investment which we know is out there. For communities like ours with strong manufacturing bases, from defence to subsea, from world-class LED lighting firms to global exporters. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a remarkable budget for the North and for the whole of the UK. I'm grateful to my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, for his honesty at the scale of the challenge we face, but also for his determination to support people and businesses through this storm. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Selwood.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It certainly has been a year like no other, and when we look back at this point, we will of course reflect on the direct consequences of this pandemic, the impact to livelihoods and the loss of life, and the incredible efforts of the NHS, the military, and indeed the volunteers in getting us through this. But we will also look to see how responsible we were in supporting and protecting jobs, businesses and skill sets, carefully anaesthetising so much of our economic activity to be revived once it was safe to do so. And with plans to gradually ease lockdown about to start, this budget has two simple objectives. Firstly, short-term fiscal support that will assist our workforce until June, when the lifting of any final COVID restrictions takes place. And secondly, the introduction of responsible measures designed to begin to rebalance the books after a year of record borrowing. So I very much welcome the Chancellor's announcements of further economic support relating to the pandemic, extending the furlough scheme, the continuation of the business rates holiday, extensions of the VAT cuts, for example, and the freeze of alcohol duties. These will all be appreciated in my constituency of Bournemouth East, where tourism and hospitality are so critical. But I also make clear that there are calls, people wanting to see lockdown move faster. But no general would commit to a date in achieving the next phase of battle beyond the aspirational until set conditions were met in order to advance. And that's exactly what the Prime Minister is doing now. Now, turning to the longer-term measures, again, when the Chancellor has announced, some of them have received criticism in relating to the manifesto commitments of big taxes not being touched, income tax, national insurance and VAT. But that was before this once-in-a-century event. And we would be storing up problems for the future if we did not take the initial steps to deal with what the scale of the borrowing that's taking place at the moment. We're just starting to lift our heads above the parapet in relation to this pandemic and to think we could go beyond survival and repair and what post-COVID, post-Britain will actually look like. So I very much welcome the initiatives that have been put forward in this budget today, national infrastructure programs, green investment, and also support for veterans' mental health, all very much welcome. And also the digital rollout, important for services as it's taking over from roads and rail in linking businesses together. And I thank the Chancellor for the investment in the Towns Deal Fund, £21 billion going to Boscombe to help regeneration in the core part of my constituency, something that I've been lobbying on, as indeed has the Council for a number of months. So we're very grateful for that. I mentioned digital, and I don't apologise for raising what I call, or what's been referred to as the Rockefeller question. Of course, J.D. Rockefeller was the owner of the company Standard Oil that dominated the oil market in the 1920s. But it took the will of a president there, Theodore Roosevelt, the one person more powerful than Rockefeller, to see Standard Oil's monopoly challenged and subsequently dismantled. And I'm glad to see the Financial Secretary in his place. There is a clash that we've seen between Google and the Australian government. And with the likes of Google, Facebook and so forth dominating the digital world, now owning 80% of the advertising market, there are big questions as to how personal data is harvested, fair competition is supported, and indeed, pertinent to today, is the levels of taxation that are paid. So I do hope this is something that perhaps can be raised at the G7 discussions that take place this year. My final point is actually in relation to China and the scale of impact that this economic powerhouse is having on the areas of interest that we have across the world. It is a superpower, and it's having a geopolitical challenge in the long term, ensnaring many countries into trade deals, infrastructure and security programs that they can ill afford. This is in direct challenge to the very areas that we want to do business with as well. Again, something for the G7 to discuss. Madam Deputy Speaker, we must recognise that as we come out of this pandemic, the world is looking very, very different to what it did like when we went in. And our economic security depends on our national security and vice versa. I do hope the forthcoming integrated review will give clarity as to what global Britain means. We have become a little risk-averse in the last few years in challenging potential threats at source. And I do hope that the tough economic decisions taken today will lead us out of this unprecedented financial shock. And I hope that we can pretty appreciate that the unstable international context that we face is something that we now need to address.
Thank you. Chris Elmore.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Almost exactly a year ago, on the 28th of February, Wales recorded its first case of coronavirus. COVID-19 would go on to turn countless lives, livelihoods and communities upside down. And in my Ogmore constituency, many families have faced the unimaginable loss in unprecedented circumstances. Not just the loss of loved ones, often without being able to say goodbye, or of the precious time with friends and family, but also a previously unimaginable scale of financial loss. Small businesses destroyed seemingly overnight, disappearing jobs, reduced hours, and some people, the excluded, simply falling through the gaps in support and receiving nothing even after their income vanished before their eyes. And I, of course, today welcome the changes that the Chancellor has announced in terms of supporting some of the excluded. But there are still far too many people who are missing out on government support and have been simply bypassed again by this Conservative government. The emotional scarring of the pandemic will be with us for years to come, and we must do all we can to provide the support to mental health and well-being that people need. And I'm very proud that the Welsh Labour Government has already identified the need for this and has begun to implement this support as they seek to move Wales forward. But we need to recognise that alongside the emotional burden, there is also an economic burden. And, as is so often during this pandemic, the Chancellor's plans to tackle it are simply not up to the job. Figures show that 4,415 people in Ogmore are currently furloughed, and 2,705 people are claiming unemployment-related benefits. Months ago, I and my Labour Party colleagues called on the Chancellor to end the speculation and uncertainty surrounding the continuation of this support and pledged that he would extend the £20 uplift beyond April. I was proud to do the right thing and vote for the £20 per week uplift to universal credit, as I have seen the difference it has made in people's lives across my constituency. Madam Deputy Speaker, while Labour were taking action, the UK Government decided to sit on its hands and pretend that no vote was going on. It'll come as no surprise that I find it appalling that I've heard Conservative MPs today say how important the uplift is, but chose to pretend that there was no vote going on just a few months ago, but are now praising the uplift as if the Chancellor has rode in on his white steed and rescued those people who receive universal credit. He could have stopped this speculation many, many months ago. Even this Sunday, the Chancellor was asked by the press if he would end this cliff edge approach to people's income, and again he refused to relieve the anxiety that surrounds families' household budgets. I'm finally pleased that the Chancellor has listened, followed Labour's lead, but I have to ask the question, why on earth has it taken him this long to make the decision? Has he perhaps been waiting for a new graphic for his social media? Does his Instagram account take some time in order to change these things? But in the meanwhile, families across my constituency have been living with this uncertainty, and it simply isn't acceptable. The difference between the Chancellor's reluctance to extend this support and the actions of a Welsh Labour government straining every sinew to support Welsh families is glaring. From the get-go, Welsh Labour ensured that the full force of our government was used to support families, businesses and jobs. Be it the barriers grant giving up to £2,000 to contribute towards the essential cost of starting up a business, the restrictions business fund giving businesses a minimum of between £6,000 and £10,000 grants, or releasing £117 million through rate relief for premises over £500,000 back into the economy. Welsh Labour has targeted everything towards protecting jobs in our communities. Hear, hear. This budget is not just about tackling the challenges of the present, but is about laying the foundations for the future. And the Welsh Labour Government understands this and does this every day in the work that it is setting out. Over the last 10 years of continuous budget cuts. And I ask the question of the Minister and of the Chancellor. They've spent the last 10 years cutting and cutting and cutting the essential foundations of the economy. And now they're simply expecting, with very little plan and idea, to know how they will progress and build an economy back for the future. With such limited expectations and hopes for growth, it's hardly the inspiring budget that was being briefed daily for weeks before it was delivered today on the floor of the House. The scale of the challenge we face as we seek to rebuild after this dreadful pandemic is immense, Madam Deputy Speaker. Our Welsh Labour Government has recognised this and said our bold and visionary policies we need to move Wales forward. But today's budget is sadly lacking in ambition and in compassion, and in the compassion that is required by the Chancellor and his colleagues. Families in Ogmore and across the UK have made enormous sacrifices in a collective effort to tackle COVID-19 and keep each other safe. They need a plan for a recovery that matches the scale of that sacrifice, but they will not find it in today's budget.
Thank you. I'm afraid that after the next speaker, the time limit will go down to 3 minutes. Mark Harper.
I'm very grateful, Madam Deputy Speaker. The first thing I wanted to say, reflecting on the Chancellor's excellent budget speech, is that in an emergency, and that is what we have faced over the last year, it's right for the state to use its fiscal firepower to support the people of our country and protect jobs and livelihoods, and that will be welcomed across the country, but particularly in my constituency of the Forest of Dean. And listening to the Chancellor set out the more than £400 billion worth of spending that's been put in place to support jobs and livelihoods, we can see the payoff, because the Independent Office for Budget Responsibility now thinks that the level of unemployment that we will reach at a peak is considerably lower
than it was forecasting just last November. And that reduction in unemployment and those jobs that have been protected will be welcomed in my constituency and across the United Kingdom. I'd also like to just welcome the specific help in the budget for my constituency. I particularly welcome the £150,000 that's going to go to my local authority to help them put in place the capacity to bid for money from the Levelling Up Fund. And of course, because members of Parliament are integrally involved in that, I look forward to working with them to put in place an ambitious plan to help improve the economic conditions in my constituency. I also welcome the continued reduction in VAT for hospitality and tourism businesses and the extension of the business rates holiday. I know that will be incredibly welcome to those businesses in my constituency that are raring to go to get back into business but are not yet enabled to do so. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, because we've had that big one-off amount of borrowing to get us through this crisis, we do need to get the public finances back in shape. And the Chancellor set out very clearly why that is essential. Firstly, because if debt continues rising, we are very vulnerable to a rise in interest rates. A 1% rise in interest rates, modest by historical standards, would mean us having to find £25 billion a year in debt interest, which would mean making very significant savings elsewhere on important public services. And secondly, you have to get the public finances in good shape to prepare us for the inevitable future crisis. And as the Chancellor set out, it was only because we took difficult decisions on tax and spending from 2010 onwards that he was able to have the fiscal firepower, have the borrowing capacity to get us through this crisis. And it's right that he wants to leave the public finances in shape either for himself in the future or a potential successor to deal with any crises to come. And it's important, of course, that that can't happen immediately. It can happen over time. And I'm pleased to see in the, again, the independent forecast that we get the budget back into balance by 2025-26 by three mechanisms. By growing the economy faster, and I welcome the mechanisms that he set out today to increase investment, to get businesses really firing on all cylinders. But it also requires controlling the growth in spending, and I'm pleased to see controlled growth in public spending in the numbers. That is going to mean some difficult decisions in the spending review, and I say to members on both sides of the House, and especially to my own colleagues, it's going to mean making choices, and it's going to mean setting priorities and deciding what we think is important. We can't spend money on absolutely everything we want. As Conservatives, we have to live within our means, and we have to make those difficult decisions. And I hope that as those decisions are made by ministerial colleagues and our Treasury colleagues later this year, that we can all support them. And finally, it means, which is uncomfortable for someone like myself that wants to see lower taxes, it means an increase in taxes. I don't think we're undertaxed, because the tax rises in this budget are going to leave us with the highest tax burden in my lifetime, since before I was born. But I hope they will be temporary, that once we've got the public finances back into shape, then the Chancellor, as he himself says, is a low-tax Conservative. He'll be able to look to continue increasing public spending in line with the growth of the economy, but also be able to reduce taxes so that people can keep more of their hard-earned income, which is central to being a Conservative. So I think it was a very well-judged budget. I think it gets the public finances back into shape, deals with the crisis, the emergency we faced, and prepares us for growth in the years to come, and leaves us in better shape than he found the Treasury. And I commend this budget to the House.
I understand the Honourable Member for Brent North is having some technical problems, so we will go to David Mundell. David.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I want to begin by saying that I believe that today's budget is good news for my constituency. We still need to focus on defeating the pandemic, and the continuing support for local people and businesses is most welcome. Thousands of people in my constituency have benefited from the furlough scheme and the self-employment scheme, but I have lobbied particularly hard to persuade the Chancellor to retain the £20 uplift on universal credit, so most vulnerable people in my constituency elsewhere receive the support they need. I also lobbied for a VAT cut for the hospitality industry, which so many local businesses were in touch with me about, and this will make a real difference to them as they gradually are allowed to reopen. The Chancellor announced a range of other measures to help businesses in England, and we need to see the equivalent delivered here in Scotland, unlike previously when the Scottish Government has sat on money it received from the UK Government and failed to distribute it quickly to businesses. I've always argued that a car is a necessity, not a luxury in our rural communities, and haulage fuel costs contribute so significantly to the cost of living locally. That's why I've always opposed rises in fuel duty, and so I'm delighted the Chancellor agrees and has frozen fuel duty yet again. In the very short time I have, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to just focus on the issue of access to cash. It was announced this morning that contactless payments would be increased to £100, which I am sure will be welcomed by many. But what the Chancellor did not reference this year, which he did in his last budget, was the operation of the UK cash system and his plans to legislate on access to cash. Our system of cash faces three big issues: the ongoing issue of access, the inverse issue of depositing cash, and the increasingly pressing problem of acceptance of cash. The issue of acceptance of cash has been made more acute by the pandemic. The Bank of England noted in its quarterly bulletin that 42% of people had recently visited a store that would not accept cash, and which conducted a survey which found that 4 in 10 of those who had experienced difficulties paying with cash had left empty-handed when trying to buy groceries. Therefore, it is absolutely essential that the government come forward with legislation and plans on this issue. Without that, we risk crashing into a cashless society where some 17% of adults in the UK, around 8 million, would struggle. And those struggling most would be the elderly, the vulnerable and economically excluded, and those in rural communities such as my Dumfriesshire, Clydesdale and Tweeddale constituency.
We now go to Geraint Davis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Chancellor failed to mention that in the UK we've got the highest coronavirus death rate in the world, 123,000 deaths. We've got the deepest recession of the G7. And he failed to mention the bungled Brexit that's led to a 2/3 cut in our exports since the new year. The budget, of course, simply continues to increase inequality, which itself will reduce the rate of growth. And whilst pumping money in the economy, we look forward to council tax rises, pay freezes for public sector workers, benefit squeezes and service cuts that will further increase inequality. What we need is a healthier, fairer, greener future. And we've only got to look to the Welsh Government on how to do that, because in England, the excess deaths of COVID over the 5-year average are 20%. In Wales, they're only 13%. And if that rate had been applied in England, there would be 36,000 fewer deaths. How? Well, a more cautious approach to social distancing, travel limits, earlier lockdown, and of course contact tracing in public hands rather than the hands of sponsors of the Conservative Party. And also we're rolling out the vaccination very quickly. Indeed, in Labour-run Wales, we've seen the government using the money where it's most needed, not supporting council tax for relief for food superstores who are making exceptional profits, not for stamp duty for holidays for people buying second homes, but a £2 billion resilience fund and the Development Bank of Wales investing in small business to secure 141,000 jobs. This is a successful devolution, but we do need the tools to do the job. And we only get 2% of the money for rail investment for 5% of the population. We do need a high-speed link between Bristol, Cardiff, Swansea and West Wales to help connect the Union. We do need the Shared Prosperity Fund, spent in Wales for Wales by Wales. We do need a Swansea Bay tidal lagoon that was promised, and we need electrification of the railways. There's much we need, but we aren't getting our fair share, and we didn't hear much about that or anything about it in the budget. We need a fairer future in Britain. There's 6.6 million people who are in hunger and food insecurity each day. We need to double the amount of cooperatives. We need to target investment in smaller companies which are committed to net zero, in particular with local jobs, with a reduce inequality. We need to invest in children from poorer backgrounds who've lost most out in terms of education, and we need to invest in sustainable transport. After all, 64,000 people are dying prematurely from toxic air. Nothing about that again. Labour, of course, increased the size of the economy in the 10 years to 2008 by 40%, and in so doing, doubled the health service and the education service. We need a Labour government to have inclusive growth and to balance the books, and we won't get one until we get the next election.
We're now returning to Barry Gardner.
Today, the Chancellor has been dealing with the economic cost of coronavirus. Coronavirus is a zoonotic disease, and just like SARS and Ebola, it has come about as the result of the increasing stress that human activity has put on the natural world. As a result of coronavirus, the Chancellor admitted borrowing a record £355 billion, and for the first time in over 50 years, public debt has risen above 100% of GDP. I'll say it again. Coronavirus is a zoonotic disease. There will be others. Our species is grappling not just with one global pandemic, but with the two global emergencies of climate change and the destruction of nature through biodiversity loss. Today should not just be about the allocation of money, it should be about the management of our assets. Once we understand that our economy is bounded by nature, natural capital, we will perhaps understand the need to stop consuming each year the goods and services that the planet takes 1.6 years to reproduce. Economists call this living beyond our means. The Intergovernmental Panel is clear we need urgent and unprecedented transformational change. If this budget had adopted the principles of the Dasgupta Review, we would have got that change. It would have set out the basis of a green industrial revolution with full investment in low carbon infrastructure and the greening of our economy. It could have created 1 million new jobs. Protecting jobs and maintaining incomes through furlough is only a baseline. Alongside it, the Chancellor should have put in place incentives from companies to spread employment through job sharing, whilst using their non-employed hours engaged in new paid national retraining scheme for zero carbon industries of tomorrow. That would have been transformational and given people currently in old industries hope and security for the future. Yes, set targets for electric vehicles, but retrain the mechanics. Yes, bring more solar and wind arrays, but train the new generation of engineers. Yes, retrofit our homes, but where is the skilled workforce to carry out the work? On the super deduction of 130% tax release on investment, the Chancellor should have said that this could only be used for sustainable green investments and not subsidise what could be environmentally damaging infrastructure by oil and gas corporates. No wonder it took him precisely 37 minutes into his speech before he even mentioned the word green, and that ironically came just after saying there'll be no fuel duty rise. I welcome what the Chancellor said about changing the remit of the Bank of England to consider environmental sustainability and net zero. But a transformative budget would have mandated both climate and nature-related financial disclosures for listed companies. He patted himself on the back and said that he'd be ready when the next crisis comes. The truth is, the next crisis is already here. It's called the climate catastrophe. It's called environmental destruction. And this budget has not prepared us to meet it.
We now have video link to Robert Halfon.
I welcome this budget. It has 5 core purposes: to balance the books, help people through COVID, to cut the cost of living, to champion education, skills and apprenticeships, and to build back better. The fundamentals of levelling up must be about cutting the cost of living. Too many of my Harlow residents are working long hours for low pay. That is why the fuel duty freeze for the 10th year is such good news. The national living wage rise to £8.91 in April will mean that households are £5,200 better off compared to 2010. and cuts in taxes have put £1,205 more in the average worker's pocket. The 6-month extension to the uplifting universal credit will incentivise work and reduce the welfare poverty trap. COVID-19 has been a national disaster for education. The government's £1.7 billion catch-up fund is a huge step forward. Just as the NHS has a 10-year plan, there should be a long-term plan for educational recovery, investing in early years, establishing family hubs in every town, reforming the pupil premium to give more help to the long-term disadvantaged, longer school days, with civil society helping with extra sports, mental health and academic catch-up. I hope the Treasury will hypothecate £150 million raised from the sugar tax to finance school breakfasts in disadvantaged areas. Evidence shows this increases educational attainment by 2 months. The £2 billion Kickstart programme for businesses and the Lifetime Skills Guarantee will rocket boost apprenticeships and jobs. I would urge apprenticeship levy reform to benefit companies that invest in skills our country needs and ensure those from disadvantaged backgrounds climb on the apprenticeship ladder of opportunity. Of course, levelling up means renewing infrastructure. The new hospital plan for Harlow is hugely welcomed by residents, as is our new £81 million Junction 7A and planned regeneration funding of up to £76 million. The expected move of Public Health England to Harlow will provide thousands of jobs, boost skills, health, science and economic opportunities across the east of England. The Health Department has already spent over £270 million for the relocation, and this investment shows the government's commitment to Harlow. Build Back Better must also mean genuinely affordable housing. 1 million children live in overcrowded accommodation. The £12.2 billion announced by the Community Secretary is welcome. The government could incentivise housing associations by a flexible grant rate and making more land available for social housing. Of course, Conservatives are for home ownership. The mortgage guarantee is superb, but we should also be the party of quality, affordable housing. But I commend this budget. I urge the Prime Minister and Chancellor to ensure that supporting workers, championing social justice and the ladder of opportunity continue to be at the heart of government decision-making.
Liam Byrne.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm here to speak for the West Midlands because we have a Tory mayor who is failing to use his voice. And the truth is that COVID has hit our region harder than any other region in our country. And the truth is, over the last 4 years, life in our region was getting shorter, it was getting poorer, and it was getting less safe. That is why what we needed from the Chancellor today, Madam Deputy Speaker, was a budget that genuinely levelled up this country so that we can level up our region. I'm grateful for the help in the short term that will make a difference. But the truth is, over the medium term, we saw today £66 billion worth of tax rises that will also fall on teachers and nurses and police officers for the years to come. That is the biggest tax rise that I think we've ever seen in budget history, and it is so high because the growth rate for this country is now coming further and further down. That is why what we needed from the Chancellor today was a meaningful strategy to go from the pandemic to the Paris Agreement, a plan that would set out a plan to reindustrialise our country, to create the new green manufacturing jobs of the country, avoiding the perils that the IMF is warning about of a K-shaped recovery, where the rich go in one direction and the poor go in another. That's what I want for our region. I want our region to be the green workshop of the world. I want our region, the youngest region in Europe, to be the place with the best life chances for young people. I want our region to be a place where we have police back on the streets, because we've had violent crime that has soared by over 100% over the last 2 to 3 years. But that is not what we got today. We have asked for help, but we've been given just 5% of the £3 billion we asked for to get our recovery moving. And what did we get today? The grand total of £2 per person per week. That was it. There is £431 billion in the national capital budget. What did we get today? We should have got an extra £7.7 billion. That would reflect our population share. We got just 3% of that money today. So I'm afraid that once again, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have been left behind, looked over and left out. The Towns funds that we secured today, just 3/4 of what Andy Burnham and Steve Rotherham have got up in the North West. Just 39% of what was secured by council leaders in the East Midlands. We cannot go on like this. We need a mayor who's going to stand up and fight for our region. And in May, Madam Deputy Speaker, that's what the residents of our region are going to get.
Hugh Merriman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In welcoming today's budget, I wish to focus on 3 themes. Firstly, supporting Restart. The Chancellor is right to ensure that the workforce and businesses are supported as we open up our economy once again. The continuation of furlough, help for the self-employed, business rate relief and extending temporary VAT reduction will give business the confidence to reopen and plough on. We now really have to encourage people to turn their backs on the lockdown, to get back to their offices, back to hospitality and leisure venues, and do their bit for the nation's economy as we unlock, in the same way that they did for the nation's health when they locked down. Secondly, recovery. The Chancellor is right to invest in our recovery by supporting capital projects which will deliver a yield to UK PLC. Over half of the infrastructure spend is devoted to transport. It's vital that this spend goes on projects which deliver the biggest bang for the buck, not white or green elephants. Thirdly, repayment. The pandemic has seen a government fiscal injection of £407 billion. Much of this has been supported across this House. As the Chancellor has said, this is comparable only to the borrowing from World Wars I and II. National debt now stands at £2 trillion, £30,000 for every man, woman and child. We have a record peacetime deficit. To those who talk of low levels of government borrowing, can I just remind them that an increase of just 1 percentage point across all interest rates will add an extra £25 billion a year to the government's cost of servicing the national debt, money that could otherwise be spent on investing in education or delivering infrastructure. So with regret, I understand the need for a 5-year personal tax allowance freeze, corporation tax increases to 25% from 2023 and other tax-raising measures. The OBR has stated that these tax rises will take the overall tax take and burden to the highest level since 1960s. In addition to increasing the tax yield, we also need to reduce the levels of public spending. This means cuts across the board. I'm deeply disappointed that we are reducing our international aid spending, but I cannot just expect spending cuts to apply to those areas less close to my heart. It was 30 years ago that Margaret Thatcher was taking questions from the media on the 1981 budget. She said this, and it applies as much today. What really gets me is this, that it is very ironic that those who are most critical of the extra tax are those who are most vociferous in demanding the extra expenditure. And what gets me even more is that having demanded that extra expenditure, they are not prepared to face the consequences of their own action and stand by the necessity to get some of the tax to pay for it. She concluded, I wish some of them had more guts and courage than they have. The Chancellor has shown today he has the guts and courage. It's now down to those of us who similarly believe in fiscal responsibility and in not dumping the next generation into an ever-increasing pool of debt to be true to the Conservative Party's philosophy and make that same case.
Video link, Carol Monaghan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm sure there will be much chest thumping over this budget, but the reality is that many of those most in need of support have been ignored. Furlough has been welcome for some, but for others, including the 3 million excluded who have not received a penny, this budget offers nothing. The 10 million for veterans' mental health is welcome, but many of the veterans and families who contact me do so because of a lack of support from this government. The Chancellor could have rectified the situation that sees payments awarded for injury in service treated as normal income for DWP calculations, but he didn't. What message is he sending to the veterans who have given their health for this country? The recent National Audit Office report on military housing should have shamed this government into action. The report talks of decades of underinvestment, with nearly 2,400 personnel living in such abysmal accommodation, lacking basics such as hot water, that they are not even required to pay rent. This is a government that professes to stand up for the armed forces, so why no funds for this? But central to any COVID recovery plan must be our children. This is a year where disadvantage has been laid bare. And whilst the government has rightly provided digital devices and tutoring schemes in order to learn, children need first to be fed. The Chancellor has agreed to maintain the £20 a week uplift in universal credit until September, which is of course welcome. But does he really think that beyond September this uplift is not required? He's probably never gone round a supermarket trying to decide which basics he can afford. Well, I have, and I can tell you the difference £20 a week would have made during those times. In contrast, we see the Scottish Government introducing the Scottish Child Payment of £10 a week for every child under 6. So we need a commitment from this government that this uplift will be permanent, that it will apply not just to those on universal credit, but also those on legacy benefit, that children can be fed, and then we can talk about meaningful learning. And finally, I want to talk about the children of Yemen. The UN tell us the humanitarian crisis is the worst in the world. 80% of Yemen's population are in need of humanitarian aid. 4 million people displaced, 400,000 children under 5 are at risk of dying from malnutrition. And amid this crisis, the government makes a manifesto-breaking cuts to international aid. If this is the best that global Britain can deliver, it's no surprise that Scotland's choosing a different path. One of the strengths of the UK was a commitment to international development. The situation in Yemen is critical. A tiny proportion of our borrowed funds must be shared with the world's most desperate.
Number 27 withdrawn, so straight to Judith Cumming.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is welcome that the Chancellor has committed to keeping key elements of the support packages in place until September. But businesses and families in my constituency need certainty that they will not once again be placed into local restrictions that hurt our local economy. Because last week the Prime Minister left open the possibility of returning to local restrictions to contain new variants. So I urge the government to deal with this national crisis with national measures. During the local lockdown in Bradford, we had the perverse situation of people being able to travel to nearby areas to shop, have beauty treatments and go to the gym, all while our local businesses were forced to close. The closing of local economies like this caused permanent economic damage, and many of our businesses may never recover. This unfairness must not be allowed to happen again. Instead, we need a plan for unlocking and recovery, a plan that closes rather than widens the growing gaps in our economy, and that is not what this budget delivers. On the issue of rebalancing our economy, I was disappointed to see no commitment to Northern Powerhouse Rail in this budget. Nothing is more critical to Bradford's long-term economic success than securing the Northern Powerhouse Rail line with a city centre stop in Bradford. In recent years, I've asked ministers 11 times to confirm that this transformational project would go ahead and that, crucially, it would include Bradford. Time and time again, ministers have responded with warm words but no action. And now I worry that we are seeing emerging evidence of this government backing away from its previous commitments to invest in my region and my city. First, the government asks Transport for the North not to submit its outlined strategic business case as was planned. Then there are suggestions in the media that the government is considering a cheaper route which bypasses Bradford, doesn't include a city centre stop, or doesn't even involve a new line at all. Let me be very clear. Upgrading existing lines will not fulfil the manifesto promise this government made, and nor will it provide the infrastructure improvements that the great cities of the North need. A route which misses out Bradford would be a huge mistake. And this matters. This matters for opening up our economy. This matters for rebalancing our economy. This matters for the job prospects and opportunities for the people in my constituency. And it's time for this government to deliver.
Andrew Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I draw the House's attention to my external interests set out in the register. I've come this afternoon to praise what I think is an excellent budget, and if you listen carefully, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the two main front bench speeches opposite, it's clear they do not, in truth, think that much of it is wrong. This has been a year in which the government has truthfully used taxpayers' funds to protect livelihoods, to help business and to help the least well off. And it was additional relief today to see that unemployment was not as bad as many of us feared. So the first point I want to make is that this is an excellent budget, and it will contribute greatly to Britain coming out of recession and out of this crisis over the coming months. The second point I want to make is that I listened carefully to the Right Honourable Gentleman from Hodge Hill's speech. He's clearly in campaigning mode, but one of the real winners from this today is the West Midlands, and it's a huge tribute to Andy Street, the brilliant mayor that we have. He and I have lobbied the Chancellor together, as have many of members of Parliament in the region. He's done a brilliant job, and what today shows is that he is brilliant at getting the government to deliver for the West Midlands. He called for apprenticeship incentives, he called for extending furlough, he called for an extension of the VAT cuts for hospitality and tourism, and he called for cash grants for businesses reopening. And nearly 100 million for the Black Country towns and city centres, a particular issue that he championed, and £59 million for stations to be open. So I want to express my very strong support for the wise way in which he is delivering for the West Midlands, in particular to support his transport plan. And of course we will be looking for more in future as we seek to reopen the Sutton Park line. But the budget today is a triumph for the efforts and hard work of a really brilliant mayor who is delivering for the West Midlands and everyone who lives there. The final and third point I wanted to make, Madam Deputy Speaker, is I was hoping the Chancellor would announce today that this was not the year to cut the 0.7 promise. We have seen over recent days in Yemen vividly what the effect of this will be. Launching Global Britain post-Brexit means it's not the year. In the middle of a global pandemic emphasises that it's not the year. And our chairing of the G7, the only country in the G7 that is cutting development spending, also shows it's not the year to do it. And we would be breaking our promise to the poorest people in the world were this cut to go ahead. Every member of this House was elected just a year ago on a promise to stand by the 0.7. The 0.7 itself reflects our economic circumstances because it has gone down so much, as it must, because the economy has contracted, and that is a big enough cut. So I very much hope the government will think again. At least they must check with the House and have a vote in the House. Brexit is about giving more power to Parliament. The law of the land is 0.7, and it needs parliamentary assent for any change.
Video link to Caroline Lucas.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is the last budget before the UK hosts the COP Climate Summit in November, before it presides over the G7 and takes part in the Global Biodiversity Summit. So in that context, the Chancellor should have embraced the enormous potential for a fair and green recovery, to create hundreds of thousands of jobs and to shift our economy onto new sustainable foundations. Climate leadership means deeds, not words. It means following the science on the speed and scale of the investment required to meet climate goals and halt the loss of biodiversity. You know, the question isn't whether we can find a climate initiative here or a mention of green spaces there. I welcome the progress on green bonds and the investment bank. But the question is whether, as a whole, this budget addresses the climate and ecological emergency with anything approaching the ambition or urgency required. And it gives me no pleasure to say that it does not. It is alarming and disappointing to see the Chancellor doubling down on economic dogma that is fueling the fires of the climate crisis and making our society more unequal and less resilient. Because the Chancellor's failed to make space for nature in his red box, it means we're missing out on thousands of jobs that a National Nature Service could create, for example. And more fundamentally, as the Treasury's own Dasgupta review of the economics of biodiversity explains, biodiversity loss isn't, I quote, undermining nature's productivity, resilience, and adaptability, fueling extreme risk and uncertainty for our economies and well-being. I say in all seriousness, our nation's health and prosperity would be better served by a Chancellor who cared rather more about hedges and hedgehogs and less about hedge funds. I'd like to highlight three big omissions from this budget. First, we needed a climate and nature test so that all spending and fiscal measures are aligned with limiting global heating to 1.5 degrees and the UK's other environmental goals. The idea that the Treasury already accounts adequately for nature is farcical. If that were the case, the Chancellor would, at the very least, be restoring funding for the Green Homes Grant. It is shameful that this scheme is being allowed to wind down. We need it. Second, on green jobs, we need transformational investment to create those jobs. With unemployment rising and so much to be done to create the fair and green economy, We could have been investing millions. 48 billion, for example, over 18 months could have created over 1 million good green jobs. In the US, Joe Biden has a $2 trillion plan to address the climate emergency. Maybe there's been some kind of spreadsheet error here in the UK. And finally, in this budget and beyond, the Chancellor must act on the conclusions of the Dasgupta review. It must respect the fact that we should have been having a well-being budget. We should be shifting towards an economic approach fit for the 21st century, not fixated on GDP growth, but properly putting well-being and the health of people on the planet at the heart of this budget.
Video link to Laura Trott.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The first and most important thing that we need to do today is to focus on the real-world impact that the measures in this budget will have. Jenny Pollard lives in Otford in my constituency. She runs a nail business. She's self-employed, and her first year of trading was 2019-2020. The announcement today means that she can access full support for the first time, which will be a lifeline for her and for her business. The Royal Oak Pub, Marco's, the Danish Connection, all brilliant businesses in my constituency whose trading has been affected through no fault of their own in this pandemic. The Restart grants are exactly what they need to help them reopen and exactly the type of support that we've been asking the Chancellor for. This comprehensive and welcome package of support comes, however, at a cost, and we must be honest with the British people about that. The Labour Party talk a lot about fiscal responsibility, but they haven't set out anything which is fiscally responsible. In contrast, what we've done today is put forward a clear plan for how we're going to start to pay for this support, a plan which provides much needed certainty for business and protect those who need it the most. And I particularly welcome the plan to shelter the smallest companies from the corporation tax rise. But more than that, Madam Deputy Speaker, we know that the best way to recover is to grow. The Honourable Member for Hitchin and Harpen and I published a proposal for accelerator zones to encourage regional growth. The paper talked about the need for high-skilled visas, incentives for investment and networks of support, and I'm delighted to see many of those themes picked up today. We know that the country has a long-term issue with productivity, so these measures will help to address the structural barriers which have been holding our country back. And I was very surprised, Madam Deputy Speaker, to hear the Leader of the Opposition complain about a lack of a credible plan to tackle unemployment. Not only was the OBR very clear that our interventions have led to 1.8 million fewer people being out of work than would otherwise be the case, but the Right Honourable Member for Holborn and St Pancras seems to be confused about how you tackle unemployment. It is businesses who create jobs. It is businesses who support employment. To tackle unemployment, you must support business and business investment. And with super deductions, the Restart grants, furlough, business rates holiday, we're doing exactly that. Proof, if any more were needed, Madam Deputy Speaker, that this is a budget for the recovery now, but also for beyond.
Karen Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We've learnt a lot about this Chancellor over the last few days, haven't we, beyond the flashy videos? When asked about the Eat Out to Help Out and the summer schemes, any decent person would have stopped. They would have reflected. They would have said they've learnt, they've made mistakes. And that dreadful graph of the rising deaths through last autumn into the winter and after the Prime Minister promised we wouldn't cancel Christmas is a shameful graph. It's shocking, but we've heard no contrition. And worse, we've heard nothing that any lessons have been learnt. That's an affront to our country, and particularly those of us who have lost a loved one too early from this virus. The Chancellor has said he will be honest. Well, let's be honest. The Tory government in 2010 choked off our recovery. They cut back the services we depend on, and the productivity problem we had then has got worse. He said today it's not enough to desire increased productivity. Well, I agree with him on that. But he has done nothing to support it, particularly for young people. EMA scrapped then, early years Sure Start taken back far, far too early. Lower skills level we now still have, further education still not properly funded, the post-16 per pupil level still shamefully too low. Much more is needed to rescue the apprenticeship programme. I welcome the increase, but that's not enough to make sure that programme gets back on track. And young people have lost so much in this time, haven't they? I'd like to take a moment to thank organisation Youth Moves in my Bristol South constituency who have supported those young people up for an award tonight. Good luck to them. But they need much more help. What we needed was a fix for those years of underinvestment in Bristol's environment and skills. What we got was a sticking plaster that will go nowhere near what we need to support our problems. No support for the West Country. Either they're expecting to win the Metro Mayor election or they just don't care. We needed action. We didn't get it. The environmental crisis and the green growth that we should be pursuing in order to help young people should have been front and centre of this budget, and it hasn't. The City of Bristol College is ready with its Advanced Skills Construction Centre, but again it needs more support to bring people in to help train those young people for those jobs of the future. The roadmap needed to go hand in hand with the public health restrictions. People need to be confident about going shopping, about leisure, about getting on the bus, but the Chancellor does not understand the link between the health of the economy and the health of people. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, if I may just mention, and perhaps the Minister may answer it in he comes back, we were hoping to hear about Temple Meads development today in Bristol. It's crucial to the development of that part of our city, and it would be helpful if he can let us know as soon as possible if that is part of this, or yet again, if the West Country is to be let down by this Tory government.
Yeah. Video link, John Penrose.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I want to support this excellent budget for three main reasons. The first one is right at the start of the Chancellor's speech. He said that he was not wanting to set out his fiscal rules right now, but that he was committing to a principle of no borrowing for everyday spending. And that is absolutely essential given where we are at the moment, given the huge amount of extremely generous, much needed help and support that's been happening over the course of the last 10 or 12 months during the pandemic. What's clear is that in the course of the last 10 or 12 years, we've actually had two once-in-a-century events, external economic shocks. And the only reason why we've been able to be as generous as we have, the only reason why we've been able to provide the kind of open-handed, essential support to keep jobs alive, to keep businesses alive, is because we had fiscal firepower, because the Treasury could draw on sound money and sound government finances that have been built up over many, many years. And it's absolutely essential, therefore, that we get back to that as soon as we can in order to make sure that when, not if, the next one comes, we are equally prepared. The second reason why I'm happy to support this is because the Chancellor's announced the super deduction for business investment. Economists, Madam Deputy Speaker, rarely agree on very much, but one thing which they will all agree on, no matter whether they are from the political left or the political right, is that Britain invests too little in its economic growth. We live as a high-rolling economy, basing our economic growth far too much on domestic spending and not on investment. And therefore, measures to try and improve that and change that permanently and forever are absolutely essential. And the Chancellor rightly pointed out that we languish down at 30th in most international tables of business investment. This measure will vault us up into the top few, maybe perhaps even to the very top spot in international investment in long-term growth. That is one of the fundamental things that will drive not just economic growth, but also therefore make those jobs which I was talking about before permanently competitive and safe for the long term. That is ultimately the only thing that allows us to have an economy which pays for the public services which we all want. And the final reason why I'm happy to support this is because it is given by a Chancellor who understands that it isn't just about tax and it isn't just about spending, it's also about competitiveness too. Why do I know that? Well, because he, together with the Business Secretary, recently commissioned me to produce a report on competition and competition policy and making our economy more competitive. And it's that kind of supply-side reform which we are also going to need to make sure we have an economy fit for the future.
Alex Sobel.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This budget today is made in the context of the UK having the worst economic performance during COVID of any major economy and the highest death toll per capita. The government has failed to protect the nation's health or the nation's economy. However, as the chair of the Net Zero Party group, I called for an infrastructure bank, and as a Leeds MP I called for it to be in Leeds. So I'm pleased that one thing that I've lobbied for has come to fruition. However, my experience on the Environmental Audit Committee, looking at the performance of the Green Investment Bank after sold to Macquarie in 2017, means that I'll be scrutinising the detail of the bank's capitalisation, mission and governance very closely to ensure it supports net zero and biodiversity and isn't greenwash. Tourism supports 3.1 million jobs in the UK, and I'm pleased that the Chancellor has announced measures to support the tourism industry, including extension of furlough and the extension of the reduced rate of VAT. These will be of some comfort to the sector after months of uncertainty and last-minute announcements. But again, these announcements were made in the 11th hour, with the current measures running out in just a few weeks. But the Chancellor's announcements fall short of Labour's calls for 100% business rates relief for retail, hospitality and leisure to be extended in England for at least a further 6 months from July. We need more support for our tourism sector than has been offered today. And while I'm trying to take the positives from the raft of measures today, the reality is many of the Chancellor's previous announcements, promises and funds have been sorely lacking, with money promised but never arriving. And I hope this budget doesn't repeat those mistakes. A glaring example is the Zoo Animals Fund. Only 5 million of the 100 million promised has been spent. It's hard to know whether this is willful penny pinching or unbridled incompetence. Either way, it's meant that zoos have had to make painful cuts to their operations, including conservation, education and research work, in order to prioritise animal welfare. This is putting the lives of our zoo animals at stake. But it's not just animals. The same goes to the Green Homes Grant, where vouchers have been issued very slowly or not at all, and installers have not been paid in a timely way, risking that industry as well. And people have been left suicidal by a lack of support. The Chancellor may remember receiving a letter from Stephen Liddle, one of the 3 million taxpayers excluded from meaningful support during the pandemic. He said, "I paid my taxes for 2019-20 in May, so I'm a good person, yet I've received zero help and support, absolutely nothing." Will the support announced today reach Mr Liddle? As only 151,000 people out of 3 million excluded, according to the ONS, will receive any support. I hope so, and I'm sure we'll hear from Mr Liddle in due course. At a time of crisis, those in charge have a duty to act. They also have a duty to listen, to understand and admit when tack needs to change. And on some of these measures, that's what needs to happen.
Andrew Jones.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Chancellor has one of the hardest tasks any Chancellor has faced in decades, with economic circumstances more typically associated with wartime. But with this budget, he has shown vision, and I congratulate him. The first key theme was the welcome and necessary extension to support to the given to families and to businesses. It's huge in scale, and I'd like to put on record that I'm very pleased that this support will continue. The extension of furlough, business rates holidays, self-employed grants and universal credit are all very welcome. Harrogate and Knaresborough has a significant hospitality and tourism sector, and these have been badly affected by the pandemic. High-quality businesses have been utterly unable to trade. So I was very pleased to see the VAT cut to 5% extended to the 30th of September and then down to 12.5% for a further 6 months after that. That reduction will boost demand. Boosting domestic tourism will certainly help, but I think there is also significant pent-up local demand, and I think this measure will help unlock it, and that underpins thousands of jobs. Rather than comment on the budget as a whole, I'd like to comment upon just two areas. Firstly, I was very pleased to see the North chosen as the base for the UK First, the National Infrastructure Bank. The creation of this institution is very positive. We knew it was coming. I did not know it was going to be based in Leeds. I think it's great for the city, and it bolsters its established financial services and legal hubs. But of course, as the bank will be serving the rest of the UK, it needs the eastern leg of HS2 to connect Leeds to make sure that can happen more easily. We will see investment from that bank. I think the Chancellor said initial capitalisation of £12 billion. We'll see investment in public and private projects, and it will be a driver of green growth. And that really is the second area I want to comment upon, which is environmental initiatives. I liked the continued focus upon offshore wind and the investment hubs in Humberside and Teesside. But what also caught my eye was the launch of a green savings product, a retail product that we can all therefore take advantage of. And I look forward to the detail. I think progress on the environment is where people at Harrogate and Knaresborough want to see progress. I'll just conclude by commending the Chancellor on this budget. I think the scale and speed of the response to the crisis has been astonishing. £407 billion is a remarkable figure, but also for the clarity on the longer-term position of our public finances. On this side of the House, we know he is in a position to respond as well as he has because of the repair work done over the past decade. My honourable friend, the member for Weston-super-Mare, said we've had, just highlighted in a moment ago in his speech, that we've had supposedly 2 once-in-a-century events in just over 10 years. Well, the lesson is that financial responsibility allows governments to respond to crises and respond in scale. But repairing public finances is going to be a tough job after this pandemic, so it was good, therefore, to see the focus upon growth, short, medium and long term.
Ben Lake.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, we'd been promised levelling up, a budget that would stimulate our recovery and lay the foundations for an economy fit for the future. Now, the Chancellor is to be commended for listening to several of Plaid Cymru's calls to extend the emergency support for businesses and families. It would have made no sense to withdraw this support while still in the throes of the pandemic, and so I welcome the extension of so many business support measures this afternoon. However, I am concerned that despite the changes to the self-employed income support scheme, hundreds of thousands of people are still deprived of any support. And delaying the cut to universal credit, while welcome, will still lead to 26,000 families in Wales not being able to afford essentials in 6 months' time. This was a chance to protect families' budgets by making the uplift permanent. But today's budget raises further questions about the gap between the government's rhetoric and reality. The Shared Prosperity Fund, the Levelling Up Fund, these schemes are going to turbocharge the Welsh economy and empower our communities, according to the government. And yet only £220 million is allocated to the Shared Prosperity Fund's pilot to boost the entire UK. Wales alone received around £375 million a year in needs-based funding from the EU schemes, and yet now they'll be expected to compete for a much smaller pot of money. And what's worse, the prospectus for the Levelling Up Fund suggests that the number of MPs will determine the number of bids that can be made from Wales. Now, given that this government has reduced the number of Welsh MPs by 1/5, how on earth are we to believe that they can keep their 2019 manifesto promise to give Wales at least as much funding as we received in the European structural funds? And with no reference to the Welsh Government, we must conclude that the decisions on how this funding will be spent, the power, if you like, will again be centralised in the Treasury, striking me as yet another example of a Treasury knows best mentality, despite the fact that it has delivered an economy riven with one of the worst regional inequalities in the Western world. Equally concerning, this budget's green measures were underwhelming as the UK joins rather than leads the green transition. For Wales to achieve our net zero commitments, we urgently need to start by retrofitting more than 100,000 homes, expand and electrify our rail network and provide gigabit broadband connection throughout Wales. Now, if this government is serious about its levelling up agenda, it must act on its rhetoric by decentralising power from Whitehall. Given the right economic tools, Madam Deputy Speaker, Wales can deliver a truly transformational, low-carbon infrastructure stimulus package itself and pave the way for an economy that is truly fit for the future.
Video link, Damien Collins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome this budget, which has sought to strike the right balance between helping businesses and individuals that have been badly affected by the coronavirus, providing support as we transition this year through the lifting of the COVID social contact restrictions, and setting out a plan for how the burden will be shared as the Treasury seeks to reduce the government's annual borrowing requirement. I know that many retail, leisure and hospitality businesses in my Folkestone and Hythe constituency will welcome the extension of their tax reliefs and the announcement of the Restart grant scheme. It's also right for the Chancellor to extend the uplift in universal credit and working tax credit that was introduced last year. In looking to reform business taxes, though, it's important that any increases over the next few years are borne fairly and that those that can most afford it pay their fair share. However, we know today that that is not always the case, and the lever of increasing corporation tax, which may have worked in the past, may not work quite so well when we have major companies, particularly in the technology sector, that avoid paying a level of taxes which is commensurate to the value of the businesses that they do. In this year of coronavirus, some of the biggest winners have been the major online retailers, companies that pay relatively little in company tax, relatively little in business rates compared to the high street businesses they increasingly compete against. Whilst I welcome the super deduction for business investment, we may see that it is some of these companies like Amazon, investing in new warehouses and facilities, that were already planning to make big investments and that will do so now and recoup even more off of their tax bill. We need to think about how we can effectively tax businesses that operate online and through multiple jurisdictions so that they pay a level of tax that is relatively fair to the business that they do, and is on more of a level playing field with businesses in our communities with which they increasingly compete. We also need to reform the way the business rates work, taking into consideration that the size of a premises in a town centre is not always a good indication of the value of the business that is done. To look in the future to reform workers' rights, particularly following the ruling by the Supreme Court with regards to Uber, so that businesses that are effectively employing people are also paying the sort of employer contributions and taxes and employer national insurance that other businesses are asked to make. As this year, the Competition and Markets Authority establishes its digital markets unit, we need to make sure that big companies like Google, Facebook and Amazon are not abusing their market power, creating through that inbuilt costs for consumers through charging advertisers too much for their advertising rates, and also ensuring that, and also making sure that workers do get their fair share. Fair competition, and also for British businesses looking to compete in the tech sector, is important, and we need to reform our competition law to make sure that that is possible. That'll all be an important part of making sure we can build back better after the year of COVID.
Video link to Dame Angela Eagle.
Madam Deputy Speaker, since its first budget last year, this country suffered a brutal pandemic and a severe economic crisis. The Chancellor now presides over an economy 10% smaller than it was last year, the largest fall in 300 years. A deficit which has ballooned close to 100% of GDP, the largest ever amassed in peacetime, and the biggest squeeze on wages since the Napoleonic Wars. Tens of thousands of businesses are teetering on the brink, not knowing whether they can even survive the end of the current lockdown. Investment is plummeting and unemployment is predicted to rise to nearly 7% this year and not recover its pre-pandemic level until 2024. 1/4 of people in this country now live in poverty, as do 1 in 3 children. Food bank use is soaring and destitution has doubled. The Chancellor has presided over an horrific double whammy, the largest fall in GDP in the G7 and the highest per capita death toll in the world, 123,000 dead and rising. This is not a record to be proud of, but the Chancellor thinks it's appropriate to issue self-congratulatory glossy propaganda films patting himself on the back for his success, using this sombre moment to burnish his own brand and declare his leadership ambitions to his own backbenchers. Just shows how out of touch with reality he really is, and it leaves a bad taste in the mouth. Almost as bad as realising we have a Prime Minister who thinks it's appropriate to set up a charity and ask rich donors to pay the costs of a lavish refurbishment of his Downing Street flat. For him, it seems, charity really does begin at home. This is not a budget as we know it. The Chancellor has announced no fiscal rules against which we can judge his performance. He's created a tax day later this month so he doesn't have to spoil his big day in the sun announcing all the giveaways. And we can't even take him at his word on his past announcements. Take Kickstart. The Chancellor wore a fetching branded sweatshirt at the press launch in September, but we've since learnt that the scheme has created just 3 jobs a day to replace the 293 jobs lost daily. And the government have announced major transport infrastructure plans for the North 60 times so far, without one single spade touching the ground or one single job being created. Madam Deputy Speaker, we know this government wants to return us to the same insecure economy and unequal country which has been thrown into such sharp relief by the virus. On this side of the House, we know that the only way forward is to create a more socially and environmentally sustainable economy, a fairer country. And we also know that despite the gloss and the PR, the Chancellor has not grasped this fact. So he cannot and will not be able to build a society and a future fit for all. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Sir Edward Lee.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I cannot agree with the Honourable Lady. Faced with the most severe challenge faced by any government since the Second World War, I personally believe that this Chancellor and his budget are entirely realistic. We are and must remain the party of sound budgets, and we must return to only borrowing to pay for investment. That is our long-term aim. But faced with this pandemic, we have to make accommodations with it. And although I commend the Chancellor for his budget, the most important thing, of course, is to get the economy moving again, to get us out of lockdown. And the success of the vaccine rollout, which will get that economy moving, has been absolutely staggering. Only this morning, I went to Lord's Cricket Ground, probably the only time I shall ever be invited there, the executive suite, for my second jab. I was in and out literally within 10 minutes. Like all the wars that we fight, Madam Deputy Speaker, maybe we don't perform very well at first, but we exit from these wars, and this war against the virus, we have exited more effectively than any other country in Europe. And that is down to this government and to this Prime Minister. But, of course, like all budgets, we have to be realistic. And if I make some gentle criticism, I fully accept that the Chancellor has been faced today with an impossible task.
I wonder if my right honourable friend will allow me. I'm extremely grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way in making those gentle criticisms. I wonder if he will challenge the government on the issue of small businesses that now have to pay VAT in dealing with the European Union. They can reclaim it, but there is a delay, and that brings cash flow problems. I'm mindful particularly of the heritage craft sector, blacksmiths to silversmiths and so on, who do so much for our economy and employ nearly 200,000 people.
My colleague from Lincolnshire makes an entirely valid point. One of the points that I want to make in my short contribution is that we have to accept that the high street small businesses have moved on. The truth is that we have a very unequal tax system. We have giants like Amazon who are paying an infinitely small proportion of their profits and their turnover in business rates. And they are driving small businesses, shops, out of the high street. I personally think that there is something actually to be said for abolishing business rates altogether. And how would you pay for that? You could actually pay for it by a 3% increase on VAT on all businesses. And that, of course, would hit the very large businesses like Amazon, who pay derisory levels of tax very hard indeed. So my honourable friend makes a very fair point. Can I repeat what I say in every budget? And perhaps I'm a bit of a broken record on this, but I do believe in transparency. And I do believe that ultimately we should try and reform our whole tax system. The taxpayer's allowance has counted 1,651 tax changes since May 2010. 58 changes in air passenger duty, 130 changes in national insurance, 68 changes in stamp duty, 256 changes in VAT, 53 changes to tobacco duty, and 258 changes to vehicle excise duty. Our tax code is 17,000 pages long, or it was in 2015, it's even longer now. Compare the tax code of an enterprise economy like Hong Kong, which is only 350 pages long. So my plea to the Chancellor, as things get easier next year, is to make our taxes clear, simple and fair. Tax complexity creates a structural bias in favour of the very rich and the big corporations, and that isn't fair. Global giants can hire entire departments of tax advisors. So I follow what my honourable friend says. Let's look after middle-class people, people who are paying PAYE, who are taking the brunt of all tax increases, and let's direct tax increases on those who can pay, namely the digital giants.
Before I call the next speaker, I should just explain that we are trying to get everybody in. When there are interventions, if the speaker sticks to the time limit, that's fine, nothing against interventions, but it has effectively prevented a colleague getting in now. So just to point out, we are that tight on time. Tracy Brabin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy
Deputy Speaker, this could have been a transformational budget, a budget that would help us recover from this government's chaotic response to the pandemic. A budget that understood that for the country as a whole to flourish, regions like West Yorkshire, who have paid a disproportionate price from being in extended restrictions for longer than other places in the country, they will need enhanced support. Our NHS staff and key workers have worked flat out without respite for over a year. Our high streets businesses haven't been able to get back on their feet while other parts of the country enjoyed more freedoms between lockdowns. Our food banks seeing record levels of need. So our recovery needs to be different to that of other places. We need support, compassion and a long-term, strategic, properly funded plan. A plan that puts health, education, social care and skills at the centre of our recovery. Sadly, we heard none from the Chancellor today. Instead, we had a budget that tinkered around the edges of levelling up because for all the spin, photo opportunities and grand gestures, our nation's recovery from COVID will not be equal across our regions. Of course, the Chancellor could say the first round of levelling up fund is now open and that we should apply. And hopefully, as the Mayor of West Yorkshire in May, I will be taking every opportunity to get investment for our community. But the Chancellor needs to know we've heard these promises again and again, only for the government not to deliver. We have grown weary of projects announced and re-announced without a shovel going into the ground. Schemes decided in Westminster, pitting regional leader against regional leader. Money promised, but when you look closer, it's not what it seems. Analysis done by my honourable friend, the member for Barnsley Central, shows exactly this. The Local Growth Fund, worth an average of 1.5 billion a year, replaced with the Levelling Up Fund, worth an average of 1.3 billion over the next 4 years. Less money. Our recovery cannot be delivered from Westminster. And as a proud Yorkshire woman, I know we do not want to come to government with a begging bowl, but what we do want is to be treated fairly, to get a fair slice of the pie so we can flourish and grow our way out of this recession. And with only 3 Labour areas listed as recipients for the Towns Fund, we can see through the cynical pork barrel politics. West Yorkshire's recovery from COVID represents a pivotal moment where historical imbalances must be rectified rather than further entrenched. And Madam Deputy Speaker, finally, having campaigned with others to bring the National Infrastructure Bank to West Yorkshire, I'm pleased the Chancellor agreed to locate it to Leeds, bringing jobs and investment. But for this to work, it has to be part of a bold and innovative plan to end the North-South divide. Because when the spinning has stopped, the news agenda's rolled on, today's budget will be judged by the people who need it to work for them.
I welcome the Treasury's continued commitment to the hospital building programme. This has resulted in promised commitments to Kettering Hospital of £46 million for a new urgent care hub, £350 million for Health Investment Plan 2 funding, 2025 to 30, and a write-off last year of £167 million of trust debt at Kettering General Hospital. Promises are one thing, however, but delivery is another. And I know that the Chief Secretary to the Treasury has the words value for money tattooed all over him. The Treasury has an infrastructure delivery task force which has been codenamed Project Speed. Could I invite the Chief Secretary to ensure that Project Speed is fully involved in the redevelopment of Kettering General Hospital? The problem the hospital faces is that these 2 funding streams, 46 million for the urgent care hub and £350 million for the phased rebuild, are not meshing together. Building the original standalone urgent care hub is no longer an option on its own on a standalone basis because there wouldn't be enough room on the site for the HIP2 funding. So the value for money solution is to integrate the 2 funding streams. Kettering General Hospital is ready to go on this. It owns the land, no land deals are required, no public consultation is needed. The hospital has written support from local planners and the regional NHS. It's a phased approach delivering visible and real benefits. It is shovel ready and has far lower risks than other hospital build projects. In developing this whole site plan, Kettering General Hospital has identified the best way of delivering value for money to get these buildings up and operating, serving local people. But the hospital is being told that they're not allowed to mesh these two funding streams together. And the result of this could be that we don't have an urgent care hub and we have a delay to the HIP2 funding. So please will the Chief Secretary investigate this issue, engage Project Speed, so that Kettering people can have the long-awaited hospital rebuild that we have been promised and which will be so valued in the local community. The Treasury needs to be flexible in its funding streams. Let's have an early advance of the HIP2 funding, permission to mesh it with the £46 million funding for the urgent care hub, and then we can have a hospital that Kettering will be proud of.
Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, only a few hours ago, the Chancellor spoke about wanting this country to be a scientific superpower. Now, I hate to dampen his ambitious spirit, but it is clear that he needs an urgent reality check, one of which I am more than happy to provide him. Let me be clear, it really is quite simple. People across Wales and the UK just want to be able to work and earn a living without severe financial stress or strain. Yet wages have stagnated for over a decade, and millions of children are in poverty at the hands of this Tory government. I am frankly appalled that it has taken a global pandemic for financial inequalities to finally be reaching the government's discourse. But as they say, Madam Deputy Speaker, talk is cheap. This government have ummed and ahed for weeks on whether to continue the £20 uplift to universal credit, which has been a lifeline for so many in recent months. There are more than 5,500 people in Pontypridd who are receiving regular universal credit payments, and I often receive heartfelt messages from desperate residents urging the Chancellor to scrap the cut once and for all. The government has finally admitted today that the previous levels of universal credit simply were not enough for people to live on, yet they still pursue a policy that undercuts the very system that is designed to protect our most vulnerable. And while the extension to the furlough scheme is welcome, for workers in the aviation sector at GE and British Airways sites in Pontypridd, it is yet another case of too little too late. This is despite months of warnings from trade unions such as Unite, who are doing their very best to support workers through this extremely uncertain time. In addition, the Chancellor's announcement to extend the self-employed income support scheme is broadly welcome, but for the 3 million people who have been excluded from support thus far, what does this budget really do for them? Clearly, the Chancellor values the skills of his own videographers, stylists and photographers, so when will he extend the same respect and courtesy to the creative sectors across the UK? The Welsh Labour Government has not only offered the most generous business support package of any country in the UK, but has crucially supported those, and it has been specifically targeted. Once again, Madam Deputy Speaker, I find myself in this chamber urging the UK Government to follow where Wales leads. And more often than not, I find myself asking, just where are the women? We know that traditionally female-dominated sectors, like the hospitality industry, have been hit hardest by this pandemic. And sadly, pregnant women and new mothers have also faced unimaginable challenges during this crisis. They've been left high and dry by this government. Mothers are more likely to have been furloughed and are more likely to face redundancy. The government urgently needs to do more to halt the unequal impact of their policies on women. And finally, to conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, and not to sound like a broken record, but after nearly a year of myself and MPs across RCT pushing the government to make good on their commitment to communities affected by devastating flooding, there are still questions that urgently need answering. I urge the government to stick to their word and continue to make funding available for communities like mine who are still recovering. I fear that once again we are seeing a Tory government playing politics with the lives of the worst off, having learned none of the lessons of this pandemic. I, for one, will continue to do everything I can to push them to choose a better path. Diolch.
Video link Nigel Mills.
Thank you. And can I join with all the welcomes to the Chancellor for this excellent budget, which I think strikes the right balance between trying to see us through the rest of the COVID pandemic crisis and start our response to what will be a pretty horrible public set of finances by the time we finally emerge. The sheer scale of the spending and the deficit that we've ended up with in this financial year and the one we'll end up with next year, I think should be pause for thought for all of us every time we ask for more tax cuts or public spending increases, because clearly they won't be affordable in any great scale for a very long period of time. I think the Chancellor was absolutely right to extend all the various protection measures through until well after we think lockdown will finally be ended. So I warmly welcome the extension to furlough and the extension to the self-employment support schemes, and especially the roll-on to the 2019-20 tax returns being used to bring in those people who changed their occupation during that year. And I hope when we calculate the grants, we'll use the income from that year as one of the 3 years for the average for all claimants, so they can have a more realistic assessment of what their earnings were, rather than being based on years that can be quite a long time ago for some. I also warmly welcome having called for it, and the Work and Pension Select Committee I serve on also called for the UC uplift of £20 a week to be retained this year. I can see why the Chancellor chose to do this for 6 months, so he can wait and see how the economy and the job market are performing at the end of September. But I would just caution, in a situation where we think we'll need furlough through to the end of August to protect jobs from redundancies, it's quite hard to see that there'll be lots of new recruitment going on by the end of September to scale. That means that we won't need that uplift to be around for a while longer. But we should be grateful the Chancellor listened and has extended that uplift, which is much needed and much welcomed. And I would urge him to use the 6 months or the rest of this financial year just to have a proper review of the levels of welfare in this country, so we can work out actually whether we think UC without that uplift is giving people the right amount of money to have the decent standard of living that we hope, and if it's not, we should retain the uplift more permanently. Finally, on the corporation tax measures, I think the answer he's come up with to the real puzzle of how we get businesses investing is a really interesting, innovative one. To have 130% tax deduction for capital investment is a super idea, and I hope it really works. I think it's what businesses will call for and will need. I think that actually balances out the decision to raise corporation tax at a time when we've spent literally billions of pounds saving businesses from going bust by paying their wages. It's entirely fair to ask them to pay a higher corporation tax for a few years to repay that. So I think on balance, this is an excellent budget, and I will be happy to support it.
Video link, Jessica Morden.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. As always with Tory budgets, the devil will be in the detail. And as the Leader of the Opposition quite rightly pointed out, what was announced today is the Chancellor papering over the cracks, not rebuilding our foundations. It's not a long-term plan to tackle the deep-seated problems of insecurity and inequality that this government has presided over. We've now become used to Tory pledges of so-called new funding for Wales unravelling as soon as they're made. We saw this in January when the Chancellor trumpeted an additional 227 million for Wales, only for the Secretary of State for Wales to have to admit within hours this was not new money at all, but funding repackaged and re-announced. On the Shared Prosperity Fund, we still don't know from today if the government will be making good on its promise to the Welsh people that we will receive not a penny less than we would have received in crucial EU structural funding. And the government's plan to cut out the Welsh government-run funds themselves is not respecting the devolution settlement. We need this government to work with, not against the Welsh government, to put those funds to best use where they're needed most. And this comes at a time when this Tory government could do well to learn from the example of Wales. The Welsh government has provided the most generous support package for business and workers in the UK. In contrast, this government has excluded 3 million people from support schemes for nearly a year. Moves to help the newly self-employed are welcome, but why has it taken a year to hear the loud pleas of those left out? As the group excluded have said, when the Chancellor promises to do whatever it takes to support British people and businesses, that phrase sticks in the claw of many, and there's no credible plan to ease the burden of debt in so many businesses either, which will hamper growth. I hope to hear today some good news on rail infrastructure funding, so important in South East Wales. Under this government, Wales accounts for 11% of the UK network, but only gets 2% of rail investment. This chronic underinvestment was specifically identified by Lord Burns in the South Wales Transport Commission's recent report as something for this government to fix, with work on the South Wales relief lines crucial and new stations for Mega, Lamworn and Somerton as part of the plan. This government appears to be ignoring its own responsibility to do this. There can be no post-pandemic economic recovery without a strong and healthy UK steel industry, but distinct measures to benefit the steel industry were thin on the ground today. And whilst the Chancellor has belatedly extended the £20 uplift in universal credit, this will only last till September. That means the threat of losing £1,000 a year will still hang over 6 million families, just as the extension to furlough ends. Is this what the Chancellor meant in his statement, going long to help? And what about those on legacy benefits? Where's the support support for them, and no news still on scrapping the 6-month rule for those who are terminally ill. In Newport East, we have many people working in the public sector, and I know in a Labour budget, key workers would have been at the centre, along with a bold and ambitious plan to help our young people. As the Leader of the Opposition said, few silver linings today for a government that presided over the worst economic crisis of any major economy.
Gareth Davis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. What a pleasure it is to be speaking in this debate, at this point in the debate. As many good speeches have outlined, we are in a precarious economic position. Our debt is high, our tax revenue is low, unemployment is up and growth is down. One of the most important things that we can do in this place is debate our economic future. But let's face it, the vast majority of people that we represent are not as concerned about the ping-pong of politics as they are about their real life situation. People have lost their jobs, their livelihoods, and their certainty. All from a virus, by the way, that they could not have seen coming. We in this place cannot solve all of our people's woes. Our economic recovery will not be driven from the floor of this House of Commons. It will be driven by from the factory floors of Grantham and the shop floors of Stamford. It will be driven by our workers and our small businesses, not by politicians. But we can provide stability and certainty through management of our public finances. We've heard many times today that borrowing is at a record high, while rates are at a record low. But as a principle, I'm uncomfortable with anyone suggesting that we should have more debt just because it's cheap. And that goes for individuals as much as it goes for governments. And I'm deeply concerned about inflation as we start to release restrictions in our economy and what that means for rates in the future. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, in advance of today, I set out 3 things that I was hoping to see in the budget. I asked for us to look at ways in which we could better mobilise private capital. I wanted us to focus on innovation and entrepreneurs. And I wanted us to see that we would prioritise investment over general public spending. I'm delighted that all 3 of those were in the budget today. The National Infrastructure Bank will literally mobilise billions, tens of billions of pounds of private capital to help fuel energy and transportation infrastructure many decades from now. The visa announcement on tech visas was fantastic because that highlights the importance of bringing in the best and the brightest to help bolster our digital transformation in sectors such as finance and farming, education and healthcare. And the investments that we're making in skills will help firms like Iconic Engineering in Grantham find the technical jobs that they so badly seek. They say that good crisis management is about being quick with the facts and slow with the blame. Well, the fact is, Madam Deputy Speaker, that this crisis will change the way we live, but let's not let it change the way we manage our public finances.
Very good.
Video link, Catherine West.
Deputy Speaker, before this budget, the facts were there in black and white. Our economy was hit hardest because we had longer and stricter restrictions than other countries because the government failed to get the coronavirus under control. In response, members on both sides of the chamber were crying out for a budget to put the economy on the road to recovery and right the wrongs of the insecurity of the last decade by a bold investment in jobs. Instead, the budget announcement, the 15th financial statement in just a year, just papers over the cracks of a failed economic approach. There was no mention of schools or teachers, or cracking down on crime, or restoring our high streets. What we did have was the Chancellor freezing pay for key workers, our coronavirus heroes who have got us through this crisis. No mention on help for the care sector or the carers who have given their every 100% of their work to this crisis. And on household debt, the charity Step Change reported in September last year that 2.5 million people are facing a financial crisis due to the impact of coronavirus. The budget missed the opportunity to set that right and provide relief for those in our society who need it the most. Despite the clear dangers, the Chancellor's pledge to freeze the personal allowance will further compound this household debt crisis. The budget showed that the government wants to go back to the same insecure economy, an unequal country that's been so cruelly exposed by the virus. We need a commitment from the Chancellor and the government to do things differently and to deliver on the needs of all of our constituents, not more years of strained finances and mounting debt. There was no real ambition on the question of international tax evasion and avoidance, which could actually bring in funds to tackle some of the desperately needed problems that we do have and to address our mounting debt problem. On the climate, despite some progress, the budget has failed to deliver the ambition that we all want to see. That's why Labour's called for investment spending to be brought forward to kickstart the green economic recovery, as many other countries are doing, including the large stimulus we've seen across the Atlantic. We desperately need measures to help key industries reduce their emissions, including aerospace, car manufacturing, steel making, shipping, agriculture. Where are the plans for that? Where's the investment in those key sectors to bring down our carbon footprint? And of course, we need the government to reverse the cancellation of the Green Homes Grant, which was myopic to say the least. Need the Chancellor to grasp the urgency of this crisis and deliver the change that's needed. Labour has a plan and a commitment to deliver. We're delivering on the green economy here in London with the leadership of Sadiq Khan. Give us another chance to get that right. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much. And I very much welcome this budget, and I congratulate the Chancellor for producing it. It is a budget for extraordinary times, and first and foremost, it is a budget for jobs. The Chancellor has rightly made protecting the livelihoods of workers and families right across the United Kingdom his overriding priority throughout this COVID crisis. Now that's what my constituents want and what they expect. They will welcome, as I do, the measures the Chancellor has set out today. Measures to protect existing jobs, like the extension of the furlough scheme, which has given security and peace of mind to millions, the additional help for the self-employed, and the extension of the VAT cut. Just as importantly, they will welcome the innovative new policies to create the good new jobs of the future. The Help to Grow schemes will give our SMEs the tools they need to move up the league. Support for new green jobs in Scotland, and the super deduction on capital investment. No country of our size has done more to help protect and grow jobs during and beyond this pandemic, and all parts of the United Kingdom stand to benefit. This is truly a budget for the whole of the UK, and it will be warmly welcomed in my constituency in the Scottish Borders. For my constituents living in rural communities, the car is a lifeline, not a lifestyle choice. So they will welcome the 11th freeze in fuel duty delivered by a Conservative Chancellor since 2010. Pay is lower on average in the rural communities I represent, so the extension of the universal credit uplift will make a real difference. And as well as the additional £1.2 billion in Barnett consequentials for the Scottish Government as a result of today's announcement, I especially welcome direct investments the UK Government is making into Scotland through the Levelling Up Fund. My colleagues on my local council, Scottish Borders Council, will, I suspect, warmly welcome this fund, and I'm sure they are already preparing strong bids to be submitted. Scotland has two governments. They both have a stake in its success, and Scotland is best served when they both play their full and active role. Madam Deputy Speaker, extraordinary times call for bold action. The Chancellor and this Government have provided that throughout this crisis and have done so again today. This is a budget for jobs that will give security and hope to families across the United Kingdom. It deserves all of our support.
Yeah. Video link to Chris Bryant.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This Chancellor has an extraordinary record. He has overseen the biggest decline in economic output of any major economy and the largest number of excess deaths in the world. Why has the UK done so appallingly? Well, for a start, because the Tories starved the NHS for 10 full years. We have fewer than 7 ITU beds per 100,000 head of population in this country. Germany has 30. And now, today, there's a hidden cut of £30 billion to the NHS budget. Our social care for the elderly in this country is a disgrace after 10 years. The poor, the elderly, key public sector workers in the Rhondda have died in their scores, but the Chancellor hasn't said a word about the poverty that is at the heart of that. This Chancellor has repeatedly made poor decisions. He excluded 3 million people from any support whatsoever over the last year, including tradespeople and people in the creative industries. His vanity project, Eat Out to Help Out, directly contributed to the second wave of deaths. He fought against a firebreak in the autumn, which led directly to a much worse wave of deaths in January of this year. He constantly delayed decisions about extending furlough, which meant that people were laid off completely unnecessarily. His support for the aviation industry, which is vital in this area, has been non-existent. He has failed to understand that it's easy enough for a middle manager to self-isolate in a large house in suburbia. But if you're on a daily or an hourly wage with hungry children to feed, it's impossible. He's opposed free school meals in holidays, and now he's starving local council budgets, even though councils are doing all the work that we rely on. And we even have a Prime Minister who thinks he's so hard up, so hard done by, that he has to set up a charity with a single beneficiary himself. But there's no pay rise today, is there, for the people we all applauded last year? What hypocrisy. The Chancellor boasts about spending £407 billion. It's easy to spend taxpayers' money. Time and again, he's awarded massive contracts to people who had been recommended by Tory MPs and peers, and has now unlawfully refused to reveal those contracts. A few have massively and immorally enriched themselves on his watch. And I have one final complaint. In the old days, Chancellors used to resign honourably if any part of their budget leaked before it was announced to Parliament. Purdah keeps Chancellors honest, because privileged access to information in a budget has a value, a currency, especially in the markets. I know this Chancellor is very pleased with himself. He's done a video to tell us as much. But an empty pot makes a big noise, but it fills no bellies.
Clark.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's rare that you can single out a day when everything changes, but for Teesside, this budget day is such an occasion. The announcements that Teesport is to become a free port, that Treasury North is to bring hundreds of senior decision-making jobs to Darlington, and that Middlesbrough is to receive £22 million from the Towns Fund are each fantastic. Taken together, they are historic. They will create jobs and prosperity and opportunity for talented young people and mark a reset moment for my local economy and society. Enormous credit is due to our Mayor, Ben Houchen, who's constantly raised ambition. He's done hugely impressive work to coordinate our area's bids and has been such a strong advocate for rejecting the idea that Teesside's best days are behind us, or that there should be limits to our ambition. This is mirrored in the fantastic work of my Tees Valley Conservative colleagues who've made such a difference since their election in 2019. While Labour talks Teesside down, we are levelling Teesside up, and we should remember that nothing that's happened today was inevitable. In particular, a free port offering serious tax and customs incentives for companies to bring new investment and jobs would not have been possible had Labour had their way, and we'd either not left the European Union or had stayed trapped in the customs union. Nor did Labour deliver anything like this level of good news during their long years in power, locally and nationally, despite Tony Blair, Peter Mandelson, Alan Milburn and others all representing Tees Valley constituencies. And this is where we come to the importance of leadership. This budget comes from a Northern Chancellor representing my neighbouring seat of Richmond, delivering in full for the Tees Valley. He's made an extraordinary contribution to our country over the last year, and today he's made a contribution to the Tees Valley that will be felt for generations. More broadly, this is a really sensible budget for the long-term health of our economy and public finances. The Chancellor is right to keep delivering strong support for our economy as we emerge from the pandemic. We went into this crisis together and will come out of it together. But equally, he's absolutely right to start doing the hard work now to restore order to our public finances. With debt at 100% of GDP, we need to take the tough but responsible choices that will ensure our future isn't mortgaged to chance. As things stand, even a 1% increase in the cost of government borrowing will cost taxpayers an extra £25 billion a year by the end of this Parliament. Taking sensible steps now to bring the deficit down while still protecting the vulnerable shows that the Conservatives remain the party people can trust to govern in the national interest. And I'm really delighted that a new super deduction has been introduced alongside the higher rate of corporation tax. Incentivising businesses to invest in new machinery will be a massive boost and help to put rocket boosters under what has been sluggish productivity growth for a long time. This is truly a budget to build back better. I commend it to the House.
Yeah.
John Speller.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And let's be fair, this budget does try to tackle some of the gross injustices that have plunged many families and small businesses into dire financial straits, often because they don't fit some neat and tidy category, especially freelancers and the self-employed. But what they most want to do is to get back to work. And that, frankly, is why I was not only disappointed, but also surprised that the Chancellor did not put much more emphasis on the successful rollout of the vaccine, and not only the health effects, but the opportunities that opens up. And fairly or unfairly, that does give the impression that he's lost the battle inside government with the statistical modellers, as the government seems to move ever further away from risk management and towards risk avoidance, and a belief in blanket bans rather than seeing how different parts of the society can be opened earlier to get the economy moving and people back into gainful, and from the Chancellor's viewpoint, tax-paying employment. Unfortunately, Whitehall now seems to be drifting back into its default setting, one size fits all. The convoy has to move at the speed of the slowest ship. Either the Chancellor has lost the war for the Prime Minister's ear, or like many ministers and civil servants now, he seems to be focused on how he'll come out of the public inquiry than managing risk effectively. Harold Macmillan once said that the British public expect their chancellors to be bishops or bookies, and I fear today that the Chancellor has revealed his inner bishop. Can I also say about the vaccine rollout programme, it actually provides an effective model for governments, and the government should learn from that, because it shows that government, the public sector, academia and industry can really work together, making decisions in real time and rapidly rolling them out, and that can transform the country. And it should therefore be a learning experience and seen as a template, not treating it just as a necessary and exception to an outdated anti-government agenda that's dominated this government for so long. Final point I want to address is the area of Brexit. And that's in the question of, I do not frankly understand why, when we're out of the EU, the government surprisingly accepts we're still bound by their procurement straitjacket. More indeed than many continuing EU members. The business minister is holding talks with Vauxhall, but the local police forces don't buy their cars. We give grants to bus companies to buy Chinese buses. The MOD is still sorting out the fleet solid support. The Chancellor should have made clear to departments, civil service, local councils and all public bodies they should buy British first, get money moving, get the British economy in all parts of our country back together.
Video link to Sir David Evanet.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome my right honourable friend's budget today and the measured, sensible and constructive approach that he's taken. The extension to universal credit uplift, the extension of furlough scheme to September, with employees continuing to receive 80% of wages for hours not worked, to businesses making small contributions as they reopen, continued and extended support for the self-employed, and doubling the cash incentive to firms who take on an apprentice. All good news indeed. The Chancellor's financial assistance has certainly been a great help to businesses over the past year. However, although so many challenges for businesses still remain, this is undoubtedly a budget for business and getting the economy back on track. Small and medium-sized enterprises are the backbone of our economy, providing jobs, paying taxes and being entrepreneurial. Coronavirus and the lockdown measures have hit them hard in my constituency and across the whole country. I particularly welcome the extension of the business rates holiday until June and the discounted business rates for the remainder of the next financial year, which will save businesses £6 billion. News of the business rates holiday reduction will be most welcome across the country, as it's a sizable operational expense for many businesses, and this will help mitigate the impact of the coronavirus pandemic. Regrettably, the hospitality sector is among the first industries to close and the last to reopen. I've had many discussions with the Chancellor and with local businesses on this sector. I know they will be grateful for the support announced today, including the reduction of VAT rates for hospitality and tourism to 5% until September and 12.5% for the following 6 months, amounting to £5 billion VAT cut for businesses in hospitality and tourism. Also, the £5 billion new restart grant scheme on top of the £20 billion the government has already provided to help shut down businesses reopen after the lockdown. This will be a great help as we begin to recover from the pandemic, as will the new recovery loans. The budget provides us all with hope for the future and allows us to begin to get the economy moving again. Hopefully this will mean we can enjoy hospitality, tourism, clubs and social opportunities, of which there are so many across my borough of Bexley. We have many places to visit, as well as sport and leisure and our excellent parks, all places being a particular favourite of mine. Also a wide variety of restaurants like Assos in Crayford, Suchikini in Bexley Heath, pubs, including the Micropub, Penny Farthing in Crayford, entertainment and historic sites. We do need people to be able to get back to normality and to socialise safely, visit places, shops and spend money to get our local economy in Bexley Borough thriving again and the rest of the economy across our whole nation. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, I strongly believe my right honourable friend and his team have struck the right balance here, and I congratulate them on this excellent budget. I'm very, very pleased to be able to support my right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, for the excellent work that he's doing.
Video link, Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It was critical that today's budget plugged the gaps in support, built a financial bridge to see us through this next phase, stabilise the economy and then invest in rebuilding a resilient economy for all. Moving from short-term help to secure long-term foundations, pivoting from an economy driven by deep levels of inequality to one that values every worker, every business and every community. Now confirmed by the Office of Budget Responsibility, the economic failure outlined today goes to the heart of how this government has mismanaged the pandemic, leaving the worst health and economic legacy of any developed country. Now failing to plug the gaps in support, businesses, charities and people will struggle with greater turbulence, pain and austerity to come, not the stability and investment Labour would have instilled. It is the same old Tory recourse to bear down on the most in need, regurgitated through their broken ideology, plunging us into another decade of austerity with no lessons learnt. The lifeline that many were hoping for was never thrown. Take charities, over 10 billion in debt. The Prime Minister promised in this House last November that, and I quote, "We will be doing much more over the winter to support the voluntary sector." These were words of hope, and yet winter is over, the budget done and barely the crumbs thrown. Starving charities will choke off the social recovery we long to see. Government's Victorian belief of charity fails to make the connection that today they are the engine rooms of social transformation and building community resilience. Having closed their shops and stopped their fundraising, he is now denying them their future. Turning to my constituency, York is one of the worst hit economies in the country. In my budget submission, I set out 3 pillars for investment to rebuild York's economic foundations. Bio-Yorkshire would have put York at the heart of the global bioscience economy through significantly cutting emissions and reducing waste, while creating 4,000 green-collar jobs and upskilling 25,000 people. Just 12 billion for a green investment bank in the year of COP26 shows no commitment to mitigating the climate crisis. Second, I call for a high street recovery fund for York, being the 8th worst hit high street, not a Tory towns fund, which will benefit just 3 out of 40 Labour-held constituencies. Tory self-interest put ahead of public need. Finally, I called for a community business hub to harness the innovation, talent and skills through supporting new business growth, including social businesses, not only to generate a secure foundation for future jobs, but also greater community wealth generation. The Chancellor failed to respond to the needs of our communities. Today should have been about support, stabilisation and long-term security to transform our economy and to protect our communities. But of course, these are Labour values.
Kevin Hollenbeck.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I draw the House's attention to my register of members' interests. As a northern business person, I was very pleased with the budget. I thought it was very pro-business and very pro-north. I also thought it was a very honest assessment of where we are today. I was quite astounded by, or maybe I shouldn't have been astounded by, the Leader of Opposition's response to it. And it reminded me of that Churchill saying that some people regard private enterprise as a predatory target to be shot. Some see it as a cow to be milked. Very few see it as the sturdy horse that's pulling the whole wagon. And that's what it is. Yet all he talked about was public services, important though they are. This was about recovery from COVID. Absolutely critical. We cannot have the public services without the generation of the wealth and the jobs and the taxes. That's how we pay for public services. So absolutely right, that was the focus of this budget today. So very pleased with many of the things for the North, including free ports in Teesside, Treasury North in Darlington, UK Investment Bank in Leeds, which my honourable friend from Grantham and Stamford campaigned heavily for. So delighted to hear that. And also the ongoing business support, which is very important to the hospitality businesses of Thirsk and Malton. But I think we also need to be honest, I know the Chancellor will be, when we've got over the COVID crisis, about our future spending challenges. Because of the demographics of this country, ageing population, reducing fertility rate, we are going to see more and more pressure on fewer taxpayers to sustain particularly our pensions, healthcare and social care, to such an extent that according to the Office of Budget Responsibility, our debt to GDP, which is currently 100%, will be 314% by 2060 if we don't do anything about our tax system. So this was in many ways a short-term approach to recovery, which is absolutely the right approach, but we need to think differently for the solutions going forward. I don't want to see a bigger state, I don't want to see higher taxation, so it's a very difficult conundrum. What I would like to see, one of the solutions, is an adult social care premium that would tackle one of those cost pressures. It's not a tax, it's a small amount of, it's not a tax any more than motor insurance is a tax. It's a small amount of money that people put aside for the rainy day. It's on a mandatory basis and it will solve one of those key problems. The other thing I think we've got to do, and my right honourable friend, the member for Gainsborough, referred to this, is make sure we set a fair and level playing field for businesses. And a stable framework for businesses. One of the ways we can do that, because of the threats of Amazon and the like, is to scrap business rates altogether and replace it with a small increase in VAT. It would be a simple solution to a problem that would set that fair and level playing field for many SMEs in this country. Thank you.
Video link. Mr. Ali.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This budget completely fails to address the scale of the economic challenges facing our country in light of the global pandemic, which is still affecting people across our country, in light of the years of uncertainty posed by Brexit, and even with the government's limited trade agreement, it will hit economic output by 4%. And in light of a decade of conservative economic policy and austerity, which has weakened the foundations of our economy and our society. UK GDP went down by nearly 10% in 2020, with the deepest recession in any major economy. We've seen a very high level of unemployment, nearly 1.74% unemployed, 7 million unemployed, and young people facing the highest level of unemployment in a very long time, with nearly 1 million set to be unemployed. And of course, we've seen the huge loss of lives in our communities, with over 123,000 people who died, the highest death toll in Europe. And we've seen the inequalities that exist in our country play out by hitting some of the most disadvantaged in our communities the hardest. And in the economic dimension, women have been hit hard, young people, those from Black and minority ethnic communities, those from the poorest communities. And yet the government's response does little to shore up our public services, our National Health Service, where they've been at the forefront of protecting us, to provide support to local government, to provide support to tackle youth unemployment. The Kickstart programme has only got 2,000 people into employment. And yet we've got hundreds of thousands of people, young people, who have been made unemployed. So that's why I'm calling on the government to do more to help our young people. This budget does not do enough at all. On public services, we need desperately for the government to provide support to our schools who have suffered deeply in this crisis. And As for the tax rises, the government's already shown its true colours by increasing taxes such as council tax on families who've been affected deeply by this crisis. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the universal credit uplift is welcome, but it's only for 6 months. And in constituencies like mine with high child poverty, we need that to be a longer term response. If the Chancellor needed inspiration, he should look at what the Americans are doing, what the Biden administration is doing, investing nearly $2 trillion in a rescue plan to generate economic growth, providing much more direct support to small businesses, and ensuring that families that desperately need support get much more help. That's the scale of ambition we need in our country if we are to promote growth in order to pay the debt that we needed in order to deal with this crisis.
Richards.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Firstly, I'd like to congratulate the Chancellor for setting out such an optimistic budget. There isn't enough time to cover its entirety, so I'd like to focus on just one part. I'm absolutely delighted with the announcement that West Bromwich will be receiving the full £25 million under the Towns Fund. I'd like to thank the Chancellor, his team and the local government minister for all the work that they have done. I noticed my honourable friend from Worley neglected to thank the government for the money that we'll also be getting for Smethwick, so thank you very much on behalf of the community in Sandwell. This kind of investment is so important for us because it's recognition that areas like West Bromwich simply aren't used to receiving because we haven't had that many people fighting our corner. I've been a member of Sandwell Towns Fund Super Board, so I'd refer members to my register of interest, and I know everyone will be delighted with this news. I'd like to pay tribute to all those who have spent so much time preparing a successful bid. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there has sadly been a period of neglect, but we're putting that right. And we're starting with the accelerated funding programme for phase 1 of our plan to completely refurbish the outdoor market, a vital hub of commerce. In fact, work has already begun on this project. You can't underestimate the benefits this will bring. The old outdoor market, although still busy, in its current form has encouraged antisocial behaviour as the stalls acted as a shelter from CCTV. Putting this right will start us on the right journey to attract all those former shoppers back to the town. We're so lucky to have Dartmouth Park and Sandwell Valley in particular on our doorsteps. It's a great place amongst a busy and industrial part of the Black Country. Creating a better green corridor and walking link to these sites from the town will be great. Our plan also involves carrying out repairs and upgrades to both West Bromwich Town Hall and the library, restoring them to their former glory. This will create 1,000 seats in the Town Hall's theatre. We're also going to refurbish the indoor market. Now, I'm excited about quite a lot of these plans, but for me, this marks a firm step forward. Our indoor market has been the same since the 70s. Locals will recall it was the only place you could get a West Bromwich Albion kit from at one point. Sadly, the market is so old and run down, it has serious consequences for trade. I often catch up with Dave from the pet store who explains this well, but at a time when only essential stores could open due to COVID, he wasn't able to. Because the stores are so old, there was no way to secure the stock of the non-essential market stores. It meant he couldn't open at first. For me, it was a sign of decades of missed opportunities, but we're putting that right, and I'm looking forward to meeting with indoor market holders to find out what they want from this deal. Our Towns Fund investment plan in Sandwell goes far beyond physical infrastructure. The Sandwell Civil and Mechanical Engineering Centre is another part of this great plan. From conversations with Sandwell College and others, it's clear we need to be making more training opportunities available in engineering. We're also looking to help tackle digital exclusion. Our bid to create a free at the point of access community digital den in Greek Green and Wood Lane Community Centre will enable digitally excluded residents to get online and fully engage with digital services. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Lady Link. Matt Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It's a year ago that we sat in a packed chamber to hear the Chancellor claim he was, and I quote, releasing the counter-cyclical buffer. I have to say that at the time I thought it was something to do with letting his neighbour out of his fridge. In fact, none of us are still any the wiser. More seriously, by that day, the Prime Minister had already chosen to miss the first 5 Cobra briefings on the epidemic. He had indeed gone AWOL. It was a time when we should have been hearing the drumbeat of a government preparing to face the threat. What we heard instead was this, and I quote, we will protect our country and our people, except it didn't. 123,000 deaths and counting, an economy that has crashed, falling 10% last year, with the government presiding over the worst death rate of all major nations. They got it wrong. And now we face the worst economic damage of all large economies, the consequences of which will be suffered for decades to come. They got it wrong. Having sat and listened to the Chancellor's speech, it seems extraordinary that he did not mention once the need for greater investment in our health service. Nor did he choose to acknowledge the work of all those on the front line, including social care workers, and repay them for the courage and professionalism. Sadly, he has chosen not to respect their efforts. One thing we've learned from this past year is that the government does well to listen to this opposition. For example, the suggestion to introduce a furlough scheme, and I welcome the government's announcement that it will be extending this for a further 6 months. But it should have done this from day one, as in Germany. Theirs runs until early 2022. The truth is that the Chancellor's announcement today does little to address the foundations of our economy, foundations undermined by the austerity of the past 10 years, not just for our economy, but in terms of our social fabric and the increasing inequality, laid bare by the pandemic. But not once did he mention inequality. Mr. Deputy Speaker, you can measure a government by its priorities. Whilst the Chancellor talked up his free ports, it all sounded a bit Emperor's new clothes. And a government that continues with HS2, despite the fundamental restructuring of our economy that's going on, and yet unable to recognise that a council house building programme is so desperately needed. And when it comes to our businesses, all their leaders wanted to hear was some certainty in a country that has been bedevilled by the policies of successive Conservative governments, resulting in a steep decline in business investment. He's got it wrong. Where is the vision and delivery of public-private investment? Where were the plans for a network of EV charging points, of hydrogen infrastructure, if we are to deliver net zero? It is not enough to leave it to the private sector, as they themselves state. And finally, it is not enough to continue with a business rates holiday. The Chancellor failed to do the right thing and undertake the wholesale revision needed to address the massive distortion in our economic landscape. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the evidence is damning. The OBR has underlined this, the worst economic damage of any G7 country, and it will be the public that pays for the Chancellor's mistakes. A word of advice then for the Chancellor. He needs to start acting in the national interest and not as in his self-interest. The public will never forgive him. Once again, he's got it wrong. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much. Lydia Link. Saki Bhatti.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I refer members to my register of interests. In my short time in Parliament, if there is one thing that I've learned for sure, it is that there is no such thing as an easy budget. I have to commend the Chancellor for the balancing act he has had to do today in protecting jobs, livelihoods, while also being fiscally prudent and fiscally responsible and looking towards the inevitable recovery. I say inevitable, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that is only so because of the measures that my right honourable friend has taken over the last 12 months. And I commend him for his budget and his characteristically honest approach with the British people. As the current acting chair of the APPG for small businesses, I want to focus on some of the measures for small businesses. But before I do, I also want to thank the Chancellor for the £50 million allocated to develop transport improvements around the HS2 Birmingham interchange station in my constituency. These monies are going to support economic generation and development around the Arden Cross. This will be one of the key economic zones in the country, and crucially, by making the land use more efficient, it will protect hectares of greenbelt, which is already under too much pressure in my constituency. I also thank the Chancellor for the renewal of the airport and ground operations scheme for a further 6 months. With Birmingham Airport in my constituency, any and all support is welcome to protect jobs and protect a key economic asset which contributes billions to the local and national economy. I turn now to small businesses. And while I'll be looking in towards a further detail to what's been announced today, I thank my right honourable friend for recognising the importance of our small businesses. And I know in the weeks and months to come, there'll be much said about the impact of corporation tax rises. And I know as a low tax conservative like me, my right honourable friend will not have taken this decision lightly. But I thank my right honourable friend for limiting the impact of corporation tax on our small businesses. There will be many up and down the country who will be struggling for the foreseeable future, and having a small profits rate, one of the lowest in the world, is welcome, because while we must shore up our public finances, we must recognise the hard-working people across Britain who need our support. I also welcome the Help to Grow scheme. It's no secret that the mortality of startups is exceptionally high in their early years, and I welcome the idea that we can help businesses become more productive, more efficient, and more profitable. Help to Grow really does summarise the Chancellor's intentions and his ambitions. And I welcome the extension of rates relief. As I've said in this House before, I look forward to hearing further from the Treasury about reforming business rates following the Treasury consultation that took place last year, because we can't afford to be ambitious, and we absolutely should be. Mr. Deputy Speaker, today's budget will be pivotal. It recognises the pain that so many people have experienced over the last 12 months. It provides certainty to the anxieties of the British people and British businesses across the United Kingdom. And it looks to the future so that the British people have the tools at their disposal to be ambitious, to be optimistic, and to show the world that while COVID-19 tried its best to bring us to our knees, we, the people of Britain, refuse to be beaten.
Video link. Kim Johnson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Today we needed to see a budget fit for the crises we're facing, one which fundamentally reshapes the foundations of our economy, which we will deliver an ambitious programme to better living standards, protect jobs and livelihoods and deliver strong public services, but it falls short of a long-term recovery plan and investment in our public services, including the NHS, schools and particularly local councils. Instead, the Chancellor's speech today included a lot of cheap headlines and stolen rhetoric, but no substance. Still deep in the throes of a public health emergency, staring down the barrel of a recession and unemployment crisis on the scale of the Great Depression. Tinkering at the edges just won't do. The gloss and spin does nothing but hide the fact this budget has done little to address the vital issues and deepening poverty, inequality and insecurity at work. Instead, it does the bare minimum to prop up the current system and kick the can down the road on the jobs and debt crisis. It's indefensible that the Chancellor has only extended universal credit by 6 months. A lifeline for millions of the most vulnerable will be wiped away at the same time as the furlough ends and will push hundreds of thousands of people deeper into poverty, including the 14,000 people on universal credit in Liverpool Riverside. Mr Deputy Speaker, with 4.2 million children living in poverty in the UK today, many of them in my own constituency, with a high of 30.4% compared to a national average of 18.4%. This budget should have taken steps to tackle the child poverty crisis by making the universal credit uplift permanent, extending it to apply to legacy benefits, abolishing the cruel benefit cap and ending the 2-child limit. And while the extra measures that have been announced to support people and retain jobs during the pandemic are of course welcome, including the extension to furlough, we need to see that steps are taken to the existing gaps, including support for the 3 million excluded who have been systematically abandoned by this government and left to survive the crisis without support. And we know the inability to self-isolate for many workers has been a key driver of COVID due to the low rates of statutory sick pay, precarious contracts which prevent workers taking time off, and the no recourse to public funds policy that prevents most migrants from accessing state support. Instead of rising SSP, the Chancellor has chosen to cut the real terms at the height of a pandemic by raising it by just 50p. Call it what it is, an utter failure of public policy and leadership. Mr Deputy Speaker, I am a very proud Scouser and privileged to represent such a resilient city that always fights back to protect its people. But let's have a fair fight. Give us the money we need to protect jobs and livelihoods and keep our economy going. And we will respond by supporting our businesses and our workforces to come back much stronger. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Video link. Laura Farris.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. There is nothing inevitable about high unemployment. Even when the storm has raged as violently as it has in the last 12 months, we've seen what the government can achieve. 12 months ago, the term furlough was completely unknown to us. Today, more than 30 million people have had most of their wages paid by the government for most of the year. And to me, the most moving part of the Chancellor's statement earlier was from the OBR, that they had revised their forecast that unemployment would peak at 11.9% and estimated that government action had saved 1.8 million jobs in this country. That matters to me personally because when I made my maiden speech on the 24th of February last year, I closed by saying the jobs and livelihoods of my constituents would guide my work in this House, and that hasn't changed. And there are 3 issues I want to touch on this evening. First, I want to talk about what this budget means for female employment, something that I've looked at very carefully in my role as co-chair of the Women and Work APPG. There are different reasons why women's employment has been particularly affected by the crisis, but some of it is sectoral. Hospitality, retail, leisure, the beauty industry employ disproportionate numbers of women and have been particularly hard hit. In this budget, every one of those businesses in those sectors can claim a restart grant of some kind, whether it's £6,000 or up to £18,000. And taken together with the continuation of the furlough, that will be a huge factor in sustaining and, I believe, rebuilding opportunities for women in the labour market. The second point I wanted to raise is linked to training and apprenticeships. Now, the Kickstart scheme that we heard about last year was directly focused on young people and their opportunities. But today's announcement went wider. It linked apprenticeships to the Lifetime Skills Guarantee, and it incentivises businesses to offer apprenticeships irrespective of age. And I think that's hugely significant. It's fair to say that whenever long-term structural unemployment has taken root in any period since the Second World War, governments of whatever party have tried and failed to tackle them. And the reason for that has always been because of the long-term attrition of workers' skills. And this is the first time, to my knowledge, that any government has put training and skills at the front and centre of the recovery package, and I welcome that. And just finally, I want to say that the jobs that exist in 10 years' time will depend on our choices today, on their impact on the labour market and on our readiness to react to changing circumstances. So the super deduction, the offering to innovators through R&D tax credits, visa reforms for highly skilled workers, and work on productivity through the Hope to Grow scheme are all welcome. I represent a part of the world that sits at the heart of the technology.
Sorry, I'm afraid we have to leave it there. Video link. Munira Wilson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Today's budget statement represents a massive missed opportunity. Yes, there were a number of measures to be welcomed, but the silence in so many areas was utterly deafening. Absolutely nothing on social care, despite grand promises from the Prime Minister on the steps of Downing Street and the Health Secretary promising proposals this year. Nothing on further support for the NHS, with the backlog of non-COVID care stacking up, lives at risk, and our heroic NHS staff on their knees. Nothing on boosting mental health and well-being support for our children and young people who've been hit so badly by this pandemic. Investing in our future means investing in our youth, not just in bricks and mortar. Nothing to help those exporters hit by Brexit red tape. Just last week, a chocolate maker in my constituency told me he's been unable to export a single bar of chocolate to the EU since the 1st of January. He normally exports £250,000 worth per year. Nothing on building more affordable and social homes, just measures to make homes yet more unaffordable. Precious little on the environment and building a green economic recovery, and close to nothing for the 3 million hard-working entrepreneurs and small business owners excluded from government support, on whose backs our economic recovery will be built. It's this last point I briefly want to focus on. The small business owners who continue to be ignored by government despite having paid their taxes and often been so central to our local economies and our communities. With a year having elapsed since the emergency economic measures were introduced by the Chancellor, it is unforgivable that the vast majority of the 3 million excluded still remain overlooked, in particular directors of limited companies. These are not wealthy tax dodgers, as the Chancellor likes to make out. These are ordinary, hard-working folk at the heart of our high streets, like hairdressers and others, quite often women who have built flexible, home-based businesses to fit around caring responsibilities. My constituent Claire LaRue, who built her travel business from scratch as a single mum, eventually employing 5 people with a turnover of 350,000. She's had to make her staff redundant, and her business hangs in the balance as she lives off her savings. Hairdressers, like Elements in Teddington High Street, struggling for survival. Owners are let down by the lack of personal financial support as directors, and with no VAT relief from the Chancellor for personal care businesses, as there has been for hospitality. The Treasury has had a compelling, workable proposal for a director's income support scheme put to them by experts, yet still nothing was offered today. So I say to the Chancellor, it's not too late to help the 3 million excluded and to put forward a revenue support scheme to support small businesses.
David Linden.
Very much indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker. The SNP has spent months calling for the Chancellor to make permanent the £20 uplift on universal credit and indeed extend it to claimants on legacy benefits. Now, in announcing a 6-month extension whilst ignoring those on legacy benefits, the Chancellor is essentially just kicking the can down the road And we all know that this is only to get the Conservatives through the May local and national elections. So let's be clear, Mr Deputy Speaker, the Chancellor is proposing to swipe away the £20 uplift just at the time that the furlough scheme has ended, when unemployment will peak and when energy bills will start to go up again. Now, for those people who need the safety net of the social security most, this budget will see them teetering on the brink of an autumn knife edge. Mr Deputy Speaker, removing the uplift in the autumn will cut over £1,000 a year from household budgets, and this announcement will not protect those who need our help most. That's why the Trussell Trust have said of today's budget fails to give families on the lowest incomes the ongoing protection they need. The 6-month extension to the universal credit uplift only delays hardship people will face in the year ahead. The Women's Budget Group say extensions to the uplift is welcome, but it confirms what we all know. UC is not enough to live on. We need a social security system that is a true safety net and reflects the needs of those who rely on it. That's why the Joseph Rowntree Foundation has said it is also totally indefensible that people who are sick, disabled or carers claiming legacy benefits continue to be excluded from this vital support. The Poverty Alliance are echoing this call, stating that, and I quote, "The decision should not have been between hardship now or hardship later. It should have been a simple decision to say hardship never and to make the increase permanent." Mr Deputy Speaker, out of work support will be at its lowest ever level since 1990, when universal credit is cut in 6 months' time. Universal credit uplift should be seen as an emergency measure. It should not have been seen as an emergency measure in response to the pandemic, but as a reversal of the long-standing cuts that bring universal credit back in line with its original intended value. In essence, the uplift reverses cuts to universal credit over the past 8 years and brings it back in line with rises to the cost of living. Indeed, if the uplift is removed, 2021 and 2022 universal credit rates will be 11.5% less in real times than they were in 2013. Mr Deputy Speaker, the thread of inequality runs through this budget like a stick of Blackpool rock. There are now 4.2 million children living in poverty across the UK, and hundreds of thousands are relying on food banks and struggling to pay essential bills. This Chancellor's budget falls short of every measure to protect household budgets and family incomes. But once again, we see the tale of two governments. As the Tories look to cut welfare support, the SNP government invests in game-changing policies like the Scottish Child Payment and receive praise for its budget by anti-poverty campaigners. So it's clear that Scotland faces a choice of two futures: the long-term damage of Brexit and Tory austerity cuts at Westminster, or the opportunity to protect our place in Europe and build a strong, fair and green recovery as an independent country. And with both votes SNP in May, we can put Scotland's future in Scotland's hands, not Boris Johnson's.
Thank you very much.
Video link. Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. With just a few minutes to speak in today's debate, I can't go over all of that excellent news, but I'd like to thank the Chancellor and everyone involved in putting these packages together. There's much to be thankful for, particularly for businesses and employees looking to get back into work to reinvigorate their businesses in the months ahead as restrictions are lifted. I know that the extension of the VAT cut for some of the hardest hit businesses will be welcomed by many local business owners in my constituency, as will the extension of the eligibility for the self-employed scheme in particular. We know the vast majority of people want to get on the housing ladder, and if they can do so, I think they'd also warmly welcome the 5% deposit scheme, which will help a huge number of people fulfil that lifelong dream and own their own home. All of that is really welcome. With just a short time available, I wanted to focus on Mansfield and our local good news, which is twofold. Firstly, a huge thank you to everyone involved in putting together the plans and the bid into the Towns Fund. The 12.3 million announced today is brilliant news. It's a long-awaited replacement for the Old Meaden Sports Centre with a new community health and leisure hub that can help to reduce our health inequalities and deliver better services. It's a services hub in our town centre, bringing together council, health, employment, support services all under one roof and drawing that huge footfall that these services attract into our town centre instead of the existing out-of-town buildings, changing the use of town centre properties, which is going to be absolutely vital for the future of our high street, with that footfall supporting retail and other businesses too. It's a business hub in Mansfield Woodhouse. It's a hub for new technology development and skills at West Notts College. It's tangible change and growth and improvement for our community, the kind and the like of which we haven't seen for a very long time. And it's very, very welcome. Finally, I just want to thank the Chancellor for choosing the East Midlands as home to one of the new free ports. This is so important and will be widely welcomed across the whole region. The impact of the jobs and the growth that can come from this site in conjunction with other plans for development cooperation, boosting green energy businesses, the potential for new infrastructure in that part of the world, just a few miles down the M1 from that, will be vital for the recovery across the East Midlands. And when combined with our new approach to skills, to adult learning and retraining announced in the FE white paper, it will help many of my constituents to get into work or back into work and rebuild their lives after COVID. So this budget will have a genuine, tangible impact on people in Mansfield over the coming years as the new investment turns into physical changes and improvements. It's positive to hear that the economy is predicted to recover faster than was first thought, and to hear that these interventions over the last 12 months have saved 1.8 million jobs. That's massive, not just for our economy, but for 1.8 million individuals and their families. And now with our roadmap in place to lift restrictions in the coming months, with these new announcements to support businesses and incomes as we reopen the economy, and the huge success, continued success and investment in our vaccine rollout, we have a lot of reason for optimism, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Bim Avalami.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I want to talk in the short time available about two words, debt and productivity. The Chancellor has shown with this budget in so many different ways his command of the fiscal landscape, but in particular his awareness of the importance of a sensible fiscal strategy over the medium long term, and his clear understanding that on some level we depend on the kindness of strangers as a government, as a country, because we depend on low interest rates to sell our debt in the markets. Now on some level that's boring, Mr. Deputy Speaker, but it's very important. And it's very important because one thing the House, indeed the country, needs to be fully aware of is that we're in a highly unusual time for the bond markets. It is incredibly cheap at the moment to borrow money. There is no doubt. Indeed, I've heard many members of the opposition say, well, we should just borrow money ad infinitum forever because it's so cheap. But the problem is that it will not be cheap forever. And the Chancellor is rightly thinking about the long-term future fiscal sustainability of this country. And therefore his awareness of that and his importance of the need to make sure that debt is falling as a percentage of GDP by the end of the Parliament is a very, very important one. And I think that it's something that the whole House has to be aware of. And I think that this budget, bearing in mind this budget is very generous in many ways, and many members of on this side of the House have explained how, does have that fiscal framework in mind. The second thing I want to say is about productivity. In 1962, a bit before my time, Mr. Deputy Speaker, Harold Macmillan wrote a memo to his cabinet in December 1962, and it's in Lord Hennessy's Winds of Change book, which I'd urge all members to read. And he talks about one of the major problems of the country's economy in December 1962, and he said, it is the need to enhance our productivity. This is a long running problem, but this Chancellor is thinking about this long term, and there's one particular measure that I think hasn't really been talked about enough, but I think is really significant. The Help to Grow scheme for SME managers, small business managers, indeed like my own wife who runs a successful family business. Hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people up and down this country doing a fantastic job, but yes, could benefit from extra help and support with management training, could benefit from digital skills training, could benefit from actually discounted digital software to help close the gap with those higher performing bigger businesses. This government, this Chancellor is backing our small businesses, and that will improve our productivity because small businesses is the heart of our economy. For those reasons, and many thousands of others, I welcome this budget.
Video link. Tim Farron.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Probably the most disappointing thing about this budget is that here we are at a time where cancer specialists estimate that there's 100,000 people in a backlog for treatment. Cancer Research UK estimate 35,000 additional deaths as a result of cancer through this COVID crisis. There is not a single penny for cancer additionally in this budget. and there is not a single mention of the word cancer in this budget. The reality is that we need to invest heavily if we are going to catch up with cancer and save lives that are going to be needlessly lost. The government could have and should have, as we asked them to do, invest in new radiotherapy equipment right across the country, but including satellite centres in the likes of Westmoreland General Hospital in Kendal, in my constituency, in new staffing, in networking to make sure that we tackle the forgotten C through this crisis. Furthermore, another disappointment is the fact that though there was a much trumpeted help for some of those people who have been excluded, once you realise the actual details of the Chancellor's announcement, it amounts to about 5% of those people have been excluded from support. And those people will still have to sit on the debt, the crippling debt that they've been living with on the last 12 months. We call upon the Chancellor to backdate his support to those people who he is now going to intervene to help. But there is nothing there for the freelancers, for those directors of small limited companies, taxi drivers, hairdressers, personal trainers, and the like, who, as my honourable friend for Twickenham said, are the backbone, the entrepreneurial backbone to any kind of recovery that we're going to get in this economy as we move out of the pandemic. And yet the government continues to almost gratuitously forget those people and leave them in penury. The constituency like mine, which is so dependent upon the outdoors and what it does for our economy and for our mental health, I am appalled that the government has failed to follow the lead of Northern Ireland and Scotland and provide any support whatsoever for our outdoor education sector, despite the fact that the Prime Minister promised me last week that he would. We see outdoor education as an industry with 15,000 employees. 6,000 have already lost their jobs. Why can we not reopen for young people to have residentials, to do so safely? And if they can't do that, why is there not a financial package to help keep those outdoor education centres, which are so vital to our future? I also want to point out that the VAT cut is welcome, but it doesn't extend to alcohol, and therefore it is a crippling blow to wet lead pubs right through the Lake District and the Yorkshire Dales and elsewhere. If we care about our local pubs, then we need to support them and not advantage huge multinational supermarkets over our local hostelry that is at the centre of our community. And finally, why did the Chancellor insult the unpaid carers of our country by giving them only a 35 pence a week rise when they deserve £20 more at least?
Miriam Cates.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. There can have been few more difficult times in living memory to deliver a budget. So I want to commend and thank my right honourable friend the Chancellor for his steadfast commitment to serving the British people through such challenging economic circumstances. This pandemic hasn't finished with us yet, so I welcome the additional support measures announced today, giving hope to many people in my constituency and security to businesses who are still struggling to hold on. The fiscal support provided by this government is greater than almost any other country in the world, and it has disproportionately benefited those on the lowest incomes. That's the kind of one nation Conservative government that so many people voted for back in 2019. But I also welcome the Chancellor's courage in facing up to the fact that we must have a plan for returning our finances to a sustainable footing, to maintain confidence in the UK economy, and to take responsibility for our future rather than burying our heads in the sand. The modest raise to corporation tax for the largest businesses is a fair way to increase revenues. It is, after all, a tax on profits, so those businesses that have been able to make a profit won't pay. And while many companies have had a very tough year, there are others who've seen their takings soar as a result of the pandemic, and it's right that some of these profits be returned to the taxpayer. So this budget offers security and it offers responsibility, but it also offers opportunity. And I welcome the exciting proposals laid out by my right honourable friend to set the UK economy on the path to becoming the best place in the world for innovative, high growth and green investment. But the proceeds of this growth must be shared evenly across the country, and so I'm delighted with the announcement today of £24 million for our Stocksbridge town deal. For decades, towns like Stocksbridge have been left behind, and previous governments have failed to solve the problem of how to return opportunity, pride and aspiration to the communities whose sweat and toil have built the prosperity of our great nation. The launch of the Towns Deal Fund back in 2019 in many ways marked the birth of the movement we call Levelling Up, and the government has reaffirmed its commitment to that movement today. The £24 million will see improvements to our high street, local transport links revolutionised, a post-16 hub, new jobs and opportunities created for the whole community. The Towns Fund offers the targeted investment that Stocksbridge so desperately needs, upskilling our workforce, providing conditions for growth and reviving our local economy. There are difficult times ahead, but here we have a plan that offers security, responsibility and opportunity. And on behalf of the people of Penistone and Stocksbridge, I welcome this budget statement.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I also just say that I don't envy the job of the Chancellor at this time, how to get the balance right and support the business sector, support the vulnerable and yet ensure that we do not add further to the deficit. I believe the Chancellor has delivered a budget that is suitable for the times that we have with the special circumstances that are there in relation to coronavirus. So it's not easy to do that, but I think he has tried hard. I understand that my little grandson Max and my granddaughter Freya, who were born during the pandemic as lockdown babies, will most likely be paying this debt off through the taxes for their entire adult life. What a burden on our children and our grandchildren. At the same time, the Chancellor, I think, has addressed some of the tax issues in that to deliver some of the monies that need to be paid back, to take the burden off our grandchildren. The Chancellor also referred to the Kickstart programme. I support that and I wish we had it in Northern Ireland, and for whatever reasons the Minister there in the Northern Ireland Assembly has not delivered that. I've been in contact with the Minister's Department to find out why. I'm also very pleased to see the extension of the furlough, and I believe that the extension of September is correct. But my concern is that devolved nations are coming out of lockdown at different timings, and therefore I think there should be perhaps a wee bit of flexibility in relation to that. I also welcome the fact that there's no increase in fuel duty. Coming from a rural constituency of Strangford as I do, and knowing the need for my constituents to be able to travel, I think that's a real good news story as well. There are many other stories which I referred to: the VAT reduction, the rates relief, I believe the pro-business budget that the Chancellor also referred to. They're all very, very positive things. But I want to speak very quickly on and while congratulating government on how they've delivered for coronavirus, I want to speak about the need to have work done in relation to health. Those who deal with cancer, with motor neuron, with organ failure, and many others in need of palliative care. That's why I gently highlight the Marie Curie campaign, which highlights that over 82,000 people have been bereaved in Northern Ireland during the COVID-19 pandemic, whilst the number requiring palliative care has doubled over the last 10 years. The need for investment in palliative care is one that must feature in any plan and budget, and I gently suggest that whilst the money for COVID-related issues have been absolutely right and appropriate, so is the need for investment in our cancer research and palliative care. And this is something I would like to have seen more prominent in the budget. And again, I gently ask in a constructive way to make sure that that's taken on board. I'd also highlight the financial backing behind cancer research and what could be achieved with the superior expertise of British science working alongside international colleagues to produce results. We have seen what has been possible with single-minded focus and support hand in hand through coronavirus and COVID-19. And lastly, Mr Deputy Speaker, in the short time we have, as with any budget, there's much to be welcome and much to be desired. We need to balance the books as best as we can in this world, and that is so out of kilter. And I look forward to government to offering greater support to those who need it at the most at this time. Thank you.
No.
Deputy Speaker, and it's always a pleasure to follow my friend from Strangford, who spoke such sense, and I could only hope that others who sit on that side of the House would follow his lead. Of course, Mr Deputy Speaker, I welcome this budget, and I welcome the way in which the Treasury has engaged with businesses and engaged with members of Parliament from across this House in listening to the needs of what needs to be done at a time of great national need. Of course, the Chancellor, as has already been said by previous members, has acted responsibly. He has acted responsibly for what we need to do to ensure that our fiscal financial firepower is able to adapt and be resilient in future years to come. But he has also been responsible, ensuring that when we see the roadmap unveiled and we come to the end of June and businesses are able to unlock, they can do so with the certainty that the government is there to support them. The move to extend the 5% VAT cut, something that I'm sure I have annoyed the Treasury on a number of occasions, is a welcome step. But more importantly, the improvement of making it 12.5%, a sliding mechanism that provides that certainty for businesses, is also a very welcome one. And in seats like mine, where tourism and hospitality is so integral to our local economy, it will make all the difference for those businesses who have faced over 200 days without customers, without service. And this will make the difference. And the same can be said for business rates. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, one overlooked group has been young people. And I know that the Chancellor has bonded with young people recently by saying that he is a Coca-Cola addict. Well, this budget goes further. It also makes the point that to ensure that we have productivity and growth in future years, we are able to provide the opportunity for young people to find the jobs that they need, to get the training that they want, and to get the support that they need in their economy, not just in London, but across the entire of the United Kingdom. And it is particularly welcome to hear about work coaches, the Kickstart scheme, the Life Skills Guarantee, and encouraging and incentivising further apprenticeship schemes. This is extremely welcome, but I hope we can go further. And since organisations like the National Union of Students seem incapable of doing so, we must stand up for university students who have overpaid for essential Zoom lessons over the last 13 months. Now, lastly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is particularly welcome to see a free port being designated in Plymouth and South Devon, not just for Plymouth itself, but for the surrounding area, for those hydrographic and oceanographic companies that manufacture in my patch, for those companies that can export the very best produce of South Devon. This will make a huge difference. It is an example of levelling up across the whole country and our commitment to providing opportunity in every region of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. And I hope, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that the opposition will recognise that this is a budget that is fiscally robust and will deliver for generations to come.
Biddy Link, Brendan Clark-Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And this is a budget that not only supports our country in the here and now, but a budget that can truly set us on a path to bounce back from COVID-19 and to build a brighter future. Whilst the opposition only see problems and obstacles to reach our goal, this ambitious budget weaves through them and takes aim to spectacularly hit the target, in much the same way as one of Matt Letizier's wonder strikes the Chancellor would have seen growing up as a Southampton fan. And the furlough scheme has saved many jobs in Basset Law, and extending the scheme to September will make sure that businesses can recover in a steady and sustainable way. Many of those who are self-employed have benefited from the Self-Employment Income Support Scheme, but I'm delighted that this will now be extended to those who are 1920 starters. And the Restart grants will be a huge benefit for the many retail, hospitality, leisure and personal care businesses in Basset Law who have been hit hard by the pandemic. And this will be welcome not just in our town centres, but also our many villages, as will the extension to the business rates holiday and the tapering that will follow, as well as the VAT cut for the industries which have so desperately needed it. The temporary extension to universal credit will benefit many of those who have found themselves in difficulty through no fault of their own, not the opposition's permanent blank cheque. Home ownership is a British way of life, and the stamp duty holiday and mortgage guarantee scheme will allow many young people and their families to get a foot on the ladder. And whilst there will be an increase to corporation tax, the super deduction scheme is both innovative and also encourages investment at a time when we need it more than ever. The United Kingdom will be the place to invest. And this budget also brings with it the fantastic news that the East Midlands Freeport has been confirmed, and this will bring 60,000 skilled jobs to our region. And this is a bid I was proud to support with colleagues from this House and local stakeholders. A strong and balanced budget enables us to pursue many of the priorities that are important to local people and truly levelling up. Basset Law has received £150,000 to put together a business case and apply for the Levelling Up Fund. We're passionate about seeing investment in Basset Law Hospital and making sure we also have the mental health provision we need in our communities. We want to see flood defences to protect our homes and businesses, be that in West Stockwith, Retford or Worksop. We want to see investment in our town centres. We want to see improved transport and infrastructure, such as extending the Robin Hood line to Retford. And this budget sets us on a path to recognising these goals, and I wholeheartedly support it. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Much, Brendan. Mike Wood.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I apologise. And I'd also like to thank the Chancellor for delivering a solid budget statement in very challenging times. I think the Chancellor's achievement, I think, is reflected in the fact that the official opposition party ran out of speakers well over half an hour ago, so little was there to say in response to it. But the Chancellor had three primary tasks today. The first, the immediate support to protect the jobs, the livelihoods of the people in our constituencies whilst the impact of this pandemic continues to be felt so sharply. Secondly, to lay a framework for rebuilding and the recovery as part of that roadmap to reopening. And thirdly, to level up, to rebalance our economy away from over-reliance on a small number of sectors in a relatively small part of the country. He has achieved that in today's budget, seemingly leaving the leader of the opposition with very little left to say. Although being the leader of the opposition, of course, that didn't seem to prevent him from taking a long time to demonstrate the fact. The immediate support for people's jobs and livelihoods is clear. The extension to the job retention scheme, it will help 5,300 of my constituents in Dudley South. And I'm also pleased to see that, as well as that, the support that is offered to self-employed workers is now being extended to cover some of the more recent entries into that part of the labour market. But as we start to reopen and rebuild, the support that's been put in place for so many of the parts of the economy that have been hit hardest by lockdown and the pandemic, particularly around retail and hospitality, the restart grants, obviously the freeze on VAT for hospitality and tourism, the freeze on duties, cancelling the index-linked duty rises, and the extension to the business race holiday, extremely important for major employers in our constituencies. But finally, levelling up. The Leader of the Opposition spoke about the last 10 years. Well, actually, under the last Labour government, Dudley's GVA, relative to the rest of the country, fell from 78% in 1997 down to a really quite woeful 64% in 2010. Now, since 2013, we started to address that, and it started to increase, and in the 5 years before this pandemic, salaries in Dudley rose more quickly than anywhere else in the country. Yeah. I'm pleased that Dudley has been identified as priority areas for the UK Renewal Fund and the Levelling Up Fund, investing in our people and our infrastructure.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. In this budget, the Chancellor and everyone in Her Majesty's Treasury have pulled out all the stops, left no stone unturned, and directed the enormous financial firepower of the government at building back better. But before we can do that, we've got to get through the next few months, as millions more vaccines get administered and businesses prepare to open. And the restart grants are going to be an enormous lifeline to so many local businesses. Gyms like FX Fitness Experience, salons and barbers like Jack Jones, and pubs like the Hapton Inn and Crooked Billet. They now have a date to reopen and the government's support to do it. But the Chancellor has also been honest about the economic impact that coronavirus has had. When I was elected in December of 2019, yes, it was to level up and give Burnley and Padiham the government focus they deserve, but it was also to ensure our economy is properly managed. Not the reckless spending that was on offer from the Labour frontbench, but Conservative management, which meant we entered this economic crisis in a way which has allowed us to wrap our arms around the country. And it's that same management that will ensure we can do the same again when the next crisis hits. And it's with this in mind, as a low-tax Conservative, that I agree with the tax measures announced today. Because whilst this budget keeps taxes low, with things like the VAT reduction sustained and alcohol and fuel duty frozen, it also begins the task of repairing the public finances, which we must do. It strikes the right balance, paving the way for a corporation tax to increase on businesses that are making healthy and sustainable profits, but ensuring losses can be carried back for longer. And it provides much needed support to our SMEs through a reduced tax rate. And then we have the announcement of the super deduction. For areas like Burnley, where we have a significant manufacturing sector, this could be transformational. It means local businesses in everything from aerospace to construction are incentivised to invest in new equipment, new machinery, boosting productivity, creating jobs and powering our local recovery. We should not underestimate the impact any of this will have. And let me finally turn to the Levelling Up agenda, which is something I care deeply about. Just a few weeks ago, I was on BBC Politics North West, and the shadow business minister said that when Labour was in government,
takers, founders, entrepreneurs and investors, so that when companies invest in capital, they'll be able to reduce their tax bill by an incredible 130% of the cost of investment. As we emerge from this pandemic, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we need to build a United Kingdom that's fit for the future. This budget takes an important step on that path by balancing growth, investment and enterprise with a clear, honest plan to fix our public finances. And by doing so, this side of the House will deliver on the promises we made to the British people.
Young. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Today's budget comes as a strong sense of relief for the country, for my constituents, but probably also for this House, as they never have to hear me ask for a Freeport in Teesside again. I couldn't be more buzzing that we were successful in our Freeport bid, and I thank the Chancellor and the Secretary of State for MHCLG for selecting Teesside. I also pay tribute to the enormous effort made by the member for Middlesbrough South and East Cleveland, campaigning on this since he was elected, and to the officers at the Tees Valley Combined Authority, particularly Chris Rowell and Julie Gillespie, who I know have worked incredibly hard on our bid. But the biggest thanks have to go to our Tees Valley Mayor, Ben Houchin, without whom we would not have achieved the real transformation we've begun in Teesside over the last few years. And this is what this budget means for my constituents in Redcar and Cleveland, a restart. I felt quite emotional listening to the Chancellor speak about my community earlier in the way that he did, because it is a truth that every Teessider knows, that when Gladstone called us the infant Hercules, he meant it. And that it was not that we were the infant Hercules, it is that we are the infant Hercules. And before coming into this role, I spent 9 years working and training in Teesside's chemical industry. So when we talk about protecting those jobs, creating more of those jobs, these aren't statistics to me, Mr. Deputy Speaker. These are my former colleagues, and I'm completely focused on securing their futures. The fatal blow that Redcar and Cleveland experienced just 6 years ago with the closure of SSI felt like something that we would never recover from. Now, 6 years on, and the 4,500 acre site is going to be the centre point of the UK's largest free port and home to 18,000 jobs over the next 5 years. That is levelling up in action. That is the transformation of Teesside. But for Teesside, this budget isn't just about a free port. It's about no personal tax rises on VAT, on national insurance, on income tax. It's £150,000 for our council to look at ways to level up our area. And I already know 2 things that they can look at: Aston swimming pool and a proper new pier in Redcar. It's the Treasury moving to Darlington, the most influential government department on our doorsteps, and something that I think the Leader of the Opposition will regret ridiculing in years to come, I'm sure. It's the business restart grant of up to £18,000 to help us reopen and never have to close again. It's the 5% mortgages that people can start to claim from next month, making it so much easier to buy your home. It's the investment in Teesside Airport to make sure we can fly again once the restrictions are lifted. And it's extending the VAT cut for hospitality, freezing alcohol duty, so that we can all enjoy a cheap pint when this nightmare's over. There are tough times ahead. But this is a budget which spreads prosperity and helps us to genuinely level up while we recover from this pandemic. This is a budget for Teesside, delivered by a Northern Chancellor, and I fully support him in it.
James Daly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And although I will try to be more articulate, all I can say is this is a brilliant budget. This is transformational, it's dynamic, it's hopeful, it's inspirational, it is the basis to change lives. Now, colleagues have talked at great length about various parts of the budget, but I would like to concentrate on a number of factors that affect my constituency. And on page 60 of the Red Book is the Community Ownership Fund, a £150 million fund to help ensure that communities across the UK can essentially buy local facilities that benefit the people in their areas. And I quote, "In exceptional cases, up to £1 million of match funding will be available to help establish a community-owned sports club or buy a sports ground at risk of loss from the community." That could have been written for Gig Lane in Bury, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Gig Lane is central to Bury's identity. It's a heritage asset, it's a cultural asset, it's a sporting asset. And this Chancellor has delivered the opportunity for my community, and hopefully my council will come on board, to bid to ensure that Gig Lane is owned by the community for the people of Bury in perpetuity. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it doesn't stop there within the fund. Not only can you bid as a community group for a sporting asset like that, you can also bid for theatres. Now, as you are an MP, Mr. Deputy Speaker, very close, I know you will know this, but within Ramsbottom, within my constituency, there is a co-op theatre, one of only 5 in the country, built in 1870 as a co-op meeting place. It has its original features inside. It is a unique cultural jewel within the country, let alone just my own region. Local community activists are working together to try to we're hoping to find a way to buy this asset, to create a meeting space for people of all ages, all sexes, all backgrounds, disabilities, whatever it is. And this offers a chance to do that. So we've talked about, my colleagues very articulately have talked about some of the wide-ranging policies that are going to benefit millions upon millions of people within our country. But this hopeful prospectus gives communities like mine the chance to actually change lives and to change and impact how we feel about our areas. If the pandemic has done one thing, I think it has made everyone aware of how important and how much pride we take in where we are from, and this budget reinforces that. Like a number of colleagues, Bury is thankfully a priority status for the Levelling Up Fund, and I have already started speaking to the Chancellor about investment in Bury Market, the world famous Bury Market, and hopefully with the funding that's been provided, £125,000, we're not only going to have Gig Lane, not only going to have an 1870s theatre, we're going to have the world famous Bury Market, supporting our fantastic traders, bringing prosperity to the town, and I congratulate the Chancellor on a fantastic, brilliant budget that gives hope to my constituents.
And the best black pudding, Bury Market. Felicity Buchan.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I warmly welcome my right honourable friend's budget and the honesty and openness with which it was delivered, because the Chancellor has levelled with the British public as to the scale of the debt challenge that we face as a country. This budget achieved a delicate balance. It extended government support to businesses and individuals until the end of September, while at the same time setting out a roadmap for rebalancing our books. And very importantly, it delayed any tax rises for 2 years to give the economic recovery time to bed in. Now, the Chancellor set out that the total cost of coronavirus support will exceed £400 billion. Now, that's very difficult to get a visual sense of, but to put it in context, that is 10 times last year's defence budget. Huge numbers. I warmly welcome the focus on business investment in the budget. Productivity has been a perennial problem. I also warmly welcome the tiering of corporation tax. And in fact, I was with Kensington and Chelsea Chamber of Commerce last night, and someone suggested that on the call. So perhaps the Chancellor was listening in. But on that note, I want to talk very briefly about 3 constituency matters. One is stamp duty. I welcome the extension of the nil rate, but I feel we need a fundamental reform of stamp duty. Stamp duty is a tax on social mobility, and in my constituency, where property prices are high, it is a disincentive for people to move, and so the Exchequer's tax take actually goes down. Secondly, I didn't see in the budget any further detail on cladding remediation and the property development tax. So I look forward to seeing those details over the course of the next few weeks. And finally, I warmly welcome the Restart grants, but one point I would make is that in London, business costs are way higher. Typical rents in London are 2 to 3 times the national average. So I would ask the Chancellor to consider a London waiting for grants. But just to summarise, I warmly welcome this budget and the honesty and openness. We have big challenges ahead, but collectively we can deal with them.
Anthony Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I can take my mask off, can't I? I don't normally start my speeches citing former Labour ministers in support, but I just noticed that Frank Field, Lord Field, just issued a tweet saying, "This is the best budget in my 42 years in politics." I've always thought he was very wild, that Mr. Frank Field. But actually the ultimate accolade came from the Leader of the Opposition. I listened to a speech from beginning to end, and he had nothing to say, no line of attack. And in fact, it's not really surprising. I've been struck time and again since coming here how little the party opposite has to talk about growth. The public sector has helped pull us through this crisis, and we have all thanked them deeply. But it's the private sector, businesses, private enterprise, which will rebuild the economy, taking us out of it. Only the private sector can create the jobs that we need and pay the taxes that we need to pay for public services. This budget is a budget for rescue, a budget for recovery, and a budget for repair. A budget for rescue. It's absolutely right that the Chancellor has continued support for people and businesses until the pandemic is well and truly over. His actions have saved 1.8 million jobs, probably more than any other Chancellor in history. A budget for recovery. I called for a budget for growth, and that is exactly what this is. There's a whole package of useful measures, such as the Help to Grow scheme, subsidies for apprenticeships, 3-year carryback. But the super deduction for investment is inspired. It will lead to a tidal wave of investment, creating jobs and creating growth. Repair. We have a moral duty to balance the books of this country. It will be a betrayal of future generations not to live within our means. Now, for a low-tax Conservative such as me, seeing tax rises I like is as rare as hen's teeth. But even fiscal Conservatives have to admit that sometimes taxes have to rise, and now is such a time. And there is no fairer way to do it than to freeze the threshold on income tax and to raise the corporation tax on highly profitable companies. And as the Office of Budget Responsibility figures show, that these measures will lead to the stabilisation of the national debt in 2023 in just 2 years' time. That is a remarkable achievement and incredibly reassuring. Now, the Chancellor didn't say much about this in his speech, but it's also very much a green budget. The retail green bonds, the infrastructure bank, largely funding green projects, the green mandate for the MPC and the Bank of England, starting the process with a review to get London to be the world leader in carbon offset markets. I fully welcome it. There's a lot to like in this budget and nothing to dislike in it. I recommend it to the House.
Video link. Marco Longhi.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The fallout around the globe from COVID-19 is immense in human terms and economic terms. Most people here want to know if this budget will mean they have jobs to pay their bills, will their business survive, should they invest or shut up shop? Throughout the pandemic, we have seen the government step in and embrace the whole of the United Kingdom, supporting it to unprecedented post-war levels. And today that has been reaffirmed, not just with continued and deeper support, but crucially, it is complemented by a roadmap that shows the way to sustainable finances in the future. Something that we and most people know would have been tragically lacking if the opposition had been in control. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this country more than ever before needs people with a track record of success, people with vision and strategy, and people who will make things happen. The Chancellor has delivered the tools. We now need to deliver by combining impressive vision and creativity with sound fiscal plans for recovery. Dudley and the West Midlands have been supported by the government, but we now must translate this support into real jobs and economic growth. So here is a question. Are we best served by keeping this delivery team of Conservative MPs, Conservative Mayor and government together with Andy Street leading us as Mayor, or by breaking these important links by having his challenger for Mayor, a former Labour Treasury Minister? Yes, the very same person who infamously played his part in bankrupting the country and leaving a note behind saying the money has run out and good luck. Let's hope the people of the West Midlands remember these facts in May. This is a people's budget from a people's Chancellor. It's a clever budget for growth. The super deduction scheme exemplifies everything that a Conservative pro-business, pro-growth, pro-trade, pro-jobs government would deliver, in stark contrast with the opposition's fence-sitting, hindsight-sniping, dilly-dallying, tax and economy-busting incompetence we have all seen this year and in previous decades. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I hope to be soon rejoining my constituents for a pint of duty-frozen Holden's Golden Glow to celebrate the continued success of this local brewery and the jobs it provides. Thanks to the vaccine and its rollout, and thanks to this fantastic budget, we have great reasons for optimism and prosperous times ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Video link. Imran Abid Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It's a privilege to both follow my honourable friend from Dudley South and to be able to speak on the first day of the budget. Today's budget is a purposeful response to truly unprecedented circumstances. The economic and social impact inflicted by the pandemic has radically altered our world. The UK economy has just experienced the worst recession in hundreds of years. Millions of individuals and tens of thousands of employers have turned to the government and received help. I congratulate and thank my right honourable friend the Chancellor and his Treasury team for presenting a budget with the singular purpose of tackling the challenges we face. Whilst I would object to overreaching state intervention, this crisis requires unprecedented action. We, in the Conservative Party, understand that in times of genuine national crisis, the state is the only entity that possesses the necessary machinery and resources to respond effectively. Today's budget does not herald a permanent or evolutionary change in the nature of the state. I am pleased that the furlough scheme and other support mechanisms will continue whilst our remarkable vaccination programme advances and we emerge from lockdown. These are vital recovery support mechanisms. I would like to thank the Chancellor for the additional support provided specifically for my constituency, Wakefield. £25 million has been allocated to Wakefield's Towns Fund, a further £5 million from the Department of Culture, Media and Sport, and £150,000 from the Levelling Up Fund, which will be used to scope and frame innovative bids that have the potential to reset, repurpose and revitalise Wakefield. The £25 million will be instrumental in the redevelopment of Wakefield, including areas such as Old Westcott Station, Little Westcott and Bread Street, Kirkgate Gateway neighbourhood and the wider Kirkgate area. These rejuvenation projects will be a critical step in levelling up areas that have long felt left behind, ensuring that Wakefield and other similar cities are attractive places to live and work. Mr. Deputy Speaker, once we enter a post-COVID age, the government must rely upon the power and dynamism of the unfettered market economy and drive forward our economic growth and prosperity. I'd like to conclude by congratulating my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, for today's budget and providing the support mechanisms so desperately needed by our businesses and industries. I look forward with optimism to Her Majesty's government returning to secure traditional Conservative objectives, reducing the remit of the state and unleashing the power of our businesses and markets to drive forward growth.
Video link. Andy Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure as always to follow my honourable friend, the member for Wakefield, although my background is not quite as regal. Today's budget is pivotal for the UK's recovery. It recognises that there has been pain that so many hardworking families have experienced over the last 12 months, but it also puts us on a pathway for recovery while offering a safety net as those sectors most impacted are not yet able to reopen. And I'm particularly pleased to hear promising numbers from the Office of Budget Responsibility on improved growth. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is business, and small business in particular, that will be the engine that drives our recovery. So I want to thank my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, for listening, particularly around the extension to the self-employed scheme and also the restart grants, which will help protect many businesses who've been forced to close. Alongside that, I'm also pleased the Chancellor has extended the cut to VAT to support the hospitality sector. Put that alongside the freeze on beer and stamped and spirit duty, an essential step for our pubs and restaurants as they begin to reopen over the summer. Small business makes up 98% of the total business population, so having a small business rate for corporation tax protects many from the risk of disincentive of striving to that next level. But the Chancellor has rightly set out steps to reduce the strain on our public finances, such as increasing corporation tax to 25%. And I say that as a low-tax Conservative. It's important that big business pays its way in society, and those businesses that have done well in recent months should support the economic recovery. The super deduction scheme is also a very welcome addition to allow businesses to invest back into their companies. And I heard just today from a company who I spoke to last week who's keen to install new plant. This was the gift they had been waiting for. We've seen some significant measures, all supported by the Help to Grow scheme, which will give companies here in Warrington an incentive to digitally innovate and transform their business, which many have operated in a traditional sense, but have learned through this pandemic that the opportunity for growth may well be beyond their traditional customer base. For Generation Rent, the news today that government plans to back a scheme to help first-time buyers with a new 95% mortgage, which is easily accessible through high street banks, is a way to help young families in Warrington get on the property ladder. That will make an incredible difference to their lives and the lives of many families in years to come. Having felt the wrath of Storm Christoph in January, I was also very pleased to see £5.2 billion in flood defence programmes to start in April, including a scheme for Warrington. Finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, the Chancellor today started to make good on his priorities to level up by building our future economy and investing in every corner of the United Kingdom, with Warrington benefiting from the High Potential Opportunities Programme. Put that alongside a new Freeport in the northwest, this really is an encouraging business budget.
Chris Loder.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. No greater effort in peacetime has been made than what we've seen over the last 12 months in our national response to COVID, at great personal cost, but also for many great financial cost as well. That's why we are now faced with an almost £2 trillion national debt before us. The level of expenditure is a cause of great concern and nervousness for me, as someone who has always paid within my way and who's always spent within my means. But I know the Chancellor will not want to be borrowing £355 billion this year, if at all possible, because borrowing at the current rate might be okay for the moment, but it does place us clearly in a position of risk going forward. But thank goodness that there is a Conservative Chancellor in number 11 Downing Street, because where would we be if we had a Labour Chancellor? I recall vividly the last Labour Chief Secretary of the Treasury. I've even got his note here just to remind me what it would be like if it was not a Conservative Chancellor, because I know that our Conservative Chancellor will look to get this financial situation under control, and I am extremely pleased that he is doing his work, and I think we will see a renewed effort across the nation after COVID to ensure that borrowing more generally, locally and personally, is also brought under control. I listened intently from my office to the member for Birmingham Hodge Hill. I'm very sorry to hear what he had to say, being very critical of the Chancellor and his ministers to do exceptional work in exceptional times, and also being critical of the Mayor of the West Midlands, which I thought was desperately unfair. And I just wanted to feed that back to the House, knew full well the extent of feeling, not just in this House, but across the nation. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'd also just like to say that in West Dorset, we are a community that continues to contribute to the national effort, to help ourselves and others, not just financially, but in that community spirit as well. But with 15% of my constituents employed in tourism and 18% self-employed, the Chancellor's measures in this statement are much welcome. So also is the 95% mortgage guarantee that is much welcome by young people to help them get onto the housing ladder. The measures to extend the 5% VAT rate, as indeed the extension to the business rate holiday, will make a huge positive impact to the economy in West Dorset. And I look forward, not just in West Dorset, to see an economic recovery after COVID, but for the nation as well. And I thank very much the Chancellor and his team for that. Thank you.
Richard Holden.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker. Just want to concentrate very quickly on three key points today. Firstly, I thought this was an excellent budget, one really about recovery, delivering on our manifesto, and also economic credibility in the long term. First of all, on the recovery, I really support the extension of the support and the grants through to September this year. They're really important for all of our businesses and for people in employment locally. I think the VAT support, 5% rising to 12.5%, will also give our hospitality sector real time to get on their feet. And I ally that with a campaign that I was involved in with many honourable members on this side of the House in order to ensure that our pubs and clubs could also get back to recovery with no increase in beer or spirits or wine duty. Really important. And thirdly, fuel duty. Hugely important for communities like mine, because those taxes are particularly regressive on people just going back into work at the moment. So absolutely vital and very welcomed. On delivering the manifesto, it's quite clear that we're doing a cracking job. The cash is there for police, for the NHS, for the increase in cash for schools, for the environment, really important, and also for levelling up. And I'll just touch very briefly on what that means for the North East today. We've seen that great new Freeport in Teesside. We're seeing the Treasury coming to Darlington. Really important, recognising how important our towns are, and hopefully that will feed through into some of the Treasury thinking more broadly. I would hope that boosts our campaign for the A68 upgrade, which I'm working on with several other members across the North East.
and also thank the Chancellor for ensuring that that cash going into the NHS means that Shotley Bridge gets the extra 10 million that I've been campaigning for over the last few days. But I think finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, it's about credibility. We've had a really honest approach from the Chancellor today, outlining where the cash has to come from. And I think that's in stark contrast to the party opposite, who for years banged stealth taxes on our constituents against their wishes. And I think until they learn that lesson, they'll never be in government again. Thank you very much.
I beg to move that this debate be now adjourned.
The question is that the debate be now adjourned. As many as of their opinion say aye.
Aye.
Don't you know? I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Debate to be resumed what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. We're now going to come on to two other motions, and could those leaving the chamber please do so in a COVID-friendly manner, particularly in order for the Minister to take his position. We now move to motion number 2 on public service pensions. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is as on the order paper. As may have observed that opinion say aye.
Aye.
The contrary no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to motion number 3 on rating and valuation. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is as on the order paper. As many as of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We've got a video link with Sharon Hodgson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to be able to present this petition this evening on behalf of my constituents who support the reopening of the Leamside rail line, which runs through my constituency. This petition is along the same lines as another petition that has been signed by 1,800 people over 3 weeks. The petition I present today reads, "The petition of residents of Washington and Sunderland West constituency declares that petitioners support the reopening of the Leamside rail line in full as the town of Washington needs a rail link. Further, that the rail line will bring economic and connectivity benefits for the North East, and further that it will bring infrastructure benefits for the East Coast Main Line. The petitioners therefore request that the House of Commons urge the government to ensure that the forthcoming integrated rail plan allows for the reopening of the Leamside line in full, and that the reintroduction of rail services to Washington to recognise the support of a forthcoming Restoring Your Railway bid to promote this, and calls on the Secretary of State to consider this proposal. And the petitioners remain, etc."
Petition. Reopening of Leamside rail line.
Thank you very much, Sharon Hodgson.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn, and video link. Sarah Champion.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It is a huge honour to be here. Thank you for granting this debate about closing the loophole in the law to protect 16 and 17-year-olds from sexual exploitation. I've been campaigning on this vital issue for years, but I wish we didn't have to be here again. The only reason we are here is because the government have failed time and time again to listen to me, to other MPs, to peers, to charities, especially the NSPCC and 318, and to victims and survivors of sexual exploitation. The government have failed time and time again to close a loophole in the Sexual Offences Act that leaves 16 and 17-year-olds open to sexual abuse. Currently, Section 22 of the Act describes a person in a position of trust if they are regularly involved in caring for, training, supervising, or being in sole charge of a child. Someone in a position of trust who then has sex with a 16 or 17-year-old in their care is acting unlawfully. However, this sensible legislation only applies to adults working in a set of professions listed in Section 21 of the Act, including teachers, care workers, and youth justice staff. This loophole allowed adults who clearly meet the criteria in Section 22, such as faith leaders or sports coaches, but are not on the list of public sector professions, to be above the law and therefore engage in sexual activity with 16 and 17-year-olds in their care with impunity. For a government that claims to be sending out, and I quote from the Home Secretary's forward of her recent Tackling Child Abuse strategy, a clear message to those who abuse children, I fail to understand why, after years of persistent campaigning from members across the House, action to protect children from being sexually exploited by adults in positions of trust has not been taken. In the same strategy, the Home Secretary goes on to state, if you think you can abuse positions of trust, think again, you will pay for your crime. But that's not true. Government inaction means that there remain a whole host of adults in positions of trust, from sports coaches to those in faith organisations, who are not covered by the law, and simply say that the 16 or 17-year-old consented to sexual relationships with them as their defence. That's if the abuse is ever discovered. The current legislation makes it the child's responsibility to identify, report, be the witness in court to the abuse. This is totally unrealistic and unjust. Closing the current loophole would simply make the act of sex with a child in your care a crime. Does the Minister really think that a maths teacher has more influence over a child than their sports coach? The child will see that sports coach every day, and they have the power to make their dreams come true or dash them. Currently, the law does think that the maths teacher has more influence. I was pleased in 2019 that the Ministry of Justice finally conducted an internal review into the law. Then, in March 2020, after only being in post for a few short weeks, the Minister stated it was, I quote, crystal clear that this is an extremely important issue which requires a clear, considered and decisive response. The Minister went on to say that, I quote, we should consider urgently all options, including legislative change, and must be in a position to announce the next steps by the end of May. That was May 2020, and as I'm here today, it goes without saying that no announcement was forthcoming. So I asked the Minister, given his May deadline, when exactly will the government be able to announce the next steps to protect children? In February 2003, Baroness Blatch highlighted the loophole and called for it to be addressed. The Baroness was the first to raise her concern, but she certainly wasn't the last. I'd like to pay tribute to all of those who over the years have urged the government to close this loophole. In particular, I want to recognise the work of the Honourable Member for Chatham and Aylesford and that of Tanny Gray-Thompson in the other place, both of whom have worked tirelessly to draw attention to predatory sports coaches abusing children in their care. The Minister is aware that I have previously carried out an inquiry on this topic in my former role as chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Safeguarding in Faith Organisations. The APPG published its report in 2019, highlighting that, I quote, adults holding positions within faith organisations are automatically seen as having authority, power and influence. There is a power imbalance, and when combined with the close, regular and intense contact between faith leaders and young people, this creates significant opportunities for grooming and abuse. Young people and their families place significant trust in these leaders, and there is a failure to question potential abusive behaviour or poor safeguarding standards. Many young people and parents assume that legislation prevents faith leaders and workers from engaging in sexual activity with children under their care. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, that's the nub of it. If you leave your child in the care of a professional, even if your child is over the age of consent, it is completely logical to assume that the law would apply if they failed in their duty to safeguard. Sadly, because of government inaction, parents are making the wrong assumption. The law does not prevent faith leaders or sports coaches, driving instructors or tutors, or even a police officer from engaging in sexual activity with a 16 or 17-year-old under their supervision. It's important to add that many children will have been groomed by the professional prior to them turning 16 and actually believe that they are in a relationship with their abuser. Take the example of Hannah, not her real name, who featured in the NSPCC Close the Loophole campaign. Hannah swam from a young age, took training seriously. She admired her coach, Jeff, and will work hard to be given praise by him. When she was 15, Hannah was having a difficult time. Jeff built up her trust by supporting her. After Hannah turned 16, Jeff started to compliment her that she looked nice or that her clothes looked nice on her. He said she looked beautiful and attractive. Hannah says that she'd not heard a man say those kind of things to her before, and she was unsure how she felt about it. But things progressed to a point where they had started having sex. The relationship lasted over a year before disclosure revealed what had happened. The police questioned Jeff, but no charges are brought due to Hannah being over the age of 16 and therefore able to consent to sex. A Freedom of Information request commissioned by the NSPCC found that between 2014 and 18, there are a total of 553 recorded cases in which adults in a position of trust had a sexual relationship with a child 16 or 17 years old in their care. What really horrifies me, though, is that these numbers would just be the tip of the iceberg. As the law stands, it's the child's word against their abuser if the offence